Greetings, everyone. Welcome to Fasting is Live channel and welcome to the show. Let's see, getting things ready right here for you. Please like and share and subscribe. Today's show is going to be very interesting and we're going to touch a subject that a lot of people have talked about throughout the world. They have been looking for answers, but hey, today is the day you're going to learn. You're going to find out the answer. All right. We're going to touch on this topic. Right, get your Bibles ready. The title of my show, as you can see right there, showing up on your screen, is Who Planted the Tree of the Knowledge of Good and Evil? All right. That is one question that a lot of Christians and non Christians alike, they always wonder who planted that tree of the knowledge of good and evil? Because when you read in the book of Genesis, it just tells you that basically God told Adam to not eat it, right? He's like, you can eat anything, but anything from that tree, don't eat it. Now, because the Bible doesn't give you the background story of why God had to tell Adam to not eat that tree, that created a lot of questions and a lot of theories, dogmas, and rhetoric that brings, confusion to a lot of believers because since when they'll get questions like this and they don't have the answer for it, and they will say, well, you don't have the answer, and it's like they get stuck somewhere. They're like, well, the Bible doesn't really say, but you know they don't know if there's an answer for it, right? Because the available records they own or have in the possession doesn't give them the answer. But I'm here today to tell you that there is an answer to this question. There is. So get your Bibles ready. We're going to go through certain passages where I will basically give you the answer. You can follow along. And not only that, if you don't have a Bible, you can use your smartphone or your computer and go to this website. It's called, let me read it for you guys, kingjamesbibleonline.org, where you can basically read the standard King James Bible, or you can read the 1611 version Bible, and with the Apocrypha. So it's a website where you can actually read the Bible online. So it's one of the great tools for those who don't have a Bible. Now let's get into it. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The story goes that Adam and Eve were in the garden. The serpent came, lied to the woman, told her that if you eat this, your knowledge will increase. You'll be like the gods, right? And then once they ate it, he says the eyes will open. We're gonna read that verse, but I'm just summarizing, giving you an intro. And after that, man and woman were kicked out of the garden, and they were both cursed. And then the serpent who tricked them was cursed, right? Now, that's the story most people know. And also, you hear often people will say, "Oh, Eve beat the apple," right? Like this image right here, I'm about to show you. A lot of people say the apple, the apple. Does this picture come to mind? Hmm? How about this? The apple, the apple, the apple. So, was it was that fruit that they ate? Was that it? Was it an apple? Are you sure about that? We're gonna find out. First, let us go to Genesis chapter 2, where the first time in the Bible you will see the mention of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Let us go to Genesis chapter 2, and we're going to read verse 16 and 17. Let's see what it says. It says, "And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die." So here the Most High is giving Adam, the first man, an advice. He say, I'm putting you here in this garden. You got a lot of trees, fruits, veggies, and all that stuff." He's like, "Yeah, you can eat all of it, but for this particular tree, don't even try to eat it. Don't eat it. Stay away from it, because the moment you eat it, you will die." Right. So far, we only know that okay, there is a tree that's forbidden. But if you go back, I mean, I won't go to it, but if you read Genesis 1, it shows you that the Creator, brought forth herbs, trees, and all fruits, right? So He created everything. So why would He come back? A lot of people have questions. They say, "Well, why would He come here and forbid that one particular tree? I mean, if He made that tree, why would He tell man not to eat of it, right? Was this some kind of trick, to trick man, to test his faith? Because I've heard a lot of theories, right? But sticking with what we can see right now, the Bible doesn't give any mention of all that stuff, right? All it's just saying that God created all the trees, and then the next chapter it's mentioning that once man comes in a sin, God say, "Well, you can eat all the fruits you want, but don't touch that fruit over there, because if you touch it, the day you eat it, you die," right? So that's what we have so far based on this background story. Now, let me go to Genesis chapter 3. Right? Chapter 3. I'll give you the background story of what happened when the serpent came to tempt the woman. In chapter 3, it says, "Now the serpent," verse 1, "now the serpent was more subtle than any beast in the field which the Lord God hath made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the tree of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For God do know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." And jumping down to verse 7, basically, it tells you that the woman ate, she fell for the trap, she ate of it. And in verse 6, there's a key verse. It says, "And a tree to be desired to make one wise." So she was tempted to gain knowledge. That's why she ate it, right? And verse 7 says what? "And the eyes of them both the man and the woman, were open, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves apron." I just wanted to give you a background story of what happened. Now, here I'm gonna try to answer who was who was responsible to plant that tree in the garden, because that's the question most people have, right? And by finding out who planted that tree, we will find out what tree was it, what kind of fruit that tree bore, right? Because a lot of people say the apple, but nowhere in this verse does it tell us it's an apple. It just says a fruit. So it's vague. It's not in detail, right? The apple is a fruit, yes, but so is a banana, right? So is an orange, right? So is an avocado. So the Bible doesn't mention in Genesis. It doesn't mention what kind of fruit it was. It just says a fruit, right? So to find out who planted this tree, we're gonna go to an extra biblical text, which is the third Baruch, chapter 4, starting with verse 8. The book of third Baruch is basically a book of vision, where the prophet Baruch was receiving visions, and he was being taken by an angel to to see things that are invisible to us, right? Seeing what works behind the scene. He saw how the earth is, um, the angels that are working behind the scene. Like everything that we see, there's an angel behind it, right? There's somebody in the invisible keeping things going, right? Just like you have the season, it gets hot, it gets cold. There's an angel behind what we call cold, and there's an angel behind what we call hot. So Baruch was seeing visions, and he was asking questions, and the angels were answering, right? So there came a point of time where it came about the tree, right? So as you can see, this is what people perceive when they hear about um, the forbidden fruit. They think, oh, it was an apple. But we're about to debunk that. Check this out. I'm reading the book of Baruch, third Baruch, which is an extra biblical text in was it Apocrypha. It stays in chapter was it Baruch chapter 4, starting with verse 8. It says, I'm jumping because verse 8, it's like it cuts off where it's the first sentence ends the previous verse, but I'm focusing in the second part. It says, and I said, I pray thee, show me which is the tree which led Adam astray. And the angel said unto me, it is the vine. Whoa, hold on, hold on one second. What? Wait. It is what? Wait, come again, come again. Oh. So the prophet Baruch in his vision, he asked the angel, he said, show me the tree, right? The tree which caused Adam to go astray, talking about the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And what does the angel say? Hold on. Let me read it again. He said what? It is the vine. Vine. He said, it is the vine which the angel Samael planted, whereat the Lord God was angry, and he cursed him and his plant. While also on this account, he did not permit Adam to touch it. And therefore, the devil, being envious, deceived him through his vine. Whoa. Here we have it. There's the answer to that question. I bet a lot of you guys didn't know this, huh? I talked to many people. This one, oh, the apple, the forbidden fruit, the apple, the apple. Oh, yeah, the apple. Who told you it was the apple? Who? Any one of you out there, did you know that the forbidden fruit was actually a vine tree and not this apple that you're looking right now? Check this out. This is what it was. This is what was the forbidden fruit, the vine. But it's not the regular vine that we're talking about. I'm saying the kind of tree that was planted was the vine tree. And this is where another thing that's gonna shock you. All of you guys there know the abbreviation GMO, right? What is this the definition of GMO? Anybody? Let me look it up. I know what it is, but we all have Google. Simply put, GMO stands for genetically modified organism. And check, it says is a plant, or a GMO is a plant, animal, microorganism, or other organism whose genetic makeup has been modified in a laboratory using genetic engineering or transgenic technology. Let that sink in for a moment. Mm, mm. What do what is it? What do mythology tells us? It says what? The gods gave mankind technology. Huh? Who are the gods? Angels, fallen angels, watchers. Mm? That's right, guys. It wasn't an apple, as you can see here. It wasn't this, right? Everybody think it was an apple. Oh no, no, no. Sorry, it wasn't an apple. Somebody lied to you. Who told you it wasn't the apple? Because I hear that from everybody. They say, "Oh, it was an apple." Who told you it was an apple? Who? Tell me, please. Who told you? Your pastor? The Pope? Your imam? Who told you it was an apple? Who came up with this? You reading in the Bible, it just says the fruit, right? But who told you it was an apple? Who? You gotta investigate. Investigate. Who told you it was an apple? When the Bible says it's this vine, it was a vine, a GMO vine, to be more specific, right? And this right here, right? So from now on, if somebody asks you, what was the tree of the knowledge of evil? You say it's gonna be, you tell them it was a genetically modified vine. That was the fruit. It was a vine. That's what it says right here. And let me read on in Baruch chapter 4, starting in verse 9. It says, the devil, being envious, deceived him through his vine, right? Who tempted Eve? The serpent. And here it's confirming that the serpent was actually the devil, because the serpent was an animal that got created, right? But when it said the serpent, what kind of serpent, right? Let's find out before I can continue. Let me continue and then basically give you the identity of the serpent. Even right here it says uh, it was the devil. And Iberg said in verse, continuing in verse 9, since also the vine has been the cause of such great evil and is under judgment of the curse of God and was the destruction of the first created, how is it now so useful? And the angel said, thou askest right. When God caused the deluge upon earth and destroy all flesh, and 409,000 giants, giants, and the water rose 15th cubit above the highest mountains, then the water entered into paradise and destroyed every water. But he removed wholly without the bounds of the shoot of the vine and cast it outside. And when the earth appeared out of the water, and Noah came out of the ark, he began to plant of the plants which he found. But he also found the shoot of the vine, and he took it, and was reasoning in himself, what then is this? And I, speaking of the angel, came and spake to him the things concerning it. And he said, shall I plant it, or what shall I do? So to basically explain this verse, it's talk about the after the deluge, right? The water not only flooded the whole earth, it flooded the garden, because the garden is still on the earth. It's just that we can't find it because it's invisible to us, right? But it's talking about when the earth was flooded, some of the water that swallowed the whole earth went inside the garden and washed off that tree. But some, I guess, a root of it was found. So um, what's his name? Noah was asking the angel what it is, right? So the angel explained to him. So he's asking, he's like, should I replant it, or what I will do, right? And he says, continuing in verse 13, since Adam was destroyed because of it, let me not also meet with the anger of God because of it. And saying these things, he prayed that God will reveal to him what he should do concerning it. And when he had completed the prayer, which lasted 40 days, and having besought many things and wept, he said, Lord, I entreat thee to reveal to me what I shall do concerning this plant. But God sent his angel, Sarasael, and said to him, arise, Noah, and plant the shoot of the vine, for thus saith the Lord, its bitterness shall be changed into sweetness, and its curse shall become a blessing, and that which is produced from it shall become the blood of God. And as through it the human race, it should be mankind, but it's a human race. As mankind obtained condemnation, so again through it says it's saying Jesus, but it should be Yeshua, the Christ, the Emmanuel, which they receive in him the upward calling and the entry into paradise. Even his name before he was born was mentioned in the Apocrypha. That's another reason why they don't want Christians to read the Apocrypha, because the Messiah was mentioned. Interesting. Know therefore, O Baruch, that as Adam through this very tree obtained condemnation and was divested of the glory of God, so also the man who now drink insatiably the wine which is begotten of it, transgress worse than Adam, and are far from the glory of God, and are surrendering themselves to the eternal fire. For no good comes through it, talking about the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. For those who drink it, to surf it, do these things. Neither does a brother pity his brother, nor a father his son, nor children their parents, but from the drinking of wine come all evils, such as murders, adulteries, fornications, perjuries, thefts, and such like. And nothing good is established by it. So I know I read a bunch of verses, but basically, the vine was a genetically modified fruit that was planted in the midst of the garden by the angel Samael. No, I mentioned Samael. Who the hell is that? Right? But I just read to you, it mentions, it says the serpent, the devil, right? Now, let me show you, like I said earlier, let me show you who is the serpent, right? Who is the serpent? Let me go to Revelation chapter 9. That serpent that deceived Eve in the garden, you're about to find out his identity. Revelation chapter 12, verse 9. And it says, and the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. So the identity of this serpent that came to whisper sweet, smooth things to the woman about that fruit was the devil himself. So he created this genetically modified fruit in his lab, right? Because another thing people don't know, when the Most High created everything, the earth is actually a prison of the fallen angels. The earth to us is our home, but to them it's their prison. They want to get out of here, but they can't. So they once the Most High created man and gave man the authority over everything on this dimension, the fallen angels, they got jealous, and then they were told that they're gonna serve us, right? Adam and his children. They envy that. So they're like, okay, what can we do to basically usurp the power over this so-called creation called man, who we are made from fire, and this thing is from the dust, right? He's a nothing, but he's supposed to rule over us. Nope. We gotta devise a plan how to take the power. So they genetically modify a fruit, and within that fruit there is a poison. And I use this key phrase poison. Why? Because I'm about to reveal to you the name Samael, what it means. Because it mentioned, it said in Baruch 4 that it was the angel Samael that planted that tree, right? Check this out. I'm gonna go. You guys can go there too. Go to Wikipedia. Type in Samael. I'm reading it from Wikipedia, right? But I have a book not far from me that has the names of all the angels that that you can name. And hold on to your seats, guys, because you're about to be shocked. And I want let's see. I want to shout out to everybody in the building. I see brother Lawrence. Welcome to the show. The Unspecialist, and was it En Simply Nick? Peace. And Third War. What's up, bro? Hold on to your seats, man. I'm dropping some jewels right now. Hold on, hold on. All right. Let me read who is Samael. It says in Wikipedia. You know what? Let me share a screen so you guys can read what I read. I don't want to leave you guys hanging. Share screen. Samael. I made this thing because I'm like, man, some Oh, guys. Oh, my. Wow. I'm back, guys. Whoa. You guys have no idea what just happened, man. The whole reason you guys could hear me no more, I got kicked out of streaming, y'all. Like, the whole thing started messing up. And I tried to get back in. I couldn't. And then was it? The whole thing just froze up. And then I had to close it up altogether and try to log back in. So I'm like, wow, this is I call it spiritual warfare. I'm talking an important topic, and as I'm spitting jewels, it just stopped working, guys. I'm like, wow, this is amazing. I'm like, why they don't want me to talk about this information? Who's behind this? Like, man, I can't. Wow, this is amazing. This hasn't. Oh my god, this is the first time since I started streaming where I just get kicked out of the thing and it stops running because somebody doesn't or the system doesn't want me to talk about what I'm saying. So I'm glad I'm back, guys. That's why the silence you just heard was because I was no longer able to get inside with StreamYard and my Chrome just stopped working and I had to basically close it up and try to log in again. But let's continue. I was trying to share the stream um, to show you about Samael, right? And that's when it happened. So let's see. Let me try again and see what happens. Okay. All right, it went through. Let me remove the Vine picture so you can see. All right, Samael. This is what it said about this guy. It says Samael or Samael means venom of God, poison of God, or blindness of God. Rarely Smael or Samuel, some Samael in different language. And it says, is an archangel in Talmudic and post Talmudic lore, a figure who is the accuser, Hasatan, seducer, and destroyer. Although many of his functions resemble the Christian notion of Satan, to the point of being sometimes identified as a fallen angel, in others, he is not so necessarily evil, since his functions are also regarded as a result in good, such as destroying sinners. And it continues, it says, he is considered in Talmudic texts to be a member of the heavenly host with often grim and destructive duties. One of Samael's greatest roles in Jewish lore is that of the main angel of death and the head of Satan's. Although he condones the sins of man, he remains one of God's servants. Yeah, right. And he appears frequently in the story of the Garden of Eden and engineer the fall of Adam and Eve with a snake in writings during the Second Temple period. However, the serpent is not a form of Samael, but a beast he rode like a camel. In some traditions, he is also believed to be the father of Cain as well as the partner of Lilith. Yeah, basically, like getting into theology and all that. That's why a lot of people when they say, "Oh, it was it Adam had two wives," it's all fable, lies, and deception. It's all bullcrap. In fact, people don't even understand that Lilith was actually before she became quote unquote a demon was a Nephilim in Genesis 6. She was one of the was it the children of the Watchers who came down and dealt with mankind females. So that whole thing is all trash. Throw it away. If you think this trash, throw it away. It's all lies. So and the deception, Samael, because people have to understand whom you call Satan or the devil, he comes by many names. That's what makes him the greatest deceiver of all universes. That's why the scriptures calls him he was wiser than Daniel. Like nobody in this world right now he's smarter than this guy. He even cons his own man or his own angels. He tricks them. That's how smart it is. He's wise, very very wise. I mean, for him to control this whole earth, you can't be a dummy. You can't be a dummy and run billions of people under the the power of your fingertip. And let me get off that screen. So as I told you guys, the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil was a genetically modified vine like this. And sorry to everybody, it wasn't this. It wasn't an apple, and it wasn't this. Sorry, they lied to you. It was a vine. It was this. The vine. It was this. That was the fruit of the knowledge. It was the first GMO fruit. So, like the scripture says, there's nothing new under the sun. GMO thing is not new. It's old as mankind. And who gave that knowledge to man? The fallen angels. Let us continue. Let me show you also who was Samael's role, right? Who was he in different empires, right? Let us go to Daniel chapter 10. Let me show the banner. Daniel 10, verse 20. It says, Then said he, that's speaking of the angel that was talking to Daniel, Knowest thou wherefore I come unto thee? And now will I return to fight with the prince of Persia. And when I am gone forth, lo, the prince of Greece shall come. Right? Now, when you read this, Prince of Persia, Prince of Greece, you're thinking about humans, right? You think about people. But in this context, it's not talk about people as man. It's talk about the angel that's ruling in the spiritual realm over that empire, right? So when he says the Prince of Persia, it's not talking about, you know, a prince, who's a Persian, who's really, no, it's talking about the God or the deity, the guardian angel of that realm. And notice it says it's because in history it tells you what the Persian was it the Medo and Persian Empire ruled the earth for a few centuries. Then the Greek Empire came, right? And he says the Prince of Greece shall come. And we know Alexander was the one who basically established that empire, right? So the question is, who was the guardian angel of Alexander the Greek? You really want to know? It's Samael. It's Samael. He goes by many names. You want to know one of his other name? You know he goes to Zeus, Jupiter, Yahweh, Yahweh, Adonai, Baal. I'm telling you, I'm touching dangerous grounds right now. But you don't have to believe me. I'm a nobody. I don't know what I'm talking about. Each nation, according to the scripture, has a guardian angel. And the reason what makes this particular angel very, very great is in all empire that have been established, he was the whisperer behind the rulers, meaning even though each empire had a guardian angel, guess who was ruling over them? Samael. But when it came to the Empire of Grecia, it was a particular, there was something specific about that. He chose to, he basically established himself as the guardian angel. He didn't put a quote unquote an angel that's subject to him under to rule over Grecia. No, he was the prince of Grecia. Zeus, Jupiter, Yahweh, Jovi, Yovi. That's him. He goes by many names. The Most High only has one name. But this guy, he's called by many names. Why? Because everybody worship him. Some in ignorance, some in conscience. They know who he is and they call on him because they know who he is and they choose to worship him. And everybody else, the 98%, they worship him in ignorance. That's who planted the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That was him. That was him. It was always him. The Most High had nothing to do with that tree. That's why, some people say, well, why did they allow it? Because of free will. He was already on this earth, this guy and his gang. So he's like, you know what? Let me go there and plant that tree. And the Most High warned Adam. He said, hey, that guy planted it. And Adam knew, right? He wasn't stupid. But because, Adam knew and was made aware, the serpent was a man. I mean, think about this. You don't think the serpent or Samael was trying to get Adam to eat that fruit? You don't think he was trying all this time before the Most High created the woman to come to Adam? You don't think he was trying? But he fell. But when the woman was presented, the woman wasn't there. She doesn't know the history. So when she came in a scene, the serpent is like, somebody who doesn't know. She heard a third, was a secondhand information. Notice when he came to her, he said, didn't God say that you're not supposed to eat every tree? What did she say? She said, not only you're not supposed to eat it, you're not even supposed to touch it. So where did that? I mean, so she added something, and the devil is like, yes, I got you. She left the opening. She said, you're not gonna die. Hey, watch this. Here's another thing I'm gonna tell you guys. Maybe you didn't realize. The serpent was not lying when he said, you shall not surely die. Watch this. When you read it, when Adam they ate it, did they die? No. But you want to know why the scripture said that they shall die? The day it was talking about not only in his spirit, it was looking at that because the Bible says a day to the Lord is 1,000 years. Adam was short 70 years to 1,000 years. He died in the same day. Talking about in that 1,000 years, Adam didn't even reach 1,000 years because he ate that fruit. He was supposed to be immortal. But by him breaking that commandment, the Most I say, that day or that was a millennia, you're gonna eat that fruit, you will die. You're gonna cut your time short. If you look in Genesis, it tells you that Adam lived to 930 years and he died. And then if you go in the book of was it Jasher and um, other was it Jubilee, it tells you the reason why he died, and it says that the reason he died short of the 1,000 years because a day to the Lord is as 1,000 years. So there's a lot like it's. I could go deep, but I'm just scratching the surface. There's so much into this, you know. And then another reason why I'm about to give you um, another verse, right, to prove my point that the gods or the people of this world are worshiping not only Samael but they're worshiping his bodies. The wisdom, the book in the Apocrypha, there's a book called Wisdoms of was it Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 15. Let me go there. You guys can follow along. Wisdom of Solomon, Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 11. Let me play this. See, just keeping this entertaining. Vine tree. Yeah. And let me put this one right here. This is the deity that people are worshiping. This is him. All right, let me read this first. It says in Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 11, verse 15, it says, "But for the foolish devices of their wickedness, wherewith being deceived, they worship serpents, void of reason, and vile beasts. Thou didst send a multitude of unreasonable beasts upon them for vengeance." The reason why I pulled this verse, the key word, he said, they worshipped serpents. Serpents. They're worshiping serpents. Leading back to who? The main serpent, Samael. Samael. Let me show you a picture, the painting. All right. Even in this painting, it's describing this entity. But we could deep in this, and you can tell the racism in this painting because Adam and Eve could not be pale because you can get recessive. I mean, you can get dominant genes out of this, and then look at who the devil. You see the contrast. Tell you, there's a lot of racism in Christianity. There's a lot. The foundation of Western Christianity is racism. That's one truth they're not gonna tell you. Anyway, I wanted to show you guys that picture. But coming back to the serpent, most religions today, this is the God they're worshiping. I'm not saying this particular snake because a snake, he's just a beast, he's an animal. But there's a symbolism behind it. So don't be fooled. That's why people wonder, they say, why is there so much evil in the world if most people are very religious? It's because they're not worshiping the true creator who made us all. No, they're not. They're worshiping this guy, Samael. Let me see. Hold on. This guy. Some of you call him Yahweh. Some of you call him Yahweh. Some people call him Jehovah. Some people call him Zeus. Some people call him Jupiter. Some people call him Baal. Some people call him Hashem. Some people call him Adonai. Some people call him El Shaddai. Some people call him Elion. Some people call him El. Some people call him Yah. He goes by many names, but the Most High only has one name. I'll repeat again. Samael goes by many names, but the Most High only has one name. This is him, Samael. And he's a great, you guys know Loki, right? Loki. Yeah. That's his other name. He's able to camouflage himself. He can transform. He can cast out what? An image. An image. When you break down the word of the serpent, Genesis 3, it talks about an image, a casting out of, it's not a light, but it's like it's darkness, but it's light, you know? Like in the New Testament, the Messiah said, he said, if thy light be darkness, how great is thy darkness? So the darkness is actually a light. There are levels to the lights. You have the sunlight, right? You have the moonlight. You have the stars light, right? You got your pickup truck light, right? There are many forms of light. And there's another light, it's called darkness. And it's from this guy. And he cast that light, and the woman saw it as a serpent. There's many levels to this. But sticking to the topic, the main reason I made this stream is to debunk this notion. Oh, it was an apple. Everybody use it. I know there's a lot of symbolism when it comes to the apple, but it's a deception itself because nowhere in the Bible or the extra biblical text mentions it was an apple. It was a vine tree. And here's another knowledge that you guys may not know. marijuana, opium seed, all those quote unquote drugs or uh, mind blend, or is it a substance that basically causes your mind to see things, blend reality, and all that stuff? You want to hear something interesting? Those are all flowers and fruits from what? The vine. There's another record that says that that vine was is able, just like the tree of life, is able to give 12 fruits each month of the year, right? 12 different fruits throughout the year. You know, let's say January, you got one fruit, February, and different fruit. Well, same thing with that GMO fruit tree was able to bear 12 different seeds, 12 different plants. Like that book called the Varnish Manuscript. I don't know if you guys have seen it in the news about this book that was showing different kind of plants, but he had like some weird writing. They claim that they can't write, they can't understand that writing, so they're trying to decipher it. It was all from this guy right here, Samael. He goes by many names. He was the serpent in the garden, and he rules the whole earth. He's the angel of light, but his light is darkness. And everything that's happening right now because he knows his time is short, so he needs to rush. The truth cannot be hidden. But the question is, does it matter knowing all this, or is this just just some more conspiracy to just make y'all worked up? Because you can't stop this, because I know some people they say, well, what's the point of knowing all this? It doesn't change anything. Just shut up, stay home, quarantine, do what you're supposed to do, work your job, right? So I'm gonna, I think I've said enough on this topic. I pretty much answered the question and showed you who Samael is. He was responsible for planting the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and the fruit that the woman and man ate caused them, the poison within that fruit caused them to lose their immortality. That's why we have sin. That's why we have infirmity. That's why we die. And looking at modern time, what does genetically modified food does to our body? It doesn't give us the true nutrients. It's weird, like living in a quote unquote first world country where technology is advanced and everything. You mean you can give me a fruit that has seeds in it? And they were using excuse. They say, well, why eat something where you gotta spit out the seed? It's annoying. I want to eat a fruit and just enjoy it without any struggle of, like for example, using an orange, right? You're eating an orange. It really, if you're eating an orange outside of this place, you're gonna be, like, was it blowing the seeds out of your mouth because because it's a real fruit, right? But you can do it in oranges here in America because everything is genetically modified. There's no seeds. Like even a few days ago, I bought some oranges, and guess what? You try going and get an orange with seeds on it. You're not gonna find it in most stores. You have to go deeper or buy it from a local farmer. But it's even them, their fruit is gonna be seedless. You're like, what's going on? See, this GMO technology, as I've shown to you, it's not new. It was here since the beginning. Genesis 3, Genesis 2, actually, 2. So I think I've said much, right? Right now, we're 3 minutes to 8 p.m. What I'll do is I'll drop the StreamYard link to the chat. Anyone is welcome to jump in. Some people, uh, you know, I would love to hear people who've heard this information before. And for those who haven't, maybe you may have some more questions or rebuttal or whatever, but I welcome it all. I know it's not quote unquote Sunday, as Third was saying, but hey, today is the Sabbath. No, was it the Shabbat, the day of rest? And I was like, well, technically, since it's already past 6 p.m., the sun is going down. We are really on the first day of the week according to Bible calendar. So technically, we're in Sunday right now. So it works out. So anyone who wants to jump in and talk about this subject, you're welcome to. I know it's one of those weird topics most people don't want to talk about because it's too deep into the rabbit hole. But I welcome anyone who wants to jump in the conversation. If not, I'll just probably gonna end the stream and see if I may make another stream talking about some other subject. But that this stream was basically me giving you information that will probably help you in your search for knowledge. And maybe I'll know when you're gonna go out there in the real world, you're gonna hear somebody mention about the apple. This, oh yeah, it was. You can tell them, no, it wasn't an apple. It was a vine. And you have to ask them, well, who told you it was an apple? I'm reading in Genesis. It just says a fruit. So who told you it was an apple, right? Who gave you the information? Because I'm looking at the book, I don't see it, right? And that's another reason why even my channel talk about fasting and everything. Herbs are good because we're there for healing. But the thing is, if you're taking a poison herb, right? Because I know some of the arguments vegans will have to say, well, they're poisoning the meat and all that. It's no good. Become vegan. You think they haven't been poisoning herbs? So what is the difference? You walking away from quote unquote poison meat and jumping on poison plants? There is no escape. You doing the same thing. You're not going anywhere because they're poisoning everything, especially in the first world countries. That's why a lot of people, when they travel overseas, right, they wonder, well, I'll go to a place and I see people eating things here in America will be considered, uh, you know, uh, uh, fatty causing, food, like it'll make you fat, gain weight. But they be like the people will be slim, they look fit, but they're eating to enjoy their meal or whatever. But here in America, it's like I have to restrain myself, I have to put myself on a diet so I can eat certain things. You go to a culture, they're eating pasta, right? Pasta, it's flour. It's like, man, but these people look fit and slim. What's going on? Because there's poison in the food that we have here. Why? Because Samael is behind everything. Samael, that's his name, but he goes by many names. So I hope this stream was edifying, that it opened your eyes to certain things that you didn't know before. And I'm not, since I don't see anyone wanting to jump in, whether they're probably busy or not. Maybe some people are nervous, but for anyone who's gonna watch this later, please feel free to post your comments on the video. Even if you have more information that you can add on that I didn't speak of, feel free to do so. But yeah, this was an interesting topic. Hold on, I got brother Lawrence in the building. Peace, brother. How you doing, bro?
Hey, how you doing tonight?
Oh, wonderful, man.
All right, happy belated Shabbat.
Thank you. Yeah, no. There was a storm here in Houston because there's a hurricane hitting South Texas, and we
Yeah,
got
yeah, I've been
the
tracking it.
network. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, what do you
Yeah.
think about this topic, man? I mean, I've been talking for like almost an hour now. So,
Well,
did
well,
did you hear anything groundbreaking, something you never heard before, or some of the things I say you probably heard before?
well. To be honest with you, okay, um, the vast majority of it I have heard before, but I will say this: when you discuss the aspect of who planted the tree, I I got to be honest with you. Until you broached that subject tonight, I had never considered it. Um, it's just one of those things where you just make an automatic assumption it was the Most High and call it a day. you know, but
Yeah,
but but that's one of the things, as you alluded to earlier, and I've talked about on your other streams. That's a thing that we have to get out of the habit of. We just take it for what it is, and then walk away without doing the homework because it's so much easier to accept it for the way it is because it don't require work. You know what I mean?
yeah,
you
yeah,
know, and definitely the thing on Samuel. Some of it I knew, some of it I did not. Especially the association with what you said, him representing the vast majority of deities that are called out today. Um, I know you went to Wikipedia for it, but I'm assuming, and hopefully correctly, that that you have a dictionary of angels.
yeah. There's a book called a Dictionary of Angels. It's
So
yeah.
let me ask you a question. Would that happen to be the one by Gustav Davidson?
I don't remember the name, but I know the picture. It shows you like it's like blue. The cover of the book is blue color.
And there's an angel holding a child.
Yeah, I think. And I
Yeah.
know in the back he has like it was supposedly Archangel Michael with a sword pointing down, like the famous painting, whatever, pointing down.
Okay. Well, the one by Goose, that might be a new edition. Maybe they changed the cover.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
the one with Gustav Davidson, it's a dictionary of angels, including the fallen angels, and it's an angel on the cover. It's a blue cover, like you said, an
yeah.
angel in a blue robe, and they're holding a
Yes, yeah. I
child.
think it's the same thing. Yeah,
Yeah. That's a solid book. That's a
yeah.
solid book. Um, I have a hardcover first edition. They're expensive.
Mm.
They're
Yeah,
expensive.
yeah, you
they're
can buy it. Yeah,
they're expensive. I mean, you can get a paperback version for like $15 and
yeah.
stuff
I got
like
the
that.
paperback. That I got the paperback. Yeah, because
Yeah.
the hardcover was too expensive.
Well, when I first got it, I had the paper. I got the paperback because I have two versions. The paperback was the first one, no question. And as a matter of fact, I found it in a used bookstore for like I think it was like $8.
Wow. Yes,
And
that's what I'm
and
saying.
that
This
was
is the
and
first
and I
time I
and
buy it.
yeah, and that was bad. That was because it um yeah, because I found it in a used bookstore back in New York. I think it might have been 1998, 1999. Something like that, which is weird because I think the book came out in 94 or 93 or something like that. But yeah, I found it in a used bookstore. I wasn't even looking for it. It found me. You know what I'm
Wow.
saying?
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Well, I went in there for something else and it found me. And then it was so good. And I had by the time I was done, man, I had highlighted into it so much I had to get
Yeah,
it.
and that's what I usually do. I'll buy like one book where I can highlight and do the little like pages that the information that I want to highlight, and then I'll buy a second copy that stays clean. Same with
And
Bibles.
that's it.
Like I have one Bible where you can highlight and all that stuff, and then one Bible that's clean for other when you have guests because they want to understand why you have all this weird highlighting on your book.
Yeah. Well, I don't worry too much about guests and the highlighting. What I worry about is uh, guests who don't appreciate the value of the book and they're a little heavy handed with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I've got one. I remember when I was a young man, um, right before I went in the military, I was working at Sears Automotive in the
Mm,
in the mechanic division, and there was this older woman named Drina Garrett,
yeah.
and I worked there for a year. And when I was leaving to go into the military, she just walked up to me and she gave me a 1611 King James Bible.
Mm,
And she signed it and she wrote me a little passage in it. I still have it to this day. That was 1986.
yeah.
I still have it to this day. I treasure it. You know, I mean, you can't get a better gift than that. But I'm sorry, I digress because we were supposed to be talking about your topic. I'm sorry.
Oh no, no, that's fine though. Yeah, like
I,
I mean, I just ask questions because I know a lot of people. I hear all the time they say, "Oh, the apple," and I'll be like, just face palming. I'm like, it's not an apple. It never says anything. Like it just says a fruit. So it could have been a
yeah, just
banana,
a fruit.
but they
Yeah.
never promoted banana. Why apple? But like I said, there's
Hmm.
other esoteric meaning behind the apple. I don't think I have found the information why they chose an apple, but I believe it's probably there has to be some esoteric meaning behind it. Why they chose to
Yeah,
carve
because
apple?
yeah, because that's what I was gonna ask you myself. I was gonna ask you if you've come across anything because I've actually looked for it. I haven't found anything that justifies why they literally changed it from fruit to apple. I don't know how
Yeah,
they got there.
yeah.
And excuse me. I've honestly wanted to know that, but whenever I research it, it just comes to a dead end. It either comes to a dead end with apple, or it dead ends and transfers into pomegranate. But
Yeah.
outside that, how they came up with, you know, I mean, it said fruit. How they picked those particular fruits, I have no idea how they got it.
Mm.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, plucking from a tree could have been anything. It could have been a peach, could have been an orange. I mean, so I
Could be
mean,
anything. Yeah.
yeah, so I how they got the apple and pomegranate, I have no idea. And the pomegranate is very interesting.
Mm.
Um, at least from my perspective, because what we're talking about is that from an esoteric point of view, there's nothing the Most High hasn't created that doesn't have geez, I can't remember the name of it, but it's that esoteric viewpoint of seeds within seeds and how it builds upon each other to create something.
Yeah.
It starts with the apple, and the apple generally has a couple of seeds in it, yada yada. But
Mm.
switching to pomegranate, there's a greater number of seeds in it. So I don't know if it's something that's supposed to be esoteric concerning seeds, and that's why they picked them, or what. I have no.
Yeah. There's probably. I even heard this is one reason why I think why they said the apple. I even heard from people that say that the apple is not a real like it's a made up fruit. It's not from creation. That it's among the genetically modified fruit that never existed in nature. It's
Okay.
man like when they say man made, I know it's fallen angel technology man made. Because if Lucifer could do that in the garden, that means he can do it with anything. So
Yeah, yeah,
there's infinite possibility, right? If we could create a poisonous vine and give it to man, which made man mortal, imagine what else he could do.
yeah. Absolutely,
I mean,
absolutely.
they do the same thing with. Oh, look, I knew a guy in Dallas who had a. I mean, he told me he stopped doing that, but he had a government legal document to basically grow quote unquote marijuana plants, splice it, and he basically had to go to school, learn how to splice it. Now, watch this. Like it was weird to me when they were showing it to me, right? Now, just having a picture in your head, you have a flower, right? You have a flower. You like, okay, I want to make this flower look different or enhance its quote unquote scent, or smell. So you learn in school to say, okay, what you do is you cut the little branch, that branch out, right? Cut the branch and then take a branch from another flower, glue to it, and over time the added branch will merge with the piece or the cut up part of the flower, and they become one. And then when I heard and it made sense, you know what the Bible talks about being grafted into the vine tree, right? So
Hmm.
what Christianity they try to use about that the Gentiles were grafted in because they were not part of the tree. Notice how it's saying about that tree, right? Talking about the 12 tribes, talk about the promises and stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
but right there, Paul says there is a stipulation. If he says, if you boast and say that God rejected his original vine and grafted this piece in, so we can be the people. He says, well, guess what? I'm gonna kick you out. So there's a lot of hidden message when it comes to that knowledge and how he was doing to weed, who he was taking like different plants and then basically genetically modified to give a stronger dose of that weed. That's why, when they talk about potent and all that stuff, that's how it's the technology. Man didn't come up with it. It was given from some higher knowledge. Even in ancient time, they were talking about how witches in the war, like that's the whole thing about alchemy. The whole technology of alchemy is how to create a genetically modified object, fruit, whatever, by using the most highest creation and make it as, I mean, everything that the creator made was for a purpose. So what they try to do, well, why should I eat five fruits when I can just eat one and get everything? But they don't understand there is a purpose for everything. Like the most high is not stupid. Nature gives everything. Why? Because everything has a purpose. But what Satan loves to call quote unquote shortcuts. So he's like, well, I'll show you. I can be a better creator. What give you five fruits that will give you five different vitamins? One can just give you one fruit that gives you everything. I will show you
Hmm.
who's the real creator. So the whole thing about the whole quote unquote agenda behind genetically modify is I will be like the most high. I will be a creator. I will make this. I will do that.
Oh
And
yeah, that's a
that's what I
given.
think.
That yeah, well, that's a given. That's a given. I mean, okay. Let me rephrase that. It's something that should be naturally known across the board. But as we've talked many a times before, people want to ignore it for the sake of safety or simplicity or not having a responsibility of keeping themselves maintained or knowledgeable, which is really at the end of the day our biggest issue. But yeah, I mean, and it's funny because he's been he's been doing that so long. You actually have man suffering from that same level of hubris of thinking that they're creators. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Eh, that's why I'm appreciative, that I'm doing all this kind of stream because like I said, the Holy Spirit just it gets you going. I had a different topic I wanted to talk to, but something in my spirit was like, do something about this thing,
Mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
know. So, like I would say, you can prepare, but if you allow the Holy Spirit to shine through you, you will speak on something like I know right now, I don't have a lot of views right now, and some people will be like, "Wait, why you?" I'm like, because the scripture says what? Speak unto the wind.
Mm-hmm.
The wind is the internet, because for the internet to work, it needs what? Cloud. What is cloud? Wind.
Mm-hmm.
Radio signal is wind. That's what the devil is called, the prince of the air. He controls the wind. But in that same wind, the Most High can speak. So just speak, and the people will hear. And we living in the most awesome time where this information, the one I brought you, man, I didn't even know it a few years ago. I had to learn it from somebody else. It was a joy in my heart because ever since my young, because it pained me to hear from atheists attacking the Bible. Say, look, see, your God, he's the same. He created everything. And look, he's gonna put something that's gonna kill people. Like this argument. I'll see them like, please. I'm like, is there an answer? And because our pastors, they're all agents. They never gave us access. I mean, imagine you being a follower of Christ and having all the information where anybody can question anything and you answer. Like they say, oh, who did this? You have an answer for it, right? Who? So you be shutting down every argument. But the thing is, because a lot of Christians were never given the tools, right? The Bible says, put the whole armor of God, right? So how in the hell you gonna? How can you have the whole armor and you're missing the sword or your sandals or your shield?
Or your breastplate or something like
Yeah,
that.
you
Yeah.
gotta have
Yeah.
everything. So
Yeah.
it was a joy in my heart when I found this information. I was like, you know what? Let me get that book, and I got it. But guess what? The pseudographer, right? The original Greek pseudographer that have all these books. You can find it online, man. You can find it. It's too expensive because they don't make copies on it. Like if you want to get the was it the pseudographer, right? The one that has the Old Testament apocryphal books, like
Mm-hmm.
Baruch and all that. You can find it. You gotta buy it separate. You gotta buy it first. Was the first, and then even people when they give a feedback, they say the translation of that version is trash because R.H. Charles, everything translated by R.H. Charles is the best Bible to have. Why? Because, he's he's he didn't use any of his own feelings. All he did is he just translated the tradition, like as it is written. He translated it. He didn't add any theory or try to say, well, maybe this phrase. No, he translated how he saw it, the context of the language, the idiom, and everything. That's it. Nothing, and that's why he's the most recommended author when it comes to like biblical text, like the extra biblical text, like the apocrypha and all that stuff. And
Hmm.
so I don't know, man. Like to me, knowledge makes me excited. Like if I don't know anything and I learn something new, it makes me excited. So
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know how to explain it, man. Like knowing who planted that tree, man, it reinforced my faith even more to know, man, that's what it was. It's not what it's saying. It wasn't the damn fruit like people talk about. And even this picture, you see that picture I have in the background, man. This picture is very like when I say racist, I'm not talking about the whoever painted it here is innocent, but there is a lot of people don't know there's an underlying racism in what do you call it in Christianity, Western Christianity.
Oh, always.
Man,
Oh, it always has been. It always has been. Any
he's
depiction,
dark skinned.
any depiction of what they consider to be evil or dark intentions or whatever, they're always portraying those characters with a darker hue. And it's no different. And I've had arguments with Christians about that too. Challenging the color of who you're depicting as your savior and etc. and so on. It doesn't match, man. It doesn't match. You know, but that's what they're gonna do. And what saddens me is that when it comes to people of color, they buy into it. You know,
Yeah.
um, and you try to explain it to them, but those who listen will, and those who won't.
Mm.
You know, I
Yeah.
mean, I
Hey,
don't.
hey, you're right. It's the only thing I can do is give the information, and people, they can investigate and research. Because me, I was never satisfied. Like you just telling me, I'm like, okay, I want to see it for myself. Give me the book, even if I have to, download or get a PDF for free. If I can afford it, please just show me. And a lot of things, what they
Mhm,
do is, it's, oh, okay, I know this, but they don't tell you. I'm like, just tell me, right?
mhm.
Like last time, I was talking to hypocrisy, right? He was having a rebuttal, but then I asked him, I say, have you read? He said no. So I'm like,
Oh, I was there. Oh,
yeah, I'm
oh,
like,
oh that was
how
yeah,
can you
yeah. That was
rebut
like
something you've
yeah,
never read? I'm like, you gotta read it for yourself and see.
yeah. That was last night. I was there. I was lurking. I was listening. Yeah. Um, I was gonna jump in, but the more I listened to him, the more I realized, yeah, there was no purpose, and there was no purpose for me to
Yeah,
to do so.
that's why I kept
Um,
reminding him. I'm like, hey, just read it,
mhm.
right? He even confessed himself. He said that there are some things he didn't know, right? That's why me. I always say like, you see, like when I go to panels, when they talk about a subject I'm unaware or I have no idea. You know what I do? I stay quiet. I don't know.
Well, I look. I do one of two things. Either I stay quiet, like you said, or someone will say something that'll trigger a thought, and I will say that thought, but I will also make sure it's abundantly clear. I have no idea what that
Yeah.
subject matter is.
Mm.
Just like when you ask me, do you know yada yada? I'll tell you yay and nay. I don't. There should never be any shame in admitting you don't know something.
Yes.
There,
Yes.
there, there should never be any shame in that. As a matter of fact, it's something that should be accepted wholeheartedly because, in my mind, if I know something and I'm having
Mm.
a conversation and that person says, you know what, I don't know anything about that, man. I never knew. All right, check this out. Now I'm excited because now I want to tell you where to go read up on it. Now I want to tell you yada yada yada, and I want you to do it because then when you're done, I know you can come back and we can have an incredible conversation. Even if we disagree on the information, we can still have an incredible conversation.
Yeah.
You know,
Very
but
true.
but there seems to be this guilt or shame in people that they can't admit that either they're wrong or they don't know or they don't understand. I've never had that problem. In all my years I've never had that problem. I've never been ashamed of that. I learned a long time ago from some good people who taught me there's never anything wrong with saying you don't know, and there's never anything wrong with asking a question.
Yeah, the best way to learn is to ask questions.
Hmm.
See, that's why I don't know if people notice what I'll speak when I'm by myself, but then when let's say for example, if someone is speaking something, or let's say they're let's say they have a rebuttal to my point, notice I'll ask them, okay, I see where you're coming from, but I want to see if it's coming from a point where I'll read the same. Oh, I mean, I saw the same information as you, so I'm pointing this out because I saw something different than what you're pointing out. And then when you ask the person, "Have you checked this information?" Oh, no, no, I've never read it. I'm like, well, how can you have an opinion on something you actually never seen with your own eyes, but you have? But let's say, for an example, right? Talking about people have a perspective of something. Well, you say, well, these people don't know. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just speaking. I'm like, well, have you put yourself in their own shoes to see why they have this perspective? And then what happens when you actually jump on their perspective, you understand where they're coming from. The problem we have with mankind is people don't want to understand the opposite side.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
That's why
and
I don't mind having atheists, on a panel and talking about stuff. You know,
yeah, yeah, and that's a dangerous precedent to set, because if you don't do the research, if you don't read, if you don't fact check, for lack of a better term, um, what ends up happening is you create that well-known bubble that everybody likes to talk about. The only thing you're listening to is the voices of your closest friends, family, like-minded people, etc., and so on, and you build a bubble around yourself, um, in which you you isolate yourself. I mean, for lack of a better term, you isolate yourself. Um, I I know that I don't know everything. I know that I'm still learning. I know there are people with different view sets, okay, on my faith, that contradicts theirs and theirs contradicts mine. But that should never mean a basic conversation and sharing information cannot give a new perspective that you may have missed. Does that make sense?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Completely understandable. Yes.
Yeah. Um, so and that's and that's what OG and I had talked about one time, when you're doing a stream, last week. Yeah, there's just
Look at what
I
the
don't know.
brother L said. He said condemnation without investigation is the worst kind of ignorance. That's true.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That was marvelous.
Yeah, he phrased it
That was perfect.
perfectly. Yeah,
That
hopefully
was
other
perfect.
people can see this. Yeah.
That was definitely, yeah, yeah. I'm looking at it. That was perfect. That was perfect. That should be a T-shirt. Seriously, that
Yes.
should be a
Yes.
T-shirt. That straight up should be a T-shirt.
And that's another reason why. Think about this. When they do reconnaissance, it's a secret mission to investigate. Even in politics, even in government, they show you. Even when it comes to warfare, before you can go to war with somebody, you have to prove why you want to go. That's why you send spies to,
Hmm.
to get the information to prove that it's true. That okay, this is you have to do this. Why? Because this is what we found. This is what they're planning. This is what. But how in the hell you just gonna go to war? And what if those people were trying to actually come and make peace, but you start a war with them, and guess what? Now you've gained an enemy, and then they're dealing with the enemy, one of your enemies, and you lose.
Yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And it's a sad thing because it's getting to the point out there that even people like us and everybody in the chat where we are open, like that, to be able to have, civil discord and so on and so forth. They're pushing us into a direction where we don't want to interact with them because they're just taking it too far to the extreme. It's like it's like myself. I consider myself an Israelite. Okay, and even with that said, I know full well what I see on YouTube with the cosplay outfits and standing on the street telling people you're going to be slaves, and you know what I mean. I mean, even you got to have a little common sense, man, to know that that's just a bit much. You know what
Oh
I'm
yeah, oh
saying? That's just is first of all, and this is what fascinates me. And well, before I start, hey, little brother, how you doing?
What's going on, big brother? What's going on, fast? And thanks for letting me up.
peace, Eisen, peace.
Yeah, I was just gonna say and this is not just an Israelite thing. You can see it in all particular religions and faiths and stuff like that. When you claim that you are the chosen people, okay, then you need to make sure you understand and make it abundantly clear to yourself and whoever's in your circle that if you're going to lay that claim, you have to carry yourself to a certain standard, and that's generally
Oh
higher
yeah,
than that's
facts.
generally and that's generally higher than anybody else who's walking on this planet. Because if you're going to pull that card, you got to live up to that card, and I'm pretty sure that at the end of the day, you're not the person who's going to get to lay claim of who goes into slavery, who's going to be a bed wench, who's going to be a handmaiden. That ain't that's not your point. That's not your purpose. Okay. And if you're saying that you're following, whether it be Yahweh Shai, whatever name you want to give it, at the end of the day, you're going contrary to the very teachings that you're claiming to live by, and that your sole purpose in existence is to spread. How do you spread those teachings when you have a foundation of hate behind it? It's not going to work. it's
Yeah.
just it's just not. It's just
And
not.
to add that, here's another thing people like a lot of Israelites don't want to admit. Esau's who you call to so-called white man. That's your brother, according to
It
the Bible,
is.
right? He's
It
your
is.
elder brother. So
It
if the Most
absolutely.
High say what he says, what thou shalt love thy neighbor. So
As
if you
if it were
hate,
your brother. Uh-huh.
ah, you
Uh-huh.
how the hell you gonna say you follow the commandment of the Most High and then break it at the same time by hating quote unquote white people?
And to add insult to injury, he said vengeance is mine. Okay.
Exactly.
Mm.
Yeah.
Not you standing on the street corner, not me sitting here having a conversation. Vengeance is his. That means he's going to get to pick who's going to be all them people that they like to stand out there and claim is going to be. That's not how this works. That's not how this works. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a battle coming. We all know that. Okay. I mean, nobody in
Yeah.
here is
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if it look, if your claim is it's all white people and they're going to die, they're going to be slaves, they're going to be bed wenches, handmaidens, yada yada yada. Here's the problem with that. Okay, the same way that all of us are not going to make it, it works in reverse. Some of those white people will make it. So what does it look like if you go out there and attack the wrong one? Now what?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, just for the sake of your all white people are evil, you go out and attack every single white person that comes across your path. How do you know one of those was not one of the ones that was chosen by the Most High Himself to be part of His plan? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It,
Because
it,
the
it,
Most
it's
High,
it's
yeah.
it's it, it's a foolish concept.
Yeah. Because the
It,
people
it's
it's like how in the hell you gonna read the passage where it says Esau will serve his brother and you wanna kill them? Who's gonna serve you?
exactly,
You leave
and
what
like
it says. How in the hell it's dumb. It's I call it
exactly.
dumb teaching.
Yeah, it is, and it's no different than when they talk about well a third, the planet is going to be destroyed, the people are going to be killed, and that's going to be all the white people. Okay, well first of all, let's do some basic math here. If a third of the planet, if the third of the people on the planet are going to be destroyed, you have to remember the vast majority of that planet is predominantly people that look like us.
Yep, there you go.
when you add all the countries up together, believe it or not, whether people want to believe it or not, there are more of us than there will ever be of them. So let me make something abundantly clear. That third you're talking about, a huge chunk of that's going to be us since we make up the vast majority of this planet.
And
Oh well, well. Yeah. I see your point. I see your point. Yeah, well, you should have thought about that before you started saying that.
and to add into what you just said, right? Why are God's people suffering? Ooh, Eisen, are you driving? You got a big feedback back there. When
Oh,
you,
okay.
yeah,
No, I'm not driving. My air conditioner's going. My bad. Hold on.
yeah. Mine is so loud. You know what I do? I go to the opposite room. So,
Yeah,
so
that's what I do. Yeah,
yeah,
that's exactly what I do. I go to the opposite side of the room. Yeah.
people don't realize. What is it? I was talking about, yeah, about the agenda. They don't realize the children of Israel. The reason why we're in a state is because of the sin. They begin to look. Even the scripture, who sent the quote unquote Edomites? Edomites were minding their own business in Adumia. When Solomon began to break the laws of the Most High, what did the Most High do? He sent Agag.
Mm-hmm.
He sent Agag. He he wasn't thinking about us. He was enjoying himself over there. And then the voice came to him and said, "You know what? Let me go back to the land of my country." And the Most High said, "What?" He put Esau to basically poke Solomon, because people don't realize Solomon in the earth at that time, when Solomon was righteous, the earth was at peace for 40 years. But after
Yes.
he began to walk away from the Creator, the world went to basically Israel. The Israelites started to go to war with the quote
Mm-hmm.
unquote so-called white men. And here's another thing people don't know: some of the people who were under David's camp, when he had a beef with Saul, King Saul, one of
The
his right
Edomites.
hand men was an Edomite, who you call white person.
Well,
So
it's the same thing because they'll stand there and they'll talk about, well, Asian people this, Asian people that. They're Moabites, and because they Moabites, we got to slaughter them all. Yeah, well, David's great grandmother was an Edomite. She was Ruth. I mean, not an Edomite. I'm sorry, a Moabite. Was a Moabite. That
yeah,
was Ruth.
yeah, and then
I mean,
they
come on,
were
man. I mean,
because when
I
the
mean,
scripture said Moabites, the Moabites, they're right there in Palestine right now. They're not quote
Mhm.
unquote the Asians.
I know.
Like the Palestinian, it's like a blend, because remember, when the Northern Kingdom was taken out of the land, who did they bring in? They brought them like the Chaldeans, like Babylonians, and all the tribes into the land. That's who they became, the Samaritans.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
at and at the
So,
and at the and at the end of the day, whether it be Old Testament or New Testament, at the end of the day, it's been established that where the Most High is concerned, as long as you follow His tenets and commandments, you're good. There's many stories where there's people who were not actual Israelites who quote unquote grafted themselves in,
yeah, yeah,
or married into. You know what I'm saying? I
yeah,
mean, he said he prefer if we stayed within our own tribes, and I get that. I totally understand it. But
yeah.
at the same time, if you have people who come in and graft themselves and they follow the statutes and commandments, he's got no issue, man.
I
Like
mean,
I
who?
said,
Yeah,
we could look at Ruth and a whole bunch of others, man. I mean, this. I mean, look, one of his top apostles is not,
yeah.
come on.
And it's the whole thing. People don't understand. The Israelites were chosen for a purpose, right? What does
Hmm.
it say? To whom much is given, much is
But
required. We
that's
were
right.
supposed to be the teacher of the word. We're supposed to be the example, but our
Hmm.
ancestors failed. I even remember an elder back in Congo. One day we were just sitting outside. You know when people are talking, right? And an elder was amongst us, right? And then he said something. He said, I've been thinking. He's like, the way things are happening to us as black people, Negroes or Africans. He said, with colonialism and stuff, slavery. He's like, our ancestors must have done something so horrible against God, right? We call him Zambi, in Congo. So we
Hmm.
must have done something horrible to him that we basically paying the consequences. Think about this. He's an old
We
man. He's
yo,
able to process that they must have.
yeah,
This thing that's happening to us. It's not out of nothing.
we
It's
did.
not just a random accident.
Look, there's a lot of stuff we did that pissed him off. And I think one of the first steps as a people that we have to come to understand is we have to accept that.
And I think
before
yeah, a lot of us
before
we want to we only want to pick the good stuff. Oh, we were kings and queens, but guess what? We were also devils. We were giving
exactly.
up our children. We were sacrificing them to Moloch.
Mm-hmm. Because like I said,
Yeah,
at the end of the day, man, it's like anything else. Before you can fix a problem, you got to acknowledge you got one. You know what I mean? And people will say, "Hell, I don't know why God does this to us, and why we these." Okay, stop playing. Accept the fact
yeah,
that we put ourselves here. He's look, we pissed him off. This is what we deserve. Now we just got to ride it out, get it straight, and get back in order. But I'm gonna tell you right now, that's not gonna happen until as a people we start to understand that. Look, this we caused this. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
It's not like he woke up in the morning and decided his greatest creation he just wants to mess with. That's not how it works. You know,
Lauren, check this
we've
out.
done our ancestors and our fathers have done so much crap that it's got to be passed down generation to generation
Mm.
before it's fixed. We did that. You
Hey,
know what I mean?
Lauren, check this out, right? Because we are the we as a people, right? We are the children of Israel. Not only are we the real Jews, but we're the children of Israel, right? Check this
Hmm.
out. I was watching a show with the this Israelite group called GOCC, right? That was years
Yeah, I
ago.
know. Yeah. I
Yeah,
know who that is. I know who that is.
yeah.
Yeah.
They had an interview with a rabbi. Guess what that rabbi said? And see, that's why I would say you gotta listen to the words, right? Don't listen to the whole hype and everything. He said, well, you guys, he said, you guys need to follow the law. If you want to be God's people, you need to follow the law.
Hmm.
What is one thing of our people? We don't want to follow God.
Oh no, we don't.
Look how people hate the Bible. Who look like they hate it. They say, "Oh, it's quote unquote the white man's book." Ah, with that Bible, right? And then we turn around and say, "Why are we in the bottom? Why are we persecuted?"
Hmm. Yep.
We
Yep.
complain about dictatorship. Why our president? Same thing in the Congo, right? You have all these pastors, basically, getting the money, promoting was it prosperity movement instead of promoting following God's law. What do they say? The law is done away with. You don't need to follow it. Eat whatever you want. God still loves you. But one thing that they say that God, guess what? Who that God is? Yahweh.
What it's the same. It's the same thing when I was talking about the Israelite camps. You know, you stand. I mean, you go out and you're supposed to preach the word. Agreed. No argument. If people accept it, great. You bring them in. If they don't want to accept it, you knock the dust off your feet and you keep it moving. You don't sit out there and start telling them they through, they done. They're gonna be slaves. They're gonna be bed wenches, etc., and so on. That's not how you're supposed to do it. Because in my opinion, when I look at like camps like UIC and then some of the others, to me, when they get all dressed up like they go into cosplay and they stand outside and they do all that, see, I don't see Israelites. What I see is I see Pharisees.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? That's what
Oh
I see.
yeah.
That's me personally. I can't speak on anybody else, but when I see them doing that and acting that way and doing and carrying on that way, all I see is Pharisees, and we already know what the deal is with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah,
that's
because
what I see.
you're wearing to bring attention where the scripture says you're supposed to be humble. Just wear a
Exactly.
working t-shirt. Just pick up the scripture and stop preaching.
Yeah, and
People will come.
yeah, and like I said, I read the scriptures, I share the knowledge. If they don't want to take it, my next get look, if they don't want to take it, my job is okay, thank you for your time, turn around and move on. My time is not to tell them they're gonna be enslaved. What is that?
Right.
What is that? That's insane. That's not how that works. Look, thank you for your time. I'm gonna keep it moving, and you go to the next person, and like this, like look, like the saying goes, this is a game where you're saving one soul at a time. That's all you can do. But just because a soul doesn't want to jump straight into what you're telling them and accept it or whatever have you may, you don't turn around and tell them they're gonna be enslaved and all this other stuff. Because see, here's the thing about the word. The word is like a seed. It's gotta grow. So just because that person didn't accept it there in that immediate moment doesn't mean a week, a month, a year down the road, something you said to them won't make that seed sprout even more. But how does that seed get a chance to sprout when you immediately diminish them before you even get a chance for that seed to get planted properly? Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
Mm.
I mean that there's no logic in that. Because, like I said, everybody doesn't receive at the same speed. Everybody doesn't figure it out at the same time. We're all individuals. To some, it comes immediately. To some, it'll come a year, 5, 10 years down the line. To some, it'll never come at all. But at the end of the day, if I'm standing there with you at 9 o'clock in the morning, and by 9:15 you tell me, saying, nah, man, that's not my thing. Yo, okay, cool, man, but thank you for your time. I appreciate it. You gave me 15 minutes of your time is valuable. I appreciate it. And you move on. They're not even doing that. It's like, nah, man, it's not my thing. You're going to hell. You're gonna be enslaved. You're gonna be this. I'm taking your women. Yada 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 yada. My dude, you you know what I'm saying? You ain't even give it a chance. You ain't even get a chance. Look, you ain't even get to see the chance to plan itself properly. Like I said, you just condemn somebody who could have changed their mind a week later after letting it go in their brain a little bit. Because sometimes it's like that. And then you want to get mad because nobody's listening. Nobody will ever listen when you scream at them and telling them you're going to torture them. I've never seen that work.
Yeah.
Mm.
And you have to understand also, some of those people, they're agents of the government. Remember, what did they say?
That's true. That
BI,
is true.
black identity extremists.
Yeah,
Remember,
yeah, that's
every
true.
thing is a plan. And then notice they have Israelites in the news. Think about this. The mainstream media, they never wanted to touch this subject. I've been in this truth for almost what, 10 years now. All of a sudden this year, you had Ice Cube posting, you know, stuff about Israelites, right? And then you had a football player, right? And then now you had Nick Cannon, and then yesterday you had some DJ guy, some British guy, Riley something, who got dropped because the quote unquote on Twitter he started going ham. So to me, I'm like, there's something that's happening. Either you're having people who have a following who are organically being awakened, or you have those who are part of the system being used as pawns in order to demonize people who actually believe. I had a stream where I said, "Who's a Semite?" Right? We are.
Mm.
It literally says Afro-Asiatic because there's no such thing as a Middle East. That's a bullshit lie. It's a lie. It's
Yeah, why
North
would we?
Africa
Yeah. Well,
because
the
they
name,
together with Asia.
yeah, the name itself says it all. Why would you call something middle?
Yeah. Guess what? They should call Ohio Middle East because Ohio is in the Mid East of
Exactly.
America. Why they
Hmm.
why they refer it somewhere else? Arizona could be called Mid East. If you're in California, you're gonna call Arizona Mid East
Hmm.
because
Hmm.
it's in the East.
That's correct. That is correct. That like I said, all you have to do is look at the words, man. Just look at the words, you know. But like I said, man, it just boggles my mind because, like I said, look, at the end of the day, we're all studying from generally speaking the same Abrahamic texts and scriptures and knowledge. The only thing we have here is issues are interpretation and execution. That's really what it comes down to.
Mm.
But here's the thing that people need to understand: whether it be you, whether it be my little brother Azen, or whether it be anybody else I talk to, if your interpretation and execution is different than mine, here's the thing: there's nothing to be upset about because I'm not the final arbitrator. That belongs to the Most High. He'll correct all of us at the end. so, so me trying to force you to accept something the way I see it is foolish. If I'm right, I'm going to be right at the end of the day. If I'm wrong, I'm going to be wrong at the end of the day. But nonetheless, the final arbitrator is not me. It's just that simple.
Yeah. Yes.
And I'm sorry, Azen. We've been talking. Go ahead, brother.
No, you good. I was gonna say essentially trying to force that issue is like beating a dead horse. Uh, I mean, the only thing you can do is lead the horse to the water. You can't make him drink.
Hmm. Exactly.
But yeah, now
Yeah.
it sounds like y'all been having a good discussion. I got in here late. I was on another stream and then I had a call. But uh, I'm liking what I'm hearing.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you. Well, before we go any further, just on a personal note, thank you very much for forgiving me, little brother.
Oh man,
Um, for earlier.
oh you
Um,
good?
Man, I got off that stream the other night, and then I had the audacity to sit up here getting more work done. And the next thing, it was noon the next day.
Oh,
and
okay. You
and and
good.
I and I passed out. I was done.
You good.
I,
You
I
good.
was done. But thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Oh no, you good. You good. I mean, hey, you got whatever you got to live your life too. I'm not, I'm not taking no, uh, that's it's trivial stuff. Uh, so there's no problem with any of that. But yeah, no, but everything, it's been good. I've actually earlier today I was with a friend of mine who is a pastor who was going through some, kind of had some changes in their life, and I went by to talk with them, and we just talked and chilled for several hours today, and but it was good.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. Like I said, that's like I said many a times before, man. That's what I think, man. Just to have a group of men where you could just sit down on the Sabbath, man. Just have some good food, some good wine, and just spend the day talking. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
just talking. I mean that I love it. I love it personally.
Hey,
My only thing is we're doing everything by streams. I want to
right,
get my stuff. I want to get my stuff straight where everybody can just roll up and just hang.
right. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Hey, it goes back to what Psalms 133. Yeah, how blessed and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It's just it's
Mhm.
always good when you're in good company.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Always. And
Yeah.
especially when the topics are like this. This is good stuff for me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey,
Because like I
Austin,
said,
you probably came in late. You'll need to watch from the beginning. The first hour, it's gonna be interesting.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll rewatch it. I'll
Oh,
rewatch it.
yeah. I
yeah,
bet
yeah,
you went to
it was
scripted and
interesting.
everything.
Yeah,
Okay.
there was one or two things that he pulled out that I didn't know. I got
Okay.
to do I got to do some reevaluating. That's all I'm saying.
Gotcha. I'll listen to it. I'll re-listen to it. Yeah. Yeah, I know I came in late because I came from MOT stream and had been
Oh, I didn't
over.
know he was. I didn't know
Yeah.
he was doing one. Okay.
Well, he just did one, and actually, it was going on earlier at the earlier stream fasting had and I come in late, it took a nap and woke up, got on there and been on there and ended up actually having a call with with someone and got to talking some very good information and stuff, just having a good conversation. And now I'm back and back on here again, and I got to get ready for my stream tomorrow. I don't know, I may do something. Yeah, no, I'm probably do two tomorrow.
Oh,
Probably do
nice.
and probably do one on the Oaken and probably do one on my other channel just to have some good stuff. But I don't know, I'll have to see how things go and timing and everything, because I do want to work around Zero stream tomorrow and have some fun there, but go from there.
Hey,
Oh,
that's
that's right. That's right. He does have one planned for tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I forgot about that. Cause Cuda, man, Cuda went on till like 7 something this morning.
yeah.
Okay, he was man. I caught some of it, because I had it. But man, I left the house around 7:30.
Yeah,
Uh,
he was still rolling like 7 something this morning. When
okay,
I popped in again maybe about 7:40, 7:50, and it
okay,
was over.
yeah,
What I'm interested in is going back. I watched the first hour and a half because I mean it was a total of 8 hours.
okay,
Um, and I got burned out, man.
yeah, yeah. No, I
um,
got you.
but when I came back in, there's something like in the last 2 hour window, there was a female who came up there who was giving out all the receipts on female nature.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was insane. I didn't get a chance to listen to all of it, but I listened to like maybe the first 30 minutes of that last 2 hours. Man,
Hmm.
she was dropping it. She was dropping it. I mean, she was talking about how mothers are the recruiters of the feminist agenda. What her mother was doing, and she was but dude, she was giving up all the receipts. I was
Oh
like,
wow.
wow. I was like, wow. That's the first time in a while since I've respected a woman like that.
Right, right. I got you.
That was insane. That was insane. So I hit it in my playlist so I can catch the rest of it
Right.
later. But
What's going on, OG?
OG's in here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's here. OG, J Speed.
Oh,
Yeah, what's going on now?
Oh,
Oh,
you
Big.
not
change.
much.
All right, you changed your avatar. That's why I didn't
Yeah,
catch
that's
it. My
my
bad.
studio. Sometimes I do the studio, sometimes I do my picture, and sometimes I do my judge picture.
Well, hello, brother.
Hey, how's everybody doing this
Or
Saturday afternoon, Sabbath?
Oh yeah,
Blessed,
good,
brother.
chilling here.
Blessed, man.
blessed,
It's
blessed,
raining here.
blessed.
We're getting that storm, the Anna storm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The hurricane is hitting South Texas over there in Corpus
Oh,
Christi area.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
yeah,
Gentlemen,
we ain't had no rain over here so long, man. I don't even think it rained anymore out here.
no, we got it for about 2 hours over here in Florida.
Oh, okay.
Gentlemen, now that now that all of you are here, would you guys mind if I stepped away for a quick second? I need to get a cup of tea.
Hey, go
All right,
ahead.
all
Do
right.
your thing.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be right
Most
back.
certainly, go ahead.
Okay.
So, Fasten, how's everything going, man?
Oh, doing good, man. I spoke for like I spent talking for like an hour, and
Yeah, I see that. It's like
yeah,
a buck five.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I seen you up. I just came back. I was just having a beautiful conversation with another brother out in my front yard. We was talking about, me and him always get together and just, converse on the statics of the world
Yeah.
and how I do apply it to our lives and stuff like that. He's a very spiritual brother too, and even though me and him have different views on spirituality, but we don't talk about that. We just talk about the things that we have in common
Mm.
Right.
to join us. That we can talk about it. It's never about a converse or anything because we know how each other feel now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And so, yeah, I like them comments, just like the brother was just saying. I like them kind of conversation too. When you just sit back and you could be men, and you don't have to be talking about any problems. You can just be talking about the things that's good in your life.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It's always beautiful. Like I said, I had gotten a call from a friend earlier during the week, and we talked, and something just spurred. I was like, man, I was like, we gonna go let's get some breakfast this morning. So got some breakfast, shot the breeze over breakfast, over everything that was going on with this church and everything that's been going on with my channel and what I've been trying to do and what we both been trying to do. And it went on, went back to his house and we talked for hours and, just had a good time. That's what it's all about, being able to get together and pass information and learn from each other.
Right. And that's a good thing, man. That's why I say, I've been promoting the channel and stuff, and because it's different over here. This is cool down
It's
period.
laid
This
back.
cool thinking period. When you do your, just like I said, when you do your exercise, did all the rough exercise, then you're supposed to have that cool down time to give your muscles time to relax and you need that moments. You need the moments to do the cool down thing because that's how a lot of people get injured because they're always excited and they're always keeping their body in a excited motion. So you need that cool down. So it starts off like that. I have a warm up section and I have a cool down section, and both of them is very important before you get to trying to build your stamina and all that other stuff.
Right. Yeah. Balance is key, man. Balance is key
Yeah,
to our lives, man. And not only for the physical health, but the mental and spiritual health as well.
right. And that's why, me as an older gentleman, that's why I had to really watch my conduct because if I'm trying to be the example, not the leader, but the example of what I'm trying to speak into the universe, then you must be able to look at me and see that as an example. And just like I say, when
Right.
I see brothers fighting, I don't care who's fighting. And I try to go in there and be the olive branch and try to um, balance it out where some things are just totally misunderstanding and it's
Right.
personality clashes versus anything else. And I try to bring that to that conversation because a lot of times, we're living in times when everybody they we under stress. We
Right.
understand
Exactly.
we having a spiritual war, and people don't want to understand that we're having a spiritual war, and it's on autopilot now, and people think it's just common or it's just always happening this way. No, we're in the midst of a spiritual war.
And there's something else to to keep in mind, because sometimes, uh, it's something that's simple that we don't recognize. Something else happened in somebody's day that kind of caused them to be distressed. And the
Right.
least little thing that we may say or do is just gonna set them off. And then what we
Hmm.
have to do, we have to take a step back, give them their spaces needed. We can come back tomorrow and be like,
Yeah.
hey, whatever I did, my bad. And that way they be
No,
like,
most
hey,
certainly.
and they can be like, hey, I can't put all that on you. I was already going through something, and I just
Right.
reacted wrong myself. And sometimes a lot of things can be cleared up. And
Right.
now, most of the times, usually it's just something as simple as a misunderstanding at the time.
Right. And truth is the results of all your actions. It's gonna give you the formula in the end. And sometimes you can be so emotionally tied up with something you are not even hearing truth, or you don't want to talk about truth because you are in a combat with someone, even though you said they're saying the truth, but you ain't trying to hear because you got some emotional ties into some things that you have against them, and they won't allow you to hear truth regardless of who the person is. That's just like a man and a woman when y'all fighting. Everything that you stand for or everything she stand for, y'all gonna be against each other, even though at one time y'all was on the same accord. No, but now it's because y'all have anger or disappointment towards each other. Now it brings the conversation into another realm, and sometimes people can just lose it just as that quick.
Yeah, it's quick. It's quick. That line can get crossed so quick just because we in our emotional state, and you in that emotional state. You're not rational, and you can't actually focus on what needs to actually how you need to proceed next. And
Right,
it it does. It sends things out of control real quick.
right. And when you have children, you can see that because we all was a child at one time, but sometimes we don't get a good vision of things because we're so involved in it. But
Mm,
once you have children, you can start seeing a lot of things that you see in life that your parents were seeing them within you, and now you're able to take something and look at it and see the best way out of it. And
mm,
especially when you have children with different personalities, and them personalities clicking, they're the same bloodline, but they're two different types of personality you dealing with. And then when you understand that, then you understand that you might not be able to approach them two children the same way. One
right,
you can talk to soft, and one you can talk to a little more stern, and that's the way that person learned. So you got to understand the personality you dealing with, and once you understand that, it makes the conversation flow much easier.
right. And the other thing too, man. I we Me and him were talking about how talking about these children, how a lot of times when children want to do something, they may go the way of least they're gonna go the way of least resistance to try and get what they want. But at the end, man, these kids, they all crave that form of structure. They
Mm-hmm.
that is something they desire, because even though you may have one you may be getting your way with, but over here with this one that's giving them that structure, they're standing firm on what they believe and what they want to teach them. They still love and respect that individual because they know that this individual, what they're trying to tell them and teach them, they actually mean good, and they want what's best for them.
Mm-hmm. And we get a great example from that from coaches. Because I remember when my parents was trying to instill certain things in me that my boxing coach could just tell me, and I suck it up real quick. And that's what I'm talking. When you was talking about that structure,
Yes.
once you believe in a person that they're coming genuine towards you, the coaches, every coach I've ever had, football, basketball, or whatever coach, wrestling coach, they always been a stern person, but I was more drawn to that because of the structure as you speak of earlier.
Yeah, exactly. It create what it does. It creates a sense of respect for them because where you stand, and they've established a line like, hey, I'm the authority, I'm the teacher, but I can respect you, but you're gonna respect me too. If you
Right.
do as I'm trying to teach you, it's gonna make this thing go along smoothly. And
Mm-hmm.
you can tell how kids they may have had a coach or somebody that was very structured and strict, and then they get to somebody that's more loose and kind of lets them do whatever, and they'll be, man, I don't like this. I want to go back to the coach that was more structured and strict,
Mm-hmm.
because we weren't doing just what we wanted to do. We were doing what we needed to do under their guidance.
Right. And your children picks up on that fast, man, because even when I was coming up, and this is why I believe that a lot of things could be solved in our communities as far as the police and the individual. When I was coming up, we had what they call PAL, Police Athletic League.
Hmm.
And we were introduced to police at a very young age, young as 7 and 8 years old, where you see absolutely see these policemen who were your football coaches, your basketball coach, your boxing coaches, and everything else. So we didn't come into the union of a police officer because you were doing anything bad. We got to see the person, and they got to see us as people. And I
Mhm.
think that should be another model that we should be trying to use all over this country all over again, because it's kind of went out of style right about the 1980s something. But when I was coming up, most of every state had a police athletic league.
What?
Um,
Go
just
ahead.
wanted to say, yeah, I'm sorry. Just wanted to say I'm back.
Okay.
And OG. As far as what you said, yeah, I grew up with the same thing. Because my dad was a homicide detective. When I
Right.
was growing up, and he was part of PAL. That's what we always called it, PAL.
Right.
But between him and at an early age, I was introduced to Officer Naya Bongo.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. But yeah, that's it. As a matter of fact, for a while, the Police Athletic League was actually doing better than the YMCA and the Boys Club of America. Remember?
Right.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
Because they
yeah,
was more
yeah.
connected to the AAU. There used to be
Yep.
AAU than any of them because the association with that with the AAU. And
Hmm.
yeah, man, you're totally correct, man. I mean,
Yeah.
believe it or not, it even influenced me to even want to be a police officer for a long time in my life.
It
Oh,
did. It did. It did that with a lot of us. Yeah, it did that with a lot of us, and a lot of us actually did end up going into into police
Right.
work
Or
of some
either in the
kind.
military
That's
because
what I
you
was gonna
seen the
say. Yeah,
structure.
yeah, because between the police athletic league in the neighborhood, and back then when I was in high school, recruiters would come up, and then on top of that, we had a like a drill team inside of the high school that was military. So yeah,
Right.
I mean, and they introduced us, to both sides, get us more comfortable with police officers, because
Mm-hmm.
you and I grew up in a time when it was kind of volatile. Let's be honest about it. I
Right.
mean, flashbacks to Chicago and Watts are still alive, but
Mm-hmm.
mm.
but but yeah, they introduced us to and it's also, and there's also something else that's very important about that too, with the Police Athletic League. You're talking about a time where you and I were growing up, we still saw officers who walked a beat.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? You don't see that anymore.
No.
Cops nowadays, they just drive by in the car, flip their lights, jump out and grab you. But back in the
Mm-hmm.
day, you knew your local police officer because he walked your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He knew you, he knew your parents, he knew the people in the neighborhood. We have some kids in the neighborhood who was a little off. Yeah, he kept an eye on them, but he didn't come out there like throwing them up against the wall every time he saw him. It's just
Mm-hmm.
like, yo, they saw him coming, they locked it up. They
Right.
behaved themselves. Then when he left, yada yada, and it was always the same thing. Look, I know y'all out here, and you shouldn't be out here at this hour. Just stay out of trouble. Don't make me come back here to talk to you.
Right.
And
Mm.
that,
Yeah,
and that,
and I think they spent a lot.
and that,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, and that used to work. I mean, in all honesty, I mean, not all the time, but it did work a vast majority of the time.
Right. And Officer Staley was a black officer who had been on the force for about 19 years. And Officer Stanley was a white police officer. He had been on it about 18 years. And
Hmm.
and when you put on that football uniform, you didn't hear this black or white or anything. It was all
Nope.
about the game. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And and I know these guys really cared because when they discovered I had a heart murmur at 9 years old, I absolutely had a doctor, one of the police officers, Stanley, uh, took me to his doctor and paid for it. He wanted his
Yep.
doctor to do a better checkup on me, and it comes out. that the doctor told if I sit down and I eat liver for a couple of months, I can come back and I play football and that hole in my heart would close. And that's exactly what it did. Now that officer didn't have to take it and take me to his own personal doctor. I was
Oh
just
yeah,
paying PAL.
yeah,
Right.
but they were,
So
but they were like that though. I mean,
right,
I can't remember how many times there were summers when you had kids who couldn't afford it, and they would play.
right.
And I'm pretty sure you're going to remember this one, OG. They would Some of
Hmm.
those cops would actually take out of their own salary and send some of those kids to the Fresh Air Fund summer camp.
Hmm. I
Remember
was
Fresh
sent
Air?
there twice.
Yeah, remember Fresh Air Fund?
Yeah, so I
That was
was sent
that
there
that was the
twice. That's
thing.
why I learned how to swim at because I thought I was swimming just walking in the swimming pool. Once I went to summer camp, I found out, yeah, you keep on walking, you gonna walk in that deep water, and you gonna find out you ain't swimming. So
Mhm.
yeah, man,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
was
but
a
they would,
lot of advantages
yeah,
back in them days. And I
yeah.
just hope that that we can get back to that kind of policing so that we can have a greater understanding of each other because we really don't need to change in the rules due to the fact is black officers don't duplicate that behavior when they go in the white neighborhoods because they know
Mhm.
better. And it ain't about changing policy, retraining, or none of that. It's mindset. And so if you're not dealing with the people you are dealing with, maybe they swagger be so much different it could be a threat towards you because you're not dealing in that community and you're not walking the beat, as we used to call it back in the day. Cops don't walk the beat no more.
Well, I'm of two minds, to be honest with you, because
Yes, sir.
as with my father, like I said, with my father, 20 plus years, homicide vice, Atlantic City, New Jersey. So that'll tell you enough right there.
Yes, sir.
And then I spent a number of years as an investigator in New York. I
Mm-hmm.
agree wholeheartedly with you. It's mindset. I think a lot of these boys need some serious psychological evaluations, no lie.
Mm-hmm.
But from my own personal experience and have as being a trainer and watching other people being trained prior to that, there's a lot of issues with training. There really
Yeah,
is.
it is.
I mean, it really is. But first and foremost, I agree with you. It's got to be that mindset, because there's a lot of people who just coming in there because they think it's the Wild West, and that's not how this is working.
Right.
I can't speak as to how things were when y'all were coming up, but I know even when I was coming up, may not have had the type of programs y'all were talking about, but I still remember, we would have different things and programs, drug awareness, and you would see the police come in to the school.
Mhm.
I'm a small area, so we got to see them around at the grocery stores, and they would get out of the car and different things like that, to where it would kind of how would you say created a sense of calmness, getting used to seeing them around. They get used to seeing you, and that way you would know them and they would know you, to where there wouldn't have to be any of that tension. I think if they had programs like that where they were going into the school doing things with the kids, they would
Mhm.
there wouldn't have to be any of that tension because of those things.
Yeah, because the sad thing about it is that, I look, man, I remember growing up, if I saw a police officer, I would say, "Hello, how you doing today?" And we'd have a quick, 2, 3, 4, 5 minute conversation, something like that. But it's gotten to the point now where everybody's afraid to even just say hello to them, because well, if I say hello, they're going to start asking me who I am, show me ID, stuff like that. As a matter of fact, about 3 weeks ago, there was a state trooper who had stopped at a Mexican place to get some food. It's one of my favorite places I like to go. Um, and he was just standing out there all by himself, he, waiting on his food, just standing there doing nothing. And I looked at my boys like, yo, I'll be right back, man. He's like, where you going? So I'm going over here. Nah, man, don't do that. No, trust me, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? And I go over and I look at him, I was like, how you doing? And he just looked at me. He said, I'm doing well. I said, all right, you being safe out there, right? He said, yeah, I'm trying my best. He said, I know, look, man, I know things are getting a little crazy out there, man, but make no mistake, we ain't all against you, and I know all of you ain't against us. And he smiled, man. He said, no, man, people just don't want to talk to me, man. He said, I like engaging with people. I said, I know, but it's just crazy right now. You know what I'm saying? But that interaction I had with him is what I learned from being in PAL and dealing with my dad and dealing with other officers and Officer Nyan
Right.
Bongo. You know what I'm saying? You're not supposed to be afraid of them. That used to mean something back in the day. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
because remember when we were growing up, OG, the advertisements used to be on TV all the time. The police are your friends.
Right.
You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? You know,
Right.
and like I said, don't get me wrong, we had bad cops back then too.
Most
But
certainly.
the good cops actually spoke up a lot more when those bad
Right.
cops got out of line.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because like yo, I
Right.
mean because I mean that was back in the day when internal affairs did their job. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna make all of
Right.
us look
Totally.
bad. You're not gonna bring this precinct down. You're not gonna do this. You got to go. That's back in the days
Right.
when we used to have movies like Dirty Harry, Serpico. You know what I'm saying? You
Mm-hmm.
know, I
Dirty
mean,
Harry.
I
Right.
mean, we weren't having that back then. Like I said, we had bad cops. Don't get me wrong, but you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It
And
wasn't
we
the
all
way it
knew
is
that.
now. It is. Yeah, and we all knew that. Everybody knew it. And not only did we know that, but sometimes other officers would let us know what officers to avoid dealing with. Look, if this
Mm.
officer, you ever see this officer, yada yada, look, just keep your mouth shut. Whatever he say do, just do, get it done with and keep it moving. Because they knew certain officers were out there trying to, you know, put on a facade, like, you know, like they Wyatt Earp and stuff
Right.
like that.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. It's like when you go to the bank, if you go to this one bank and every time you go there, you get robbed and that's been your own experience, there's no way you gonna like that bank in that neighborhood. You just
Right.
not gonna like it. And so a
Exactly.
lot of times I believe that the only time we come in to a relationship with a police officer is usually when he's coming to correct something or enforce the law. And that
Hmm.
wasn't the way when I was growing up. I went to a protest about a month and a half ago. I went there as to monitor it. I went there and I recorded. I haven't even put it together and put it on my channel yet, but I was in a situation there that I was talking to the sheriff department, and one of the protesters just came up there and started screaming and hollering at me, "Don't talk to them! Don't talk to them!" And I had to
Yeah.
turn around and told that brother, and I like, look, man, my brother, I don't know what you doing out here. I don't know if you're part of this protest or you just part of it to make things escalate. But I'm gonna tell you something about human life. If you stop communicating, everything is over.
Hmm.
If you
Exactly.
stop communicating, everything is over. Do you
Exactly.
Yep.
notice the watch commander came over and asked me when I went back and sat down because I had my little umbrella chair and my camera set up. And he said, "What are you, one of the advisors out here?" And I said, "No, I'm just a citizen, just like everybody else." He said, well, "You
Hmm.
was able to pick out that brother that was a troublemaker." And I said, "Yeah, I've been picking out troublemakers all my life. But one thing I do know, even in every relationship, and I was taught at a very young age, even if you having a problem with your wife and y'all can't communicate at a certain time, but there's sometimes y'all gonna have to come together and have to have this talk out. And if you break down the communication in any relationship, it's pretty much over."
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's
That's
it.
true. That is true. That is fact. That is 100 fact. And not only is it fact, but it's a truth that cannot be denied.
Right.
Right. Right.
It
That's
is
it.
it is literally a truth that cannot be denied. You
Yeah.
know, just like I was saying earlier when fasting and I was talking, and I was telling him, you know, yo, who's gonna listen to you when you shut down on them, when you yelling at them, when you're threatening them, when you're cursing them? Nobody's gonna listen to you. Nobody.
Yeah.
I don't care how great your Christian bearing or your military bearing or whatever bearing is you have. Nobody wants to be talked to that way. So you're going to turn around and you're going to walk. You just shot down the conversation, and the sad part is that person you shut down like that could have been your greatest ally.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
never
That's
know.
it.
You never know. But for the sake of your arrogance and your own internal perceptions of importance, you just immediately just cut out a whole swath of people. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, like I was having a conversation yesterday. Look, man, I'm not saying racism don't exist. I'm not saying that at all in any
Right.
capacity. You know, but what I am saying is I'm not going to sit here and blame it on all white people. Stop playing.
Right. And
You
and
know.
the other thing too is when you censor them, then you can't have a discussion. You know, like OG was pretty much saying. But when you can actually do something to question, and then they can see how you move and you operate and your actions. I've seen and been around people that had you could tell they had ill feelings toward black people. But I
Hmm.
also been around them long enough to where I could see their look change towards me.
Hmm.
Um, so even though they might have had some bad feelings, but whenever they saw me, how I moved, how I did things, they were like, "Well, dang, they ain't all
Uh,
bad because he ain't."
Yeah, and that's been my experience. That's been my experience. I had there was an air freight company I was working for, and there was this dude named Russ. He had been there for like 10 years. I think I had been there at least by that time like 1 year. And I remember he was talking to somebody in the corner of the office, and I happened to glance up, and they were looking at me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, "What's up?"
right,
And then Russ looked at me and said, we're just having a conversation about you." I was like, "What? What about me?" It's like, you being from Brooklyn and, all that stuff and so on and so forth. And I'm like, "What about it?" And no lie, he looked at me dead in my face. He said, "Well, you got to understand, for us, you're what we call an anomaly." I was like, "Are you serious?" He's like,
yeah,
"Yo, we never come across a black person like you. It's a little disconcerting, not in a bad way. It throws us off from
Right,
everything we've
right,
known and what we've seen on the news and stuff like that." And I
right,
said, "Well, just let me make it abundantly clear. There's far more of me than the ones you see on the news, to be quite honest with you."
right,
And he was like, "Really?" I said, "Yeah, but look, believe it or not, we all want the same thing y'all want: a little peace and
hmm,
quiet, a nice acre house, and
right,
a good salary, and our kids healthy and happy.
right,
There's nothing new under the sun here, man. We all want the same thing." So
right.
yeah,
and he looked at me. He said, "Yeah." He said, "I respect that, man." He said, "But you got to understand, from my point of view, you've been here for a year, and I'm still not accustomed to it." And I'm like, "You'll be all right, man. You'll be all right."
right.
you know,
Yeah,
and
you're right about that. Hey, let me tell y'all about an experience I had when I was coming out in California. And this shows you things that I learned just by being around police officers. In 1991, I decided I wanted to come to California and pursue my comedy in California. And
oh
it was
wow.
just me and my dog. And I had a Jetta. I think I forgot what 1980 something Jetta. It was that little small one. And I know that I was going to be on the road by myself, and I knew that I was going to be going through some counties that I had never been through before and stuff like that. And my
Hmm.
dad was a tractor trailer driver, so I was already privy to the genre of music, of country music, because that's what he played when he drive trucks.
Hmm.
And so I was a fan of Rodney Travis. That's when he was real big in the early
Now,
part
no,
of the
Randy
wait,
80s, right?
wait,
Travis.
wait, wait now. Randy Travis, that's my boy. That's my
Yeah.
boy.
So you're gonna love this story then. So I'm traveling through Texas, I'm gonna say Arizona. Don't went through Texas. And I'm hitting Arizona, and I'm flying. I'm doing, and this was back in the time when they had it federal regulated that everybody had to drive 55 miles per hour. So
Mm,
that y'all know how long ago that was.
man.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
anyway, I was traveling about 75 because that's what I raised. When I was coming up, when you get on the freeway, you drive 75 miles an hour. And man, one of them popcorn machines pulled up behind me and pulled me over. And the first thing I thought about, my brother, was take out the R&B, because I seen there was a white officer, and put in
Hmm.
Randy Travis. And that's
Yep,
exactly what I did. And
yep.
by the time that man got in my car, he had me roll down my window, and my Randy Travis was blasting. He said, "Could you cut that down, sir?" You know how they talk. They cause they and Arizona they have them big old, I don't know what you call them, big old 10-gallon hats.
Yeah, I know what
And
you're talking about. Hmm.
yeah, right. So I said, "Yes, sir." And I cut it down, and he like, "Well, where are you going at, there, guy?" And I said, "Well, I'm trying to head to California." He looked in the car. He could see I got all my belongings and everything, and I'm packed up in there. And he said, "You like that boy Randy?" I said, "Yeah, he's one of the best deep baritone voices I ever heard in
Yeah.
music." And he said, "I like him too." And he said, "I'm gonna tell you something. Won't you slow that car down? And you're going a lot over the speed limit. I could get you for reckless driving, but I'm not even gonna give you a ticket or a warning. What I am gonna do is tell you to slow down because I know you're trying to get to someplace. And there's another officer about 7 miles in the same bushes that I'm in right now. And if you go
Hmm.
past him, he ain't gonna be as nice as I'm gonna be. He ain't gonna let you go." And
Yep,
I just eased up my little Randy Travis and pulled right on off. And see,
yep,
that was training that I
yep.
learned how you deal with people where they at.
Yeah.
Now, if I had been playing some damn rap, I'm gonna slap your mama and stuff like that, it would have been a totally different outcome.
Yeah.
Me
And see,
knowing, go ahead.
oh no, no, I'm sorry, I was clearing my throat. I'm sorry.
Okay, so me knowing my experience being around officer, being born in Charlotte, North Carolina, living my adult life in Atlanta, knowing how to deal with white people on all different types of level. I know how to speak with them. I wasn't shy down and I wasn't backing down. I wasn't tiptoeing through the daisy. I was just trying to give him the respect that he was giving me. And so I have had problems with officers in my life. I'm not going to tell nobody that I haven't had, and I have ran into some racist officers. But what I will tell people, I have ran into more good officers in any day than I have ran into bad ones.
That, yeah,
Right.
I would have to agree with that. I would have to agree with that. Because like I said, at the end of the day, and this is what I try to tell young, especially young brothers, it's about perception, man.
Hmm.
You know, you flying down a highway, you ain't got nothing on but a tank top, and and like you said, OG, nothing coming out your window except bitches and hoes and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
They automatically gonna go negative. You know what I'm saying?
right,
And that's not a racial thing. That's a societal thing because all society looks
right,
at that particular. You know, I mean, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, because real is real kept. I've seen them do the same thing to black men. I've seen them do it to
right,
white men who do the same thing, driving down in tank tops
right,
with music blasting with bitches and hoes. They like to call them wiggers, remember?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they like to call those wiggers. So it ain't a racial thing because they do it to
Right.
both.
right,
They don't like either one of those type of people.
right,
Yeah.
You see
And
what I'm saying?
right.
And
right.
perception is everything. Now see me,
Most
my
certainly.
favorite now see my favorite type of music, I'm not gonna lie, it's classical. It's
Right.
classical and opera. I'll listen to it all day, every
Hmm.
day. So
Well,
when
I can
I
listen to
go,
classical, but that opera, I listen to classic when I'm writing
yeah,
scripts or writing something important.
yeah.
But the
But see,
opera,
for
my girl was trained in Shakespeare, and the name is Kim Newberry, one of my first loves out here in
oh,
California.
I love Shakespeare. I love Shakespeare.
And
So then
she
you
was trained as a Shakespearean, and so she was trained on stage. So she listened to a lot of that. It's not that I couldn't embrace it; I can listen to it, but when I'm doing something, I want to
mhm.
relax. I can't listen to opera. It's so aggressive. People thinking it's not aggressive, but it is. It is a form of aggressive music, and there's a story behind it. And so I
Oh yeah,
do
yeah, yeah.
understand it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But
I
the
mean,
classical music, I can play
yeah,
that all. You can call it elevated music all you want to, but when I'm really
yeah.
in deep thought, I'm gonna play some classical music. And I'm gonna run a little bit of water in the background where I can get my thoughts together.
Well, yeah. Well, it's good concentration music. But for me, my particular favorite is Andreas Bocelli.
Hmm.
I can listen to anything and everything from him, to the end. But I know I had got pulled over, and that's what I was playing at the time. And
Right.
and because I'm doing real estate, so I'm always dressed in a jacket, a tie, yada yada yada. And
Hmm.
pulled me over. I got pulled over, and he walked up to the car. He looked at me. He said, "What the hell are you playing?" And I was like, "Oh, that's Andreas Bocelli." Andreas
Hmm.
Bocelli, and I was like concerta, opera, yada yada yada. And he
Hmm.
said, "Really, you into that?" And I was like, "Yeah, yeah, I love him." He said, "No, you don't." I started laughing. I said, "Yeah, I do."
Right.
He said, "Really?" And I said, "Watch this." And I turned the volume up a little bit more, and I started singing the song in Italian verbatim with Andreas
Hmm.
Bocelli from memory. And he looked at
Hmm.
me. He said, "Well, I'll be damned." He said, "Cultured."
Hmm.
He said, "I'll be
Hmm.
damned, cultured, huh?" I said, "Well, I don't know about cultured, but in New York." He said, "Ah, New York." I was like, so not to be rude, but is there a particular reason you pulled me over? He said, "I had one, but that just made my day. You go on about your business."
Hmm.
I was like,
Yeah.
so I was like, okay, no problem. So
Yeah,
I was like,
and people don't understand the vibration, how you use your language sometimes can change the mood of a lot of different things, fashions in your life, people around your life, everything. Because I remember, even as a Christian, people treated us, my family, different because we moved different. I mean, we stayed
mhm,
in church. Matter of fact, there was a church in our house. So when people in the community seen us, we was a representation of what that our teaching was, and they did treat us differently. I mean, some of them might have called us square and all that other kind of stuff. Y'all lived in the closet and all that other stuff, but they had a level of respect for us because we gave that out. We
Yeah.
lived that life that we was reading about. We lived that life that we study about, and so they did see a difference in us as far as other children. And that, not this is not nothing to say that we were better, but I'm saying we have a certain calmness about ourselves. I
Yeah,
never ate in a
absolutely.
restaurant until I was like 12 years old. My grandmother cooked everything, even my lunches we took to school. So you got to understand in them times when your parents really instilled great things in you and associated you with a lot of different things in life, then you was well rounded by the time you get ready to put your boots on the ground.
Well, not just well rounded, but you
Uh,
had a greater sense of yourself that you wouldn't let anybody outside of yourself convince you to be other than who you were.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because nowadays you got celebrities, and everybody else under the sun, getting children to conform to their way of life and their ideas. I
Mm-hmm.
remember back in the day, you raised your kids. Yeah, look, if you did right, your kids wouldn't let nobody just convince them to be other than what they are. You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
mean, back in the day, if you had a friend, if you were a straight shooter, you know what I'm saying, as we used to say back then, if you were a straight shooter and you had a friend, who was doing nothing but smoking weed all the time, you'd be like, yo, man, I can't be around that, bro. I gotta go.
Yeah.
Well, yo, my mom and dad ain't raised me like that. But when you done and you know what I'm saying, you back straight, we can go hang out and do something, but I can't be around that.
And another thing,
You had a sense of yourself that you didn't allow people to play you. You know what I mean?
and it's like a man must stand in his principle. Like me, I've never smoked weed in my life, and I never will. Right. So we hang out with people, friends, right? And that's why the scripture talks about how you can deal with unbelievers over time, right? Because I was firm in my belief. Guess what? It came a time where if we actually meet people who are outside my circles and they offer me weed, I didn't even have to say it. My friends would be like, "Hey, he don't smoke. Don't offer it to him."
Yeah,
right.
They
yeah,
were giving me that
yeah.
respect.
Fasten your mic sound real good, man. What kind of mic you using?
Zoom 6 H6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I connected to a voice changer so I can go like this. I can go like this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you sound a
Yeah.
little different.
Yeah, he
Yeah, I
does.
know.
Yeah,
I
some of
hate
the
using
highs, I mean, your voice usually have carry a little bit of the highs, but you're
yeah.
more in the mid range and deeper. It sounds good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
because
does.
whenever we had that conversation, I was on my iPhone, so that's why
Okay.
it's sounding like that's what I said. The phone sometimes it doesn't sound good. Like having the
Yeah,
real mic, shout out to DJ Kuda, it changes everything.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was talking about that
Mhm.
last night.
Yeah,
He was giving people advice on their microphones and systems last night.
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
He
I
was
was on there last night, and
today
I
too. He
even
was talking
joined.
about it.
yeah.
I
I know
even
he's
joined some
getting
of the
kind of
powers of the
upset
day because
because
they
of it,
having a
but
little deep discussion. So I went in there and gave my input on both channels, and then I'm like, only thing I ever heard from this guy is you can do better once you become what we call the seeds of any sports. That's the top of all sports. Once you become on that platform, you go have to change. You got to be an example how you want everybody else to be, and we all have room for change. And if you
Mhm.
out there and you a top seed, you supposed to have top voice. You supposed to have top videos, everything,
Yeah.
Right,
Oh
because
yeah, yeah,
everybody's looking
yeah.
up to you.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, he did. He went on that for about a 15-20 minute rant. I remember that. Because
Yeah, I
he was
know.
telling people, yo, y'all need to stop playing. Y'all need to get your game straight. Because if you're gonna be this, yeah, yeah, everything you said is what he said last night, OG, for sure.
yeah,
Yeah, I know.
Mm.
That's why before I invested, I wanted to have things invested into my sound because I wasn't worried about camming up or nothing like that. So I wasn't worried about video quality and all that. But so I was just gonna have an avatar pitch up there, but I wanted the sound. I wanted to be clearer, and he and I talked, and that's why I ended up getting this HyperX Quadcast mic, and I'd I knew I needed a new laptop. I got that, and it got this USB and it hooks right on in. I remember you saying earlier today, OG, wish they would format things more for these USB mics because you got some really great USB mics that they could hook into sound boxes and different things. But you know, um, and you have to hook them up straight to the computer. So maybe they will change something here soon, to make them more versatile. And
Right,
because
interface. We need interface with UBS mics as much as we need with the three prongs. You know what I mean?
yes,
Because we can do it
Yeah,
so much better when you're going in one space in your computer and you can have everything hooked up from your interface. That means your guitar, whatever you need, your keyboard, whatever you mean, and you're not taking up spaces on your computer trying to use up the USB. And it could be much better. I would like to see one of our brothers design something like that and put it on the market.
oh wow, that would be
yeah, that
that
would be
would be
interesting.
nice.
That would be very interesting because I
Yeah.
got a snowball here that I've been sitting here with forever, but USB, I can't use it the way I
Right,
want to.
right, yeah. And
Because those snowball mics are expensive to just be sitting around collecting dust.
You're most certain.
wow,
I
wow.
mean, my dad spent $1,000 to get the same thing I have right now, and I'm gonna go help him set it up tomorrow. So it's like, why? Because my dad heard me. He heard one of my lives. He heard how I sounded because he does his own thing too. So I'm like, you need. I'll convince my dad. I'm like, hey, you need to sound like this if you're gonna send your audio to like radio station back in Africa. You want to have a high quality. You don't want to have like the trash radio, or was it the little was it landline phone
Uh,
sound, because it's no good. I'm like, you want to send the best quality, so even if it goes to the radio, it will actually sound good. It's no, you guys remember radio sound, right? It's like when someone's
yeah,
talking on the radio, it sounds like far away and stuff like that, like muffled, because it's radio sound. But if you actually have high quality sound, it will sound also better on the radio.
And
right.
then one of the things too, fast and with me going to Columbia Broadcasting School way back in the 70s, DJs learned. I'm just to give you an example. Love the sounds of SPWDSP, bringing it to you 95 degrees in the shade. The weatherman say hi today. We know how to throw our voices. We know how to do a lot of things on a cheap mic that the average person can't do. So
Hmm.
when you don't have them skill levels, then it takes longer to try to get them skill levels. Won't you just get a piece of equipment that's going to perform on the same status?
Hmm.
Right. And I could tell a big difference, how from before when I was just using my phone to how I sound now on this HyperX. And it's so much clearer, and my voice comes through much better, and I think a little deeper as well. And
Yes,
yeah,
it
it
does.
just sounds clearer. You
Yeah,
could tell a big difference with a good mic. And
Yeah, yeah,
some of them you don't even have to spend a whole lot of money on. You can get decent mics for $70. This one, I spent a little about 150 on, but it didn't kill me. And I like how it sets up. It's black and red along with my laptop. So I got a good little ambience going with it as well.
yeah. Because
right.
I was on my man's Savage Red Recoveries stream last night for a little bit, congratulating him. He had got 200 subs, and
Yeah.
somebody in the chat had asked me, you know, um, to put in a link to my channel, and I wrote, "Oh, I don't have a channel." And then they were like, well, damn, what kind of mic you got for somebody who ain't got a channel?" And I was like, "Oh, dude, it's a $40 gamer headset I mean, with a
Right.
mic in
Right.
it. That
Right.
that's all it is." And they was like, "Well, damn, that sounds really good." I
Yeah.
said, "Yeah, well, I mean, you gotta know how to position the mic the right spot in front of your mouth, and you got to
Yeah.
know how to shift your voice when you're talking. Because I mean, if I turn just the slightest angle, we're gonna get something totally different than what you get than what you're getting
Right.
now.
Right.
You know,
Right.
but it goes back to what OG was saying about knowing how to place your voice. Like if the mic's to your left, you don't talk directly into the mic from the left. You project forward or to the right, so that way it'll take out a lot of that lisps and ists and all that
Yeah.
other stuff,
Yeah.
all that pop without having to buy a filter. Does that make sense?
Or de-esser
Yeah.
or anything else, or gauge or anything else. Because you got to understand, when Barry Gordon was running his studio, he didn't have the same mics as the white boys over there. But what he did do is took his performers in and trained them. And I understand why a lot of other people give pushback on good equipment, because there are things that happens just like that. But look, a lot of people don't have time to go get trained how to throw their voice. A lot of people don't know how to get trained, how to make certain sounds come out of their mic. A lot of people don't know even where their voice is at, how to tune their mic. Like this one right now, it still has a top end trimmer on top that I need to cool down a little bit so you won't hear it out like that. But
Yeah.
I'm able to be a DJ where I can bring it in, where I can talk to you just like that and say, hello, how you doing? See, but see, I know what I'm doing and I know how I'm hearing, but that comes from over 40 something years of training. So when you
Yeah.
can just go and buy it and it does everything for you, and the only thing you have to do is worry about is talking, then it makes it much easier, especially when you're just trying to get into it being a content maker.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
but see, at the end of the day, in my personal opinion, you should know how to do both, because
Yeah.
you know
Oh
you
yeah.
got you
Yeah.
got equipment malfunction. Because like with me, I didn't learn it intentionally. I learned it because in the military they teach you how to give commands, how to call
Mm-hmm.
out movements, and etc. and so on. So they teach you
Ah,
how to shift your voice, and how to how to call a group to attention, parade rest, double time,
Right.
right flank, left flank, all that good stuff. So because if you look, and you can see it too, because you'll see how a regular soldier talks, and then if you put a
Mm-hmm.
drill sergeant right next to him, it's radically different. you know
Totally different.
got you.
if you put a drill sergeant and on the left, and then you turn around and put a colonel on the right of him, again, it's radically different. So
Different.
I mean,
Yeah.
so we get trained that way, just for being able to learn how to make and give proper commands. So that's where I got it. That's where I got it from.
I got you,
So
but
Right, and there's nothing wrong with learning. I don't. Even at my age, I was talking to Fasting just this week, and as much as I know how to calibrate and do all that kind of shit, he taught me something about StreamYard when I play my music, and it has something that's been stuck with me ever since he done. Every time I play music, I go in there and hit that little button, that put that little check mark in there, and I learned that from a person who probably wasn't even thinking about things when I was going to Columbia Broadcasting School. But see, this is what I'm saying: we can learn from everybody, and if you keep your mind closed where you don't want to learn, you're gonna miss out.
yeah,
oh yeah,
that's
absolutely.
big,
Hmm.
and and that's so that's something, you want to think about. You get on here, you making content, especially when you got so many people supporting you and giving you donations, making super chats. It's only right to put back off into your equipment to give
Hmm.
them the best experience that they can have. It says a lot about being a good steward of your money that you're getting. It just shows appreciation to those people that are making those donations. When you putting that energy back off in there, off into getting better equipment, to update, add something different. um it just shows your level of appreciation for them for doing so by doing that.
Let me ask you a question. You think it wouldn't be as hard if we was talking about like race car drivers? Who in the hell is still running around with a Hemi car on the Daytona 500 or any of that kind of stuff, who are out there still trying to run old types of engine versus fuel injection? I mean, we got to be honest. If we was talking about another subject, I think everybody would be able to see it. If we were talking about just the average person car, I think everybody would see it. But when you start talking about things that they don't feel like they have to change, that's where you go get that pushback from.
Right,
Hmm.
right. You're right. You're right. Yeah,
but
you
but there
got to
seems but there
go
seems to
ahead.
be a I'm sorry.
No, I said
um
go ahead.
there seems to be a disconnect nowadays, um when it comes to stuff like that, because it seems like everybody wants to be. I started a YouTube channel, and right out the gate I should have 1 million people. Nobody, no, nobody. It's they don't understand that it takes time to build up, and there's a significant aspect. You could see your build up and how it jumps by the way you dedicate yourself to your craft and to your equipment you add in.
Right, right.
I mean, you could see the comparison, but a lot of people, They want to do it from their Android phones and just upload a quick minute video. And that's why TikTok is so popular now, because you don't need to have all that. You can just do it from your phone and all that good stuff. But if you're truly going to be a content creator, then YouTube or BitChute or something like that is the place to be. And you got to invest in that equipment, and like you were saying, Azen, you owe that. You owe that to the people who subscribe to you. You owe that to the people who give the time to listen to you, you know what I'm saying, and donate to you in the whole 9 yards. But a lot of them just don't want to do the do.
Yeah.
I would like to take a station break. We got somebody new on the channel, but before we do that, we're going to take a station break. And the station break is you're listening to Fasting is Life right here on a Saturday afternoon. West Coast, about 7:34. East Coast, maybe 10:34. So anyway, if you like the content you're listening to on the air, live, or you are listening to this in a repeat, please donate. This Cash App is going across the bottom. Please, please donate for this kind of positive content where brothers come together, act like men's, don't scream, don't holler, but get their point across. Thank you very much for tuning in, because I know there's a lot of things you could be doing right about now, but this is Fasting is Life.
Now you know damn well if I was a girl, I would have packed up and moved to you. You know that, right?
Yeah, OG got that voice.
They trying to call in. Where you at?
I was like, ooh, I want to have your baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell the experience he has in radio, just the way he presented that, his presentation on it, and the way he pitched his voice in there. It was it was smooth. It was a thing of art.
Yeah,
Like I told you last time you did it. It makes me flash back to New York when I used to listen to the DJs on the Quiet Storm.
Right.
Every Friday night, man. That was the thing in New York, Quiet Storm.
even in public speaking, they teaches you how to speak, right? There are ways where you can speak to people. Like I know people talk about trance, like speaking soft puts people in trance, right? Notice also even when it comes to children, you know, I guess maybe I'm a very observant person. Watch children, right? When they want to get something from their parents, what do? Hey, dad, or hey, mom, can I do this?
Yeah.
What this? What's the difference? Hey, mom, can I get this? Which one do you think is gonna work?
Exactly.
See,
Exactly. Yeah.
even children that teaches us, right? That's why there's this book where they say how women seduce men. They do cooing like baby, like oh you're so cute, like hey that baby like the little voice. What do you think everybody loves baby? Like whenever the baby does that, like the little cooey voice.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, oh, why? Because it's that that range of sound. It puts everybody in a mold. It's a baby. So it's they say even inside they say the same way babies do that. Women also use that same strategy. And not only that, they say in public speaking, there's a way where you can keep people captivated to your voice, and at the same time, there's a way where you can basically alarm, like brother Lawrence mentioned about the military. You know how they say attention, right? And then
Right.
there's another way with it. They'll yell at you. You know that what the soldiers are yelling. The reason why they're yelling is it's bringing not only your attention, but it's gonna stay in your head because that voice is gonna be in your brain. So it's like it's a psychological training. Like he's not calling you names to insult you personally. It's just to get you in that mode, right? So you can get used to it. It's about habit. He's making you get used to that voice as a habit. But
Well,
like I
yeah,
said,
what it is it's tearing us down from our old concepts to rebuild us into something new that's more beneficial to the whole, and the changing in the pitches and stuff like that, as we like to call it, it's cadence. You got to change your
yeah,
cadence, and
yeah,
you can see it when we're doing runs and stuff like that, and we're calling out our cadences, because how I sound now and how I would sound singing out a cadence when we're on a 10-mile run is radically different.
Hard work.
Yeah, exactly.
up, 2, 3, 4, up,
You
2,
know,
3, 4,
exactly.
to the left.
Because like right now, I'm talking, we're having a conversation. But let's say I did the C-130. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I got it. You need it. A motivation. I mean, the cadence just shifts and
Yeah, it
changes, and
changes.
as you go through the song, your voice gets deeper, but the cadence gets sharper. It's just,
Mm.
it's just, it's just that's. I mean, and they do it to all of us. They whether you want to be that or not, they make you do it because you
Oh,
gotta,
okay.
you
Yeah,
gotta,
Right.
you gotta be able to hang. You gotta be able to roll with it. Because
yeah.
I remember one drill sergeant had explained to me, the whole part of that is because one, you got to learn to find your voice, um especially if you're going to be in command, and even if you're not in command, you got to understand, if you don't know how to modulate your voice and get that cadence, imagine when you're in the middle of combat and there's rockets flying, bullets flying, chaos. Nobody's going to hear you.
Right.
Nobody's going to be able to
Most
understand
certainly.
what you're nobody's going to be able to understand what you're saying. So that's why they make us do that.
All right, my brothers, I appreciate it. I only comes on when I see y'all up here. I would always come and participate and support until we get this channel the way we wanted to get this channel,
Yeah.
because this is going to be one of the smoothest channels on this sector, where brothers know they can come here and just kick off their shoes, take off the socks, and wiggle their toes and just have conversation. So thank you for having me on here fasting. Thank
You're
you to
welcome,
my
bro.
brother. It's always enjoyment in coming into the company of beautiful people. Peace, love, and always strive for the truth.
All
All
right.
right,
Yes,
thank you,
brother.
man.
Later,
Always,
OG.
always, yeah, always good to see you.
Yeah, thanks for coming through.
Hmm. Awesome. OG.
Yeah.
J Speed.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's always laid back, and which that's I like that's how I want mine to be. Whenever I'm over there, to have it, a good ambience, and none of that riffraff. Just want to keep things smooth, man. It's
Yeah,
always
yeah.
better when it's smooth.
Yep,
Yeah,
it
I
is.
believe this channel is gonna grow because
Oh yeah,
the way I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't even need to make it grow. Current events is gonna make it grow because
Oh
you're gonna
yeah,
have
well.
more people looking for a certain topic, and then I'm touching it, right? So,
right,
with this whole thing that's happening where people are gonna continue to stay home and not be outside, so they'll have no choice but to stumble upon this broadcast. So
right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um,
being
it's
patient.
im- it's important to note too that slow, consistent growth actually gives you more loyal followers, because generally, if you have a follower spike due to a video that goes viral or so, they just joined because of the hype. So
Mhm.
I don't one thing I like to say is that guys should never be discouraged in whatever they do, not necessarily just limiting it to YouTube, but when you see that your following or your support isn't spiking, it's a real slow trickle, you should actually be satisfied and know that these people that are joining up or buying into whatever you produce are people
Right.
who genuinely believe in what you produce.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's it.
And
Yeah,
that's who you want.
yeah. I mean, a slow progress is better than none. I mean, it's simple. As long as you're progressing and growing, it's not dwindling. You just take it to the ease, and then eventually you'll find and change and do more content and different type of content. It'll draw other people in, and it's gonna grow.
Hmm.
Correct. And just to follow up on what you guys were saying earlier about improving equipment and so on, I think that's something that us so-called black guys need to do level of self-examination, because what I see is that oftentimes we like to call ourselves the best, or say, okay, we're the best, or we're trying to be the best,
Mm,
but too many times we settle for good enough. And
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one.
yeah, and that's something I've learned throughout my high school and university life playing sports. Um, Many times I got complacent and I'm like, hey, I'm good enough. But then when I play a team and we get blown out, or I get utterly destroyed, my fitness wasn't good enough. I had to sit down, examine myself, and realize, damn, I'm not as good as I thought I was. and that's where you have to go back to the drawing board and improve. And there's no excuse for not improving when you have the tools and the resources necessary to do so. So, which is why the discussion that occurred earlier on today was an important one, and I'm actually hopeful, and I believe we're seeing the results of it. That a lot of guys are gonna heed the call and say, hey, we need to present ourselves better, because what you're gonna see is a lot of persons coming from the outside and look at what's going on in this sphere, this small community in the in the wider YouTube community, and think these guys not taking it serious, when in fact that may not necessarily be the case. But if you talk the talk, you're gonna have to walk the walk.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
And it's interesting you say that because yesterday there's a gentleman I've been following for about a year or so named Sean James. I don't know if he's familiar, but it's funny you say that because he did a stream yesterday for an hour and a half, right? Check out the name of the stream: Black People's Fear of Following Through, Finishing Up, and Moving Forward.
Mm.
That was literally his stream like 16 like 24 hours ago. And the fact that you brought that up here right now fascinates me. Absolutely fascinates me.
Wow.
so so I mean, yeah, firing on all cylinders, man. I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
he just posted that yesterday, and I got it in my playlist. I haven't got a chance to watch it, but while we sitting here talking, I'm going through my stuff and seeing what I got to catch up on, and it's sitting right there in front of me, right
Man.
there in
yeah.
front of me.
I brought it up because that's something that I have struggled with, and I wouldn't be ashamed to say I'm likely still struggling with, because many times, I've had ideas or things that I started, and for some reason I never finished because one, I didn't commit. Two, I didn't work as hard as I should have on it. And then in some cases, I just relied on raw talent. And we see a lot of that happening in the manosphere, particularly the black manosphere. You see a lot of guys, they have a lot of raw talent. They have the charisma, they have the personality, they have the knowledge, and as you can see, people are following, but that talent can only take you so far. You still require the diligence, the discipline, etc. So I just brought it up because it was really interesting, and I'm sure it's something that a lot of people, not just limited to us brothers, but something that a lot of persons tend to struggle with.
Yep,
Yeah.
man, that is the truth. And
And if I'm gonna, I mean, if we're gonna be honest about it, yeah, I suffered that for a long time. I'm not even gonna lie about it. And I suffered it for a variety of reasons. It's like, I get up, I get motivated, I head out. I'm hard charging, and then somewhere down the line, one little thing will mess up, and instead of just focusing on fixing a little thing, what I used to do is like, okay, all of it's no good now, yada yada yada. It's like I was trying to find a reason not to be successful because again, I don't want to take the responsibility of what that entails. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
mm,
Yeah,
It does. It does.
it's a hard thing for especially us as a people. It's a hard thing. It really is. Especially when we're being bombarded all the time that we're not supposed to work. It's just supposed to be given to us. I mean,
Mm.
that, you're being bombarded by what women are saying. You're being bombarded by what the media is saying. You're being bombarded by looking at, other men who are not even working hard, but getting everything. And you got to learn how to block that out. But yeah, there was a good, there was close to a decade, um, in my 40s. I used to suffer that a lot. I really did. I really did.
yeah,
Um,
procrastination is I would say procrastination tends to happen. It's like when you're standing still. Like I remember, uh, one of my driver license got suspended without you know me being aware, and then I got pulled over by a cop, and then he mentioned to me, he said, "Hey, your license is invalid." I'm like, "What? I'm a truck driver, right?" So I had to call my company and basically let them know that I went to court, and they told me that because I had an expired driver license because of some surcharge. There was some stupid law that Texas had, but they removed it this year. Uh, they basically put me in timeout. Like my job was well, since you won't be able to drive for a month. I was thinking about quitting them, but they're like, no, no, no. It's not your fault. So you're not gonna work for 1 month, and then once once your car, I mean your ID is back to the system, then you can return to work. So I used that 1 month. It was what 33 days.
Mhm.
I've been planning on working on a children's book, but I never got the time. Why? Because I'm always working. So it's not me just chilling at home doing nothing. You know what I did? Every day I was waking up, I was drawing this drawing and coloring it until I finished it, scanned them, fixed it up on Photoshop, got into this website, put the books together. I did everything. I wrote the language, I did the editing, the grammar, everything. I didn't pay nobody. I did everything by myself, and I published it. 1 month,
Nice.
I published a book, and I
Nice.
guess one day I'll probably do like a review on it, like show you how it looks like. So all like I was able to do it, but one thing I noticed is once I did it and I was back to work, I couldn't do it again. Why? Because I don't have the time. So the the trick is like okay, you must have an end goal. That's one thing I realized. Okay, pick a project that you can finish. A lot of time is we thinking you know the big plan, like you know something major. Like it's like there's a African say that say a chicken swallows the nut that can fit his throat. You're not gonna give a big old coconut to a freaking chicken. It's not gonna. It won't go. Give him some
Yeah.
peanuts or some rice, right? So the thing is, pick something that you can accomplish in a short amount of time that won't require too much energy. And then
Right.
by you doing it over and over, what happens is you build comfort and confidence. Then you'll be able to do something major. Like me starting a channel. I already had a channel, but streaming, you know, could have said, hey, get you a mic, get this, and then start. And now we're going into my was in my third week doing streaming. So you know, it's some you just have to start somewhere. You know, some
Hmm.
start somewhere small. Like some people, they have great voice, but they don't have a channel. And then all they have to do is just start a channel, just make that one video at a time. You know, until by the time you look back, you realize you've made what 200 videos. You're like, what? 200
Hmm.
videos? That's how easy. But you have to start somewhere and pick.
Yeah.
I think the problem with us as people is we tend to think big. There's nothing wrong, but at the same time, okay, if you're thinking big, remember you requires you making big steps. Why think big if you can make that big step?
Yeah. Trying to do too much too
Yeah.
soon.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what that is. That's exactly what that is.
Mm.
Yeah.
And we're all and we're all
And
and we're all guilty of it.
correct.
Yeah.
Correct. That goes also to what OG was saying concerning the whole voice thing. A lot of guys are blessed with great voices, uh, be well, whether it's a wide vocal range or their voice has a very compelling bass, you know, some vibrato to it. Uh, but what a lot of guys don't know how to do is to control and manipulate their voice. So they may not necessarily be able to enter into that announcer tone or adjust the cadence to command attention or even to evoke different emotions, you know, talk in a way that makes people feel more empathetic, essentially unlocking all the various powers of their unique voice. So
Mhm.
yeah, I believe that's something that we all need to look at, learning our crafts and being able to, you know, take it to another level. And I assume, when I assume, I can say that that also applies as well to spiritual things. A lot of guys, I'm sure all of us have been guilty at some point,
Mhm.
try to do too much too soon. It's like, hey, you know, you gotta eat, you gotta learn and grow and improve.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I would agree. I would
Yeah.
agree with that. And like you said, that crosses every aspect of life, man. Whether it's your spirituality, your financial, your physical, your mental, your emotional. You know, and like I said earlier, with the mustard seed, you got to give it a chance to grow.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not. It's. I mean, just because you put the seed down, don't mean tomorrow morning it'll be a full grown tree. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts. Well, all right.
Thanks, brother
I'm gonna.
Eyes. Thanks for the cash up. Thank you
Oh
very
yeah,
much.
no problem. No problem. Yeah, I'm gonna get off here. I got some more I got to do, and but thanks for having me on. You streaming tomorrow, fasting?
Probably. It depends. Like because I know I'm gonna go to my parents' house and basically
Got you.
set
Got
him
you.
up. So
Yeah, yeah.
I
I got
may or may not have a stream in the morning. Who knows? But
you.
uh,
Okay.
once I do, it's it. I'm thinking it's probably gonna be, if I don't do it early morning, then it's probably gonna be late in the afternoon.
Got you. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have mine probably maybe around 12:30 my time. So I want to
Oh,
try and
okay.
get one in early.
Oh
What
yeah,
is
yeah.
what is
Better,
what
better,
what is
better get it
what
in.
yeah, what is that? 12:30. That's like what, 1:30
That'd
for
be
me?
1:30 your time, yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you're gonna be earlier. Okay, so you're gonna
yeah.
be earlier. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
No,
trying to be earlier.
no, that'll work. And you said you're doing two, or you
Yeah,
only gonna
I'm
do
gonna do that one. I'm gonna do the one on the Oaken, and then I'll probably do another one later on in the afternoon before Zero starts his on
all right, the
on
gaming one.
yeah, on the gaming one.
Yeah.
Probably
Are you
I
doing are you
think
doing comics or
I
just
think I want to
games?
do comics.
Okay, because I'll be there. I can't speak on games, but I can speak on comics.
Yeah, I plan on maybe doing comics
Yeah,
and
don't be bringing in them Marvel zombies up there.
oh no, man. That one really wasn't my thing. I'm actually thinking about taking in the direction of actually how the DC animated universe has been doing. So
Yeah,
Okay.
especially that
Okay.
last that last movie, the
uh
Justice League Dark.
Dark Apocalypse. Well,
Yeah,
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 Justice League Dark, the Apocalypse War. Yeah, that was pretty good. But yeah.
yeah. But the last one, they ended the universe in that last one as a whole.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
well, actually,
Yeah.
that one they it took a turn for the bad, but they started the Flashpoint again to start another universe. So
Hmm.
yeah, so
Yeah, yeah. Well, the tricky part is if you're gonna talk about it tomorrow, and not giving away spoilers for somebody who ain't seen it.
right, yeah, that's the thing. But I just want to talk about pretty much try and talk about in whole how it's been uh it's been a whole lot. I mean, Marvel's animated universe is pretty much non-existent. Only thing they've had, are comics and movies.
Poverty.
Yeah,
Absolute poverty.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Well, like we talked about on the last stream on the channel. Besides X-Men and the Amazing Spider-Man, Marvel's animation has been brutal,
Yeah, it
brutal.
has. It has.
It's been bad. It's been real bad.
It just otherwise almost
Um,
non-existent.
who's the guy on the top right? Were they talking about me?
Yeah, I think they're talking about
It's
you.
not me.
You were just talking about it a few minutes ago.
Oh, that's funny because that's what I was saying about
Yeah,
about my boy Savages. They keep asking me if I got a channel. No, I don't have a channel, man.
yeah. They asked that on Zeros too, and I put in the text and all he does I put in the chat he doesn't have one, but
You know what, Lawrence? It's your voice.
Yes, his voice. This is
yeah,
this
It's
definitely
your
his voice.
voice.
yeah.
My voice.
Now imagine your
Oh,
voice, and you have a what's his name? Ty City's mic, the one that he got. Imagine you having
Yeah,
a,
got with.
yeah, your voice is
Oh
gonna
yeah,
sound way better.
yeah.
oh. Well, I got a channel, but it's not that kind of channel.
Right.
It's a real estate channel. I pull up properties for sale and stuff like
Yeah,
that. But
a lot of
it's
people they think real estate is kind of boring, but I mean, think about, but you know what? A lot of real estate channel will grow, especially talking about pandemic. I know there's this one guy. I think he's Hispanic. He started a channel about another crash, housing crash. Basically, he's saying that this pandemic is gonna make 2018 look like nothing. So
yeah,
he,
Yep.
we coming on a full on economic crash, not just real estate.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
but my real estate channel is not for that. All I do is I take photos of properties and then I load up the properties so my buyers
Well,
can see them and decide if they
okay.
want.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I don't do recordings of voiceovers. I don't nah. It's just images of the property and because it's just easier for me because I don't have to constantly figure out how to send large emails to them.
Right. Right.
So
Gotcha.
what I did is I made the channel. I'll go out there with my camera, my phone, whatever. I'll record the property so they can see the outside and the inside, and then I'll post it on the channel. And then I'll send them the link, and then they can look at it. If they like it, then they'll send me the contracts, and we take it from there. But
Oh,
that's that. I mean, that's all it is, no more, no less. That's why when people ask me, I don't have a channel.
right, right. I got you.
Okay, so that's like the third stream somebody's asked me, huh?
Yeah, it is.
my friend, she does it on Facebook. She's a real estate too. What she does is she'll go in the house, or whether it's a mansion or whatever, and she's live streaming while showing the house. Especially during this pandemic, since they couldn't go anywhere, or they couldn't have any guests. So what she'll do is she'll go in the house and basically live stream it on Facebook, for her client or people who want to watch. And basically, that's her content, to get customers. She's been
Yeah,
doing.
yeah, but in yeah, that and what she's doing exactly is exactly how I'm using the YouTube channel. The only difference is I'm not using Facebook. I'm trying to slowly but surely get out of Facebook because it's just getting to be a hot mess.
Yeah,
Because
gotcha.
when I'm dealing with realtors or buyers or wholesalers, and we're supposed to be talking about business, and all you want to do is call out black this, Black Lives Matter that, white people this. Nah, this is a business page.
Man,
This is a business page, man.
man,
Yeah,
Gotcha. Gotcha.
None of that belongs here. You
Gotcha.
let
know,
me
I
tell
mean,
you something.
and it doesn't matter if I agree or disagree with you. This is just not the place for that. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
Listen, let me tell you something. Uh, I mean, I'm relatively young, but last year I had to. Was it last year? Yes, it was last year. I had to get a Twitter account for work. Right, I was helping my boss with some research, and well, I needed a Twitter account to, crawl different Twitter accounts, etc. Check out tweets, look up trends, etc. And I had never been on Twitter before, so I didn't know what to expect.
It's
I
a
didn't really know
cesspool.
much. Man,
It's a
within my
cesspool.
first 10, 15 minutes of Twitter, I'm like, I now see why my boss gave the work for me to do.
Hmm. Yeah,
the
it's
amount of
bad.
the amount of muck and utter ridiculousness I had to wade through, to get to what
Hmm.
I want to get to. I'm like, geez, this is crazy, and increasingly, yeah, Facebook is getting that way, and you see how it goes, with these trends and different. Well, I guess we in the era of social media activism. Let me just talk about it frankly,
Oh yeah, that's
and
exactly what it is.
what we see is that, and a lot of it comes from a good place. Many persons want to feel that they're doing something, showing support or solidarity for whatever cause, and the method or the vehicle for them to do it is through social media, because that's one, the easiest way for them to do it, and then two, because the algorithms and the platforms push trends, you
Hmm.
feel like you're a part of something bigger. So I definitely understand, where it's coming from. However, as we kind of spoke about yesterday, it results in an information overload, and it's not just information in the purest sense. It's like it's all these opinions, many of them very inflammatory opinions, and people are also prone to go 0 to 100 in no time. You
Oh
might
yeah.
say something totally benign or bland. It's not actually directed at anything. You just state your opinion and you get a firestorm in responses. So it's not for the faint of heart, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, all right, gentlemen, it's been good on here talking with you and chatting with you. I'll catch up with y'all next time.
Yeah, man.
All
Good
right.
night.
All right. I will see you tomorrow, brother.
All right, later.
All right, later. But
So, as the last,
yeah,
sorry, I
go
was
ahead.
just going to a quick station break, just like OG. So, as we just had our, that's going to call us our third guest, but fourth panelist drop off, we'd like to thank you all for tuning in to Fasting is Live, the stream on the 25th of July 2020. So, we're going to move on to another topic right after this break. We'd like to thank you guys once again. So, the topic I'd like to talk about, guys, is our dear brother Kanye West.
Oh,
I'm
you got to be
sure.
kidding me.
No, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Listen, the reason
Well,
I brought it up.
do me a favor. I got to step away for a second. Go ahead and start, but I'll be right back.
Oh, all
Yeah,
right,
because
good.
I want to hear what you got to say. But just give me one quick minute. I'll be right back.
All right, good. So, Fasting, you there?
yeah. I'm back. I was getting something. What's up?
All right, good. So, I'm sure you know about the whole Kanye West situation and all that happened with him over the past couple days, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What do you think about it?
It's all smoke screen theater. Remember, he's an actor. They're all actors. Him, Kim. They're all Hollywood people. So they just do. They're following a script. It's all nonsense. Like I said, like he's known as the wall person. He says wall stuff. It's all a script. He's just like Donald Trump. The whole thing is, remember he said that he's gonna quote unquote run for president in 2024, and then all of a sudden this year he changed his mind to run again after everything is closed. So to me, I'm like, nobody was thinking about him, so he had to pull like a stunt. Well, when I say him, the leaders, the sponsors, they told him put, make a stunt and come on the news and talk about stuff and nonsense. Yeah, that's what I said. The whole thing is just a distraction. People are in the pandemic. Most people they're just worrying about making it. And you got this whole media thing. I mean, if you think about it, there is an agenda because it's all a distraction, especially with the whole anti-Semitic stuff that have been happening on the news. At the end of the day, the main thing is we're living in what they're calling the age of Aquarius, right? Where knowledge is increasing, and the veil is being unveiled, and a lot of stuff that are coming out in the open. It's like they're trying to squeeze it back in, but they can't. So they had to pull a worldwide a spell to put everybody under this fear tactic. You know, it's like when you see it. To me, it doesn't even bother me because I already know the end game. Like that's what I tell people. The Bible is a script. A script what
Mhm.
shows you the act. We already know the end game. It's just that we're part of the play. But it's like being an actor or being part of a play, but you know the end, where everybody else they're part of a movie, they have no idea what's happening. But you are part of a movie, but you know how the movie ends, being the one of the actors in the show. So that's the whole thing. Like everything you see, it's all small screen. The only thing I'm telling people is the only sign that you should be watching when it comes to mainstream media concerning what's going on is Iran. That's it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You did say that
Iran.
before. Yeah, I remember that. You did say that before.
Notice they're not even talking about. Do people don't even know that there's a war or battle? People forget what happened to Syria. You think the war in Syria ended? You think they're not still bombing Syria right now? See, nobody's even talking about. I'm like, where is ISIS? Is ISIS on vacation? You haven't heard about ISIS, have you? Did ISIS decide? Well, since Donald Trump is president, we're gonna keep quiet, huh? Well, like I said, people are not gonna think like that because people don't. Most people don't really care about none of that stuff. Like I said, people are only worried about what am I gonna eat, when am I gonna sleep, and what can I wear. That's it.
Yep.
They're
All
not
right,
worried
I'm back.
about
Yep. That's pretty. Yeah. That's pretty much how it works. And that's what bothers me about men as a whole, because that seems to be the game plan. We picked up a lot of female tendencies, man, where it's all about how we dress, how we look, how much ass we can get, and all that good stuff, man. And
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and 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 we're missing the most important part of what it means of what it means to have the blessing of being a man. You know what I mean? Where our job is to study, to understand,
Right.
to promote righteousness, to promote justice, to promote faith, to, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's our purpose. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Correct.
we could talk about purposes like careers and stuff like that, but when we get down to it, even all that has to have the foundation of this. That is
Yeah,
our
there has to be a
purpose.
greater purpose. Correct.
Yeah,
Um,
that is our purpose, and we're not doing it. We're not doing it, and a lot of us are outside of our frame. We're doing a lot of chick. We're doing a lot of chick stuff.
correct.
Yeah.
But uh, correct me if I'm wrong. But how I see it, right? And this is my opinion. One of You mentioned purpose, and yes, that is our purpose, and it's a blessing and a gift to be a man. However, that blessing, that gift comes with it a burden, a responsibility, well, a
Absolutely,
list of responsibilities.
absolutely.
And we have many examples we have examples in scripture and many examples in society today of men that shy away or want to run from that responsibility. So a good example, I and a lot of persons I guess would like to go for running from a responsibility or running from a calling for whatever reason is the dear brother Jonah. He was given instructions. Hey, go out to
Yeah.
Nineveh
Yep.
and do what you had to do. He was like, why am I going there? What am I going to tell these people? These people aren't going to listen. These people, you know, and he decided to run. And well, in that story, we saw, the Most High brought him back, and in the end, it was fulfilled. But what we see is a lot of guys today, and I hope that I'm able to fulfill, whatever my role and purpose is. But guys are given gifts, given responsibilities, and in many cases, given privileged positions. They didn't start, their lives didn't start out with certain issues or problems, uh, whatever gifts, and a number of gifts. And what tends to happen is, and that goes back also to what we were talking about earlier, you are kind of afraid of following through, using them, finishing, achieving whatever you're set out to do, because it seems too difficult. It seems daunting. It seems scary. But yeah, we I guess we just don't have the pride in getting it done.
Why? Well, I don't know. I think the pride is there. I do. I do. And I think the
Okay.
desire. I think the desire is there as well. As a matter of
Okay.
fact, we can go back to that moment in the garden when Jesus was seized. He had went up the first time and told them to keep an eye out, and came down and he found them fast asleep. And he said,
Right.
the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. That's to
Right.
me.
That's true. That's true.
To me, that's what I think the problem is. I think, and we've seen it. We've seen it with Moses when the Most High chose him. We saw it with the example I just gave of the
Disciples on the mountain. Yeah.
yeah, the disciples, and we've seen it in other instances like Jonah and etc. I think the problem is that we're terrified of that inherent greatness, not because we have it, but because we know if we accept it, we have to accept all the responsibilities and pressures and weight of it. And it's so much easier to ignore it and try to get away from it. But that never
Yeah.
works because you will be dragged back to it. Prime example, Jonah. You see what I'm saying? You can
Yeah.
run, but you can run, but you can't hide. And I think that's what a lot of the problem is nowadays. You know you're built for greatness. You know you are, but you
Right.
don't want to accept the responsibility and the burden of it. Because once you accept the burden and responsibility of it, you can no longer say you don't know.
Yeah.
You can no longer make excuses for why you don't do it. You see what you
That's
see, you
true.
see what you see what I'm saying? And that's what I think it is. I think it's
Ignorance is
running.
bliss.
Exactly. And that's what I think it comes down to, because they're hoping that there's going to be a moment that when the judgment comes, they can say, well, I didn't know. But see, what they fail to understand is that, and I'm not saying the Most High is going to do it. I think he might, but I mean, if I was him, my response is, well, why didn't you find out? you know, what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let you get off that easy by saying I didn't know. Look, everything
Right.
was there. Why didn't you go find out? You
And
know,
just as you
you
say that,
you you
no,
knew I
finish,
existed.
finish.
What? Yeah, you knew I existed. Why didn't you come find me? You see what I'm saying? I mean, so
Right.
I can't just can't let you pass what I didn't know. I can't do that.
Right. Now, as you mentioned that, that's why I brought up the topic of Mr. West, because um and Fasting said, it's a distraction, it's a play, it's a script, and to an extent I agree. But when I see things like that, and knowing some of the things I know now, I sit back and I realize how many people are under this spell, as Fasting likes to describe it, and they look at these things and they don't know necessarily what to make of it, and they get lost in the sauce. And I wonder, you know will they ever know, will they ever understand? That's some of the questions that come to my mind.
No, I mean they're good questions. They're very good questions. And here's the thing about it: are you wrong for having those questions? No, that's not the problem. The problem is why aren't they asking those questions?
Yeah.
True.
You see what I'm saying?
Just saying you're
Let's
True.
thinking in their
let's
place.
yeah, because let's say for instance you're not talking about Kanye. Let's say you're talking about me. You know,
Right.
every question you brought up is valid, but the real key here is why am I not asking myself that question? Because
True.
at the end of the day, I'm the one who's going to be responsible for those actions, those choices, those methods, that movement, that purpose. So if I'm told, if I'm given all these things, like the saying goes, to much you is given, much is required. You know
Too
what I
much is
mean?
given, much is required. Yeah.
Yeah. So if much has been given to me, then I should. If much has been given to me, there should never be a moment when someone like you has to come up and ask those questions. I should have been asking those questions myself.
Right. True.
Because if I've been given that burden is mine, I should be asking myself, why am I not doing more? I should be asking myself, how come I'm not following this, etc., and so on. There should never be a moment when someone outside has to ask that question, because if that question has to be asked of me, then that proves I'm not doing something right.
Right. And that makes total sense. And the reason why, things like that come up for me is because, and this also goes back to something fasting likes to say, and people tend to, laugh it off, and fasting says, hey, this is a spell, or X person is a witch, or it's witchcraft, right? Over the past few years, we've seen many cases of prominent persons coming out and literally saying that they do white magic or black magic, or they're a witch, or as we see, and I'm sure you see it too, Lawrence. Nowadays, there's a growing trend, that's particularly among young people, more so young women, but young people in general, of being into Wicca and so on. And I'm like, if you see it right in front of you,
Oh,
right?
believe me, I know. That's one of the reasons why I'm in the middle of a divorce now.
Somebody like fasting is talking about it. You're laughing at fasting, right? But it's right in front of your face, right? And that, again, going back to the whole Kanye situation, he's talking about some of this stuff, right? And well, we know his whole history of behavior and so on. But some of the stuff he said, and people laughed about it, made jokes, memes, all of that on Twitter. Some of the stuff he said, the individuals he referred to in the Kardashian clan said those very things about themselves. It may
Hmm.
have appeared to be in jest, right? But here we see Kanye saying the same thing, in his whole outburst, whatever you want to call it. So I'm wondering, and I guess that's the burden of being someone who has some level of understanding, because we all have room to grow on this. I have a great deal more to learn, but it's always how don't you see this?
Well, the thing is that they, well, like the saying goes, let those who have eyes see, let those who have ears hear. Um, they they know full well what's being said by fasting. They know full well what's being said by Kanye or whoever else you want to throw into that mix. What this really comes down to is exactly what I said before. It's a lot easier to live through ignorance and to laugh at something than it is to accept the burden or responsibility of it. It's just that simple. I mean, because I mean, no matter what example you give, it's always going to come down to that. It's just a way to escape the responsibility of themselves, and
Fair
definitely to
enough.
escape it, and definitely to escape it by putting that burden on someone else. And then when you put that burden on someone else, you sit there and ridicule them.
Right.
Because there's also the aspect, and I'm sure fasting would agree with this. This is supposed to happen. We're supposed to be ridiculed. We're supposed to be made fun of. We're supposed to be chased, dragged down, beat up. The whole this is part of the deal. I mean, it is what it is. It's part of the deal. That which goes back to what I said before about accepting that burden,
Right.
because
Right.
that's gonna be our burden. We're gonna be ridiculed. We're gonna be hunted down. We're gonna be abused, and etc. and so on. I accept that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick
Okay,
question.
I'm not just saying it for you or for fasting or for anybody who's in the chat. I'm saying it, and I'm putting it out there to the Most High to let him know I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm willing to give my all. If you're willing to take me, I'm willing to give my all, because that's all I can do. But like I
Amen.
Right.
said,
Yeah.
you're gonna have people who are going to make fun of it, belittle it. And the thing about it is that the people, you can talk about Kanye West, the Kardashians, and all of them, but that's not who you need to watch out for. What you need to
Nope.
watch out for are the people closest to you, because those are the
Yep.
ones. Those are the ones he made it at specific points in Revelations and other prophecies will turn on you in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
That's why he keeps.
Yep.
That's why he keeps saying a prophet has no honor in his own home.
Yep. That's so
That's
true.
that's the whole point. That's the whole point.
And
That's so true.
that's why I say everything is planned. I mean, I'm even noticing a trend. One of my homie were talking about where he kept asking, he say, "Why are you doing this?" You know, when I mentioned I'm doing this stream and talking about the stuff we're talking about, he say, "What's the point? We don't control anything." He's like, "What's the point of talking about this subject if you're not gonna change anything? If you're not gonna influence people?" Basically, he's going to a stage of nihilism because I know whenever I was looking for the truth, there was a point where I'm like, "What's the point of knowing all this? Like they've lied to us all this time. What even if I know, nobody cares." It's like what you know that stage. For those people out there, it's like whenever you're detoxing from the reality they gave us since youth. Whenever you actually start swallowing the truth, it's very bitter. So I think he's
Yeah.
stage. But not only that, if you notice, it's because of this pandemic. A lot of
Hmm.
people nihilists. It's gonna like you know they have no hope, right?
Yeah.
Because they scorn a hope. They scorn on people who had hope, in the scriptures. And you
Hmm.
seeing even people who were quote unquote religious from different, religious sects and whatever like that, who are becoming nihilists. And guess what? It was part of Albert Pike. He said a lot of Christians are going to be delusioned. And he said that's when we're going to bring out the true light of Lucifer. And
Hmm.
at that time, we're going to both destroy Christianity and atheism. Look, we're living in that time right now. Atheism is gonna be destroyed alongside with Christianity. Atheists think, oh yeah, we're in a better position. No, atheism is a religion. It was given to you the same
Hmm.
time they gave communism. Yeah, communism and atheism is one and the same.
It is. It
Yes,
is. It is. Because what you're technically doing is technically what you're doing is you're removing the concept of a god of spirituality and replacing it with a god of technology and like-mindedness. That's all
mm,
you're really doing. I mean, when
Yeah.
you're swapping it out,
Pretty
because
much. Yeah.
it's just like conversations I've had about this. People will tell me, "Oh, well, yeah, you just doing this because you're trying to be a king in heaven and all that good stuff." And I'm like, "Man, you don't even understand. I'm just trying to be a farmer." And they
hey,
look at me like, "Are you serious?" I said, "Dude, I'm not trying to have no responsibilities. I'm not trying to have no. I'm trying to be happy in paradise. Yo, I'm good being a farmer. I'm straight.
and
So
here,
I don't need all
Yeah.
that, man.
and
I
here,
don't
Yeah.
need
Yeah.
all that."
here's another thing. The reason why also people don't believe in spirituality, right? But I'm gonna give you a testimony. My younger brother told us. He said one of his friend, right, from like school or whatever. Most people they don't believe in the Bible, right? Like, and if you think about it, mostly the people who follow the Bible are mostly our people. If you think about it, even there was an
This is
article
true.
that said 70% of Americans in America
Yeah.
are Bible follower.
Even
Only
if they don't go all the way, so sorry to cut, but just to follow up on you saying, our people. Yeah, even if they don't go all the way, there's always something in our people that seems to always be searching for that.
yeah.
because because they
It's crazy.
but that's because they're trying, that's because they're confused, because the problem is that they're always seeking, because everything that they need to know has been written on the tables of their heart, and they're confused between what's written in their heart, because that was given to us by the most
Right,
high. Yeah,
right, right,
everything we have is written on the tables of our heart, and yet our people are too busy focusing on the material things, watching what everybody else is doing, how they're doing it, etc., and so on. Like I said, we're the chosen people for a reason. You know what I'm saying? For we are the light of the world. That's why those things are written on the table of our heart, so it can feed us, it can edify us, and we can project it back out to the rest of the world. you,
right,
you,
right.
you understand what I'm saying?
Mm.
Yeah, to me, that's what that issue is, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Makes
and
sense.
in the story, that one kid basically he started dabbling with was it the bougie board and stuff like that, right? And
Okay.
like one of his friend who was basically trying to initiate him. This is what he told me. He said this guy was a dummy, meaning he wasn't smart, right? But my brother said, all of a sudden, we start seeing him. He started gaining knowledge. Like he started like it's like somebody you everybody knew was dumb, right? But he started getting smarter. We're like, we know you don't read. Where are you getting your wisdom from, right? So they kept bothering him, asking him where he's getting knowledge. Then he revealed. He said, well, one of his homie was conjuring demons, and the demon was basically they were learning what you call science and everything from a demon. So what they do is they have a seance and then they'll invoke the demon, and the demon will appear or through a voice or through TV or whatever, and they will start talk to them. So he say one day, right? They're kids, right? They probably were smoking or something. So they called the demon, right? They start asking question. Then they ask him, they say, okay, please tell us about the moon landing. Please tell us about, scientists, right? Like I'll say I have books and I already know that that whole thing is bullshit, right? But watch this. The freaking demon, he said, man, he's like, you humans are something else now. You guys are real dumb. He said, nobody can leave this place. We can leave this place. What makes you think we can leave? Right? And then he says that everything that they were promoting was a lie. He said the whole agenda of science is to make people unbelievers. So you can worship, so you can forget about worshiping the creator.
Mm-hmm.
It confirms what Albert Pike said. It's like the main purpose of science, or what you call Western science, modern science, is basically to introduce atheism, right? So if you can use science to prove that there is no God, then then everybody's indoctrinated, and then you throw quote unquote religion out of the water, right? And then the same demon, they asked him, they said, what about the moon landing? And the demon started laughing. He said there was never such thing. Now, some people say, "Oh man, that just science, that's bullshit and all everything." I'm like, well, I didn't need a demon to know that the landing never happened. The Bible tells you. See, the whole idea is you can try, but that doesn't mean it's gonna happen. See, Satan said, I will ascend, but he never did. Why? Because he was already cast down. He's trying, but he can't. Nothing can live here. Nothing. But guess what? He's coming. So I brought that story to show you that that was like a few years ago. How many kids out there without, behind their parents' back, these young girls who are dabbling into demons, like look, think about this. Imagine a young person is able to call in a spirit that appears to them like they see in Disney, right? And the being comes there all happy and everything, but they don't understand that that spirit that they brought into their presence brings the spirit of death with it. That's why you're gonna see a lot of people dying left and right, and no cause whatsoever. Why? Because somebody within their household brought in a demon. That's why I'm like, that's one of the reasons why I say if you're a man, the best thing you should do is being a bachelor, like have your own space, because we're coming in a time where the people, the people among you, just like in the children of Israel, right? Everybody's doing the right thing, and then you had somebody out there who had to be dirty, and then everybody gets paid or gets punished or die because of that one person's sin.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Um, I could actually share a story back at university. I for my last 2 years I was living by myself, and you know, usual young guy university, the ladies, and there was this particular girl. We were having a good rapport and everything, and there was just a particular day where just being around her, I just didn't feel right. I don't know how to explain it, but my spirit just didn't feel right. And it was later on that day, while texting, almost out of nowhere, she was asking me about my sign. And I was like, I don't know, I don't really check up, I don't really follow up that stuff, right? And from there, I guess I don't know, my senses were up, my ears were up, my antennas were up. And I just started to realize, like, I'm like, damn, this girl is really into all of this, all of this stuff that I was talking about earlier, Lawrence. And then is when I was like, you know what? I gotta distance myself from you. We can't really hang out anymore because as beautiful as you are, you gonna be bringing me some trouble that I don't want a part of.
Well, I don't know. Did you hear me on? I was on Zero Stream a couple of days ago. Did you hear me on it?
Nah,
Okay,
if it was
I
a couple of days ago, what day would that be?
maybe Wednesday, Thursday night, something like that.
Nah, if anytime from the last Sunday to Wednesday, I was hardly on YouTube if at all. So nah, I
Okay.
wouldn't have
Well,
seen that.
well, see, for me, my thing is that my current analysis of situations like that is I remove myself from interactions with women as a whole. I don't talk to
Right.
them. I don't associate with them. If they're in my immediate vicinity, I immediately move away, etc. and so on. I just don't. I just don't because and they can get upset about this all they want to. But my personal experience and my studies of biblical knowledge, they they're trouble. I'm just going to keep it simple. They're trouble,
You're
and
not
any
wrong.
and anything that could possibly remove you from whatever purpose or direction the Most High is trying to send you to is not good. And as he said many a times before, and as Jesus himself has said, if you follow me, you got to give up everything, bro. You got to give up everything. You got to leave it all behind because none of that's going to matter. More importantly than what I am and what I need you for.
Right.
So I mean, just going off that story you just shared, there's no loss. There's no
Nah,
loss.
there wasn't.
and
But
and and like I tell men all the time, because women don't want to do this. Let's be honest. Their first go to is to shame us. Let's be honest about that.
that's true. What's wrong with
It's
you? You gay? You
exactly
get that a
yeah,
lot, man.
yeah. I mean it's chapter one in the playbook for real. So all that being equal, if you understand the concept behind that kind of mentality, that they would just do that to you and they don't know you, what would they do if they did?
Right, right.
Because the most dangerous enemy you could ever have is the one who knows you.
Yeah, and with that in mind, right? That's why I mean, we can only speculate to a certain degree, right? But
Mm-hmm.
apply that logic and reasoning to, for instance, the story of Samson and Delilah. Imagine what he was getting in his ear to make him give up, give up. Well, it wasn't really a secret, but to the Philistines, it was a secret, right? Just imagine. And the funny thing about this is that he knew, but it still wore him down in the end.
Well, yeah, because like when I have conversations, I'll get red pill guys and all of them telling me, "Oh, that's too extreme, man. That's too far in the whole 9 yards." You're just upset because you're not accepting female nature, and then the next thing I'm thinking to myself, okay, so number one, you're using the same tactics they're using. You're gonna try to shame me out of my position. If you don't agree with it, just say you don't agree with it. You ain't got to try and shame me by saying I don't understand something. The second thing is that if we're going to be honest, I understand female nature far more than they do because I know it enough to know that it shouldn't be bothered with at all because it can't be trusted. That's it. I mean that's it. End the story. No ifs, ands, or buts. We've got centuries of proof on it. So, you know,
Yeah,
it
this
is.
this world is getting worse and worse, and the thing is, some of the stuff that I talk about and other people talk about, especially the topics that I touch on this channel,
Mhm.
people don't realize it's ammunition because I call it preventing measures. Some
Yep.
things could have happened in my life, but because I had this preventive notion, like for example, I can sense when people are about to get heated, like a conversation about to get heated. You know what I do? Just remove myself from that situation, and it always happens behind my back. Why?
Yep.
Because I don't want to be amongst it. It's a what they call it when you are spiritual. You can sense when a demon comes in a room.
Oh yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah,
telling you, we even witness it right here in the ministry. You're gonna have people having a great conversation, and then a demon comes in. It's like,
Mhm.
where did this come from? And people, like I said, because people are not spiritual, they think it's just a coincidence. No, it's a demon. The
Yep.
demon needs a host.
Yeah. Well,
The demon needs a host.
last night on my friend's channel, he was talking to me about the stuff going on with Wayfair and Chrissy Teigen and a whole bunch of other stuff. And he was like, well, yada, yada, yada. Do you follow this, that? And so I said, no, I don't. No, I don't. He's like, oh, and he's like, why? I said, because yo, man, there's something about certain people when I look at them, I can't deal with it. There's something about them that turns my spirit totally the wrong way, and I don't look at them, I don't listen to them, I don't deal with them. And he's like, wow. He's like, that's a good thing to know. I said, why is that? And then he started telling me about the Chrissy Teigen thing and what was going on. And I was like, oh, okay. He said, yeah. So he said, okay, so you can recognize it. I said, I don't know if it's recognizing it. I just know what I feel. And like I said, there's a lot of them that I do that with. I
Right.
mean, as soon as they show up on my screen, man, it's just something about when I'm looking at them. It just, mm,
You're
I
like,
mean, I mean,
nah.
yeah. And it's not just females. I do it with certain guys too. There's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like,
for sure. Yeah.
I do it with Tom Cruise. I do it with Chrissy Teigen. I do it with Mariah Carey. I mean, the list is endless, man. There's just something about when they come on that screen, I got to change the channel. I got to do it. I got to do it. There's just something not right there,
Well,
and
well, for
looking at it
me,
hurts me.
I would say my reaction isn't necessarily the same. But what tends to happen is when I see certain faces or hear certain people, I immediately become alert. I wouldn't necessarily say my reaction definitely isn't the same as yours, but that's what tends to happen. And for a while, this is before I understood a lot of what I understand now. I always used to wonder, like, why the hell am I getting alert? Right? Like, what's up? Why am I in like this heightened sense, almost not really looking over my shoulders, but you know, kind of like how do I say? Pretty much like what you said. You some just not feeling right, and you're very leery. So
Hmm.
as I looked into that, and I learned more. Then is when I was like, oh, so now I still get the same sensation, but for me it's okay. I know what I'm looking at now, and I just keep it moving. You understand?
Well, see, in the beginning, I used to be like you. It would just be like that. Okay, something's making me alert. I don't know why, so maybe I just need to stay away from it. Blah 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 blah. But as I get older, it becomes a situation where it's just more difficult to look at it. I don't know why I'm like that now.
Makes
I just
sense.
know I just know that
Makes
I
sense.
am. I don't know why. But yeah, in the beginning I was like you. It's like, okay, I'm on alert. Something about them is putting me on alert. Either I need to figure it out, or I need to figure it out and get away, or I just need to get away. But as I got older, it's gotten to the point I don't even want to be in the immediate presence of it. As soon as I get it, I gotta go. I gotta go.
Get out of
Um,
there.
yeah. And like I said, don't ask me why it changed. I honestly don't know. I just know that it did. Um, and that's all I could tell you. I mean, I wish I had an answer for why it shifted from your version to what I'm doing now, but I don't know. It just did.
It could be a number of things, maturity, growth. I
Yeah,
don't have the answers to that because I'm not the one who made you or fashioned you, but it makes sense to me. It definitely makes sense to me.
yeah. Yeah, and and like I said, I just go with the flow. I don't say anything negative. I don't wish anybody ill will. I just like, look, I just don't talk about that. I just, dude, I don't know, I don't care, blah 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 blah, and then I just get out of there as quick as possible. That's why
Yeah.
my man on the stream last night was surprised with my answer because he's like, well, everybody knows who she is. I said, no, I know who she is. I just couldn't tell you anything about her because I don't like her, nor do I like her husband. There's,
Yeah,
there's,
yeah,
there's, there's, like I said, there's just something about them when I see the even before, and it's not just about her because even before she married him, which is John Legend, I think it is, right?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, even before she married him, I had the same vibe on him.
Hey,
I
Lord,
I, I had
are you
the
gonna talk about Kim Kardashian?
what about
what
her?
what do you say, Fastin?
I say, are you guys talking about Kim K
No, no,
or
no, 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 no,
Chrissy
no.
Teigen.
Oh, well, you talk about those Hollywood quote unquote females.
Yeah, yeah,
Hollywood.
Yeah.
yeah.
Hey,
Chrissy
don't be
Teigen.
surprised if those quote unquote females that you know of on TV are Transformers. Don't be surprised.
Listen, n- I'm,
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
listen. I'm gonna tell you.
Kim
surprise me at all.
K, Beyonce,
Listen,
Rihanna, so forth and so forth. Wink, wink.
Mhm. Yeah,
listen. The world may never know, but what I can say is, listen. Um, when it comes to stuff coming out of Hollywood, you can't really surprise me at this point.
exactly,
You can't really
exactly.
surprise me at this point.
Yeah. We've reached that point that there's nothing new under the sun with that either. So, you know what I mean?
I
It's
mean,
Yeah.
it's
I call it the old Shakespeare rule, right? In Shakespeare, in theater, women were not allowed to perform. So guess who play
that
woman
is correct.
role in the play?
That is correct. That
And
is
here's
correct. Yep.
another thing
Yeah,
people don't
males
tell me here.
played feminine roles. That's true.
Yeah,
Mhm.
check this out.
And it
This is
wasn't
another thing
and it
that
wasn't just it wasn't just Shakespeare either. It was like that in Kabuki theater in Japan as well.
yeah.
Yep, that's
Check
true
this
as well.
out.
Yeah.
Geishas, right? You you
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
geishas, right? Do
Yeah.
people
Well, that's what I
believe
yeah,
like
yeah.
geishas were actually men?
Well, that's what I
Yep.
just said. Well, that's what I just said. That's what Kabuki theater is. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
That's exactly what I was just talking about.
That's why they
Hmm.
had to wear makeup, and people don't understand makeup is the great cover for them.
Yep. And
Women
don't and
don't
don't
really care about makeup; it's them. They're the ones
yeah,
who sell it. And
yeah.
notice some woman. I've met a woman like I looked at her. I'm like, man, you a woman, but you look like one of them because she put it like over the top, like the extreme ridiculous to sprinkle. I'm like, you just destroy your feminine look. It's like why you even putting all that stuff on your face? Like it's
Hmm.
Listen.
And don't forget, every other nation had some version of a eunuch. So
yes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. That's true. But listen. On that makeup piece, man, I'm gonna tell you. After I'd say about 16, for some reason, uh seeing a woman heavily made up, it just never. I don't know. It never drew my interest.
I mean, it makes sense. Like these are put it this way: there's some women where if they put in makeup, it enhances them, but some women don't need it.
Nope.
I knew this one girl. The only makeup she puts lipstick, and then you'll be like, "Oh man, you look good. Did you put any makeup?" She'll be like, "No, it's just lipstick." But
hmm
because it complemented her skin, her face, and what she had on, she didn't even put no mascara, no nothing, no eyelashing. She just, wash her face, put makeup, I mean lotion, and just put a purple, red lipstick, whatever, the
well, yeah,
rose, and
the,
it
yeah,
complements, and she be like, wow,
mhm.
Listen. If you
But you
can
got to
look at,
remember. I'm sorry. Go
I'm
ahead.
just yeah, just got one sentence. If you can
Yeah,
look at a woman's face, not made up, and her face makes you say, "Wow," without a doubt, she's beautiful.
that's what I, yeah, and that's one of the things I was about to
yeah,
say because something's wrong when you look at a woman with makeup at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then by lunchtime when you meet up with her again and she doesn't have makeup on, you can't pick her out of a crowd
yeah,
because it looks like two totally different people.
mm,
I mean, literally looks like two totally different people, and
yeah,
that's one of the things about black women that bothers me the most because, see, that's one of the curses that's really big, especially with the women, is this thing about their hair falling out, their thighs rotting, belly
Right,
swelling,
right.
and if you look at the comparison, you look at the belly swelling. All our women are overweight, and they think that's a good thing. All our women, all our women's hair is falling out. They're paying Chinese people to get weaves. The thighs being
Yep,
rotten. Sisters nowadays don't know how to clean themselves. They have a scent and an odor to them. You feel what I'm saying? And
man.
it's just bad. It's bad. It's really bad.
on,
Some
on
of
the
those
on the
problems.
weave thing, people don't understand. See, you know, Lawrence, check this out. You know how
Mhm.
because we're the children of Israel, there is a conspiracy of silence. People don't understand. We are in a spiritual battle
Yep.
from all our enemies who are quote unquote the fallen angels. Check this out.
Hmm.
Those wigs, they like the hair of Indian women who worship like those deities like Shiva, Kali, all those gods. So how those priests make money? You know what they do? They tell them, "Hey, bring your hair
Bless the
to
ear.
sacrifice it to the gods." And then when they will go to the temples, they'll shave their head. They'll take that
Hmm.
hair, wash it off, sell it to the Chinese. The Chinese will process it and send it, ship it here in America. And then I
Hmm.
remember watching that video where basically they were laughing. They were saying, "Black women make this happen." It was an Indian guy. He said he's laughing like one of the priests. They say basically they're laughing at the gullible people who are bringing that hair right
Hmm.
as a sacrifice to their god. But at the same time, their witches or warlock, they're praying over the hair, then ship it to China. They'll process it and then sell it. And people don't realize that when you bringing someone else's hair, putting in your head, what are you bringing? You're bringing a covering. Now
Yep.
the point is, if they prayed it to Kali, look up Kali. Who Kali is? Kalima in the movie Indiana Jones.
Oh, I know who it
Yep.
is.
Yep.
So if they
Spirit
gave,
of chaos.
yeah, if they sacrifice that hair to Kali and you're wearing that hair, what do you? And then the thing is, even it's written in the scriptures, right? It's written in scripture. So the whole thing is, but guess what? If you tell people, you know what they're gonna say? Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. I even had even family members trying to say, oh, the hair that I have, it's plastic, it's not real. And I just
It
face
doesn't
value.
make it doesn't make a difference because well, look, whether it's real or it's plastic, we know one thing for a fact from Scripture: we are not supposed to take on the semblances of our of our captors.
Yeah, yeah,
We're not supposed to just like, and the same thing applies to men. We're not supposed to be rounding our beards. We're not supposed to be getting cuts of the flesh. We're not supposed to be emulating them in any capacity at all. So
yeah.
whether it's plastic, whether it's real, whether it's horse, it doesn't make a difference. You're
Yeah.
wrong. You
And
were
and,
told
and
not to do it.
And another thing people don't understand when the Bible talks about the beer and everything, right? Because some people they try to shame you to say that, oh, you're not supposed to edge to make your beard look nice. You don't want to just growing like crazy, right? You're supposed to keep it. When they talk about the whole not shaving, they talk about doing it for the worship of the gods. That's what I tell people.
Hmm.
You wanna see what the Bible was forbidding? Look at some certain African cultures when they shave and they cut in
Yeah, yeah,
they do the
Hmm.
ceremonies, right? There's certain haircuts and stuff like that's what
yeah.
the
That's
Bible
what
was
they were
talking
talking
about.
about. Yeah,
There's
Yeah,
nothing
yeah,
wrong with shaving your head and so you let it grow again. No, when the see people they don't understand the context.
yeah.
There's
They,
nothing wrong
yeah.
with like drinking wine, but it says what there's certain wine you shouldn't drink. Why? Because it's gonna make you drunk. Okay, let's say if in this wine they put certain herbs that are that will basically do things to you. God is not saying don't drink that wine because it's not good for you. You see what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
the whole thing is people don't understand the context. He was talking about cutting your hair, putting tattoos. Yeah. Speaking of tattoo is another popular thing that's been growing up since I've in the West.
Yeah,
Like, I was in Africa. I rarely saw any Congolese person with a tattoo, and usually, guess what we associated tattoo? Witchcraft and gangs.
that
But
is
yep.
now
correct.
you see like some suburb kids will be, oh yeah, I'm getting a tattoo. Girls, oh, I'm getting tattoo. And everybody getting a tattoo. I'm like, do they even know what tattoo does? Tattoo
Listen,
does it opens vortex into the invisible. You pull in demons. So let's say if a demon is in the street and you got a tattoo, guess what? They say, oh, we got it home. We got it home. You guys made it home.
let me say this first. Then you said, well, you asked a rhetorical question. Do they even know what they're doing? I can tell you for a fact that yes, some, if not many, do. Because again, I'm going to go back to university. One of my, I'm going to categorize them, I guess, well, the two of them as acquaintances. Um, I saw the two of them were engaged in a conversation about tattoos they had, and they were telling each other about the spiritual and occult history behind whatever symbols they had. And I was familiar with some of the symbols, and I was for lack of, I was impressed actually at the depth of knowledge they had about them. And then after listening to them talk about it, I'm like, after knowing all of that, you did it still. I'm like, okay, cool, all right,
Yeah,
Well,
makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah,
you
because
you want to know
yeah,
why?
yeah.
It's like they know, but they don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
They know.
Yeah,
All
they
right, hold on.
know what it
Elaborate,
is.
elaborate.
They know what it is, but they don't know
Okay.
because that's what I say. People who are spiritual, they will know what they know.
All right.
Those people are, I call them. It's like people who are practicing yoga, right? They say, "Oh, it's spiritual," right? That's on the surface level. They have no idea what the hell yoga is doing to them. They have no idea.
Man, listen. The really ironic thing about it is that again on that yoga piece, you can, some of these books are, very popular. Some even freely available online. You download it, you look at the preface. You don't even have to get into the book itself. Sometimes in the preface, or just the first couple paragraphs in the introduction to the book, it tells you straight up, hey, this is where this came from, this is what this does, what it's intended to do, and what we hope it does for you. And I'm there like, wait, man, these people don't not reading the terms and conditions.
Yeah, yeah. I
Exactly.
mean, Satan has to do it because it's called free will. That's what I say.
Hmm.
If you do it, regardless if you're doing yoga, because you see parents, they're bringing their kids, they say, "Oh, let's go do yoga." They're initiating their kids into devil worship, into invoking demons from the depths of hell in ignorance. And guess what? Those demons don't care. Oh, you want your boy to do my that pause to worship me, one of the Nephilim. Okay, let's do this the pause, right? And notice the language. Open your mind, be still. Open
Hmm.
your mind to who?
Hmm.
That's the question, and that's why the sad thing is, I've seen Christians. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have a yoga session." I'm like, and that's why I say this. All this it proved to me that this was never the Christianity of the Bible. Why? Because there's no way in hell or Peter will be like, "Oh, let's do yoga." What?
Nah, yeah, they most definitely, yeah, they definitely wouldn't co-sign that, not at
But
all.
guess what? When you point it out, they say, "You judging? You're what kind of Christian?" They say, "Well, Christ. God loves everybody, so we say we can adopt certain things from other faith that are positive." I'm like,
Well,
are
see,
you forgetting
yeah,
that Satan is the God of good and evil?
Right, but
and that,
you
yeah,
see,
and that's why when I've had conversation is like, well, well, God loves everybody, really, because the last time I checked, he's about to take out a third of them. So what am I missing? You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, we reading from the same book, ain't we? Well, yeah, but it doesn't. That's not the same thing. What are you talking about? It's not the same thing. He's literally
yeah,
saying
and
he's coming back and he's going to do damage. So apparently, he doesn't love everybody. You know,
I think
so
I'll probably do a stream about yoga because my channel is about health, right? And yoga is being promoted here as about health. I'm probably gonna do a show on yoga and basically show them what it is because I
the
think,
ancient roots.
yeah, and people had to understand the reason why the Eastern religion is the most dangerous than Christianity, because not only is it ancient, it's older than what you call Christianity. Because what Christianity is a bologna of things, right? But they try to keep it separate. But
Right.
Hinduism and Eastern religions are they were basically the religion that was in Babylon or Babel. So those ones are very dangerous. Why? Because they come with the illusion of peace, calm,
mhm.
no conflict. That's the most deceptive things ever, because they come in subtle with the idea of exercise. Right? See, that's why I tell people there's nothing wrong with stretching and doing regular exercise. I'm like, whenever it gets spirit, I'm like, wait a minute. The Bible even supports about exercise. I don't. There's nothing wrong with lifting weights and pumping iron, right? But it becomes wrong when you start to do it towards a deity, like sports, doing like, because people understand there's nothing wrong with exercise, but when you do it under a quote unquote fallen angel, that's something different, and people don't realize all your sport. That's why they had to take away sports. All your sports team, the the team is playing under a fallen angel. Look at their logos. Look at the symbolism. It's there's nothing under the sun. The Greeks were doing it. gladiators. You're competing to worship whatever god you worship, whether it's Apollo, Ares, Hercules, whatever. The whole world is under worship, and then at the same time they try to tell you that, oh, we can be age. I'm like, this whole system, this world system is a freaking religion. It's a freaking
Hmm.
religion. And then
It
they come and
is.
tell you that religion is something different. Think about this. Okay, for you to have a government, who do you need? You need
You need
a head,
people.
right? You need a head, right? Okay, who's the head
Hmm.
of the head? You think men? You think just men woke up and said, you know what? Let's build cities, huh? Just look how we are. You think we're gonna be able to build cities the way we are? No, there's something higher. You need to put people under a spell to do some job. You can just
Yeah,
free
I
will.
can't
It's
remember.
gonna happen. It's
I can't
never
remember who said it.
yeah. You're never gonna have men build cities by free will. You have to influence them through
Yep.
spells. Yeah, yep. And the Bible talks about it. Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah,
can't
it does.
remember. I can't remember who said it, right? But basically, it's something like this. I'm just paraphrasing. Men marvel at their own creations, but have the audacity to believe that they were not created. So something along those lines.
Yeah, yeah. I've heard that quote somewhere before. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
when I sit down and think about it, I'm like, damn, you know that's true. And I'm guilty of the former sometimes, in the sense that uh, I don't know, I take some time to draw something or to build something. And I'm like, damn, boy, I actually did that. And at the same time, many people do this. They're like, they look at something they did or they achieve, and they're like, wow, and they're happy. They feel, some level of pride. But then, as we were talking about earlier, the question doesn't progress then to look at themselves and think, damn, what about me?
yeah.
Hmm.
That's what I say. There's so much, in life in this world. That's why I really appreciate that I can actually have this kind of conversation with brothers like yourselves, because sometimes it's like I want to speak to somebody, but you're like, man, yeah, this person is not ready, or he's not ready to receive it. That's
Yeah,
why I say it's a long. Look, I'll tell you, this road to learning knowledge and finding truths that are hidden from the main people. It's a lonely road, man. That's why I had like a little rant a few days back. I told people, some people they don't need to know what we're talking about. Sometimes it's best to be ignorant. Why? Because ignorance is bliss. Once you can see what we see, there's no going back. And that's why people don't understand. They're like, well, why you think the way you think? I'm like, dude, if you could see what I see, you understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. Because I'll put it this way: once you expose a child to nudity, on TV, it's over. You've just taken the innocence
Hmm.
out of it. It's over. That's
Yeah.
why they say you have to keep it away from young child, because their mind is not ready, not to
yeah,
think.
they don't fully comprehend this yet. That's
Yeah,
true. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
and because
And
yeah, go ahead, Lawrence.
yeah, and just to add to that, realistically speaking, I mean, putting all the cards on the table, not everybody is supposed to get it. And he said so.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
why
he
he was
said,
speaking in
Oh yeah, oh
parables.
yeah,
you know,
Yeah.
I mean, and as he said two particular moments. Like I said earlier, well, there was three. Like I said earlier, the first one was, "Let those who have eyes see, let those who have ears hear." The second thing is he knew he had to. He made statement that he had to speak to. He didn't say code, but it was something along those lines of having to speak in a certain way because there are people who were not made for this. And there's another section where he made it abundantly clear he made people, certain people, who are going to get messed up real bad. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah. They
For,
were
for,
meant
for the
for a
end times.
purpose.
Yeah,
They
they
were
were meant. They were meant. They were meant for a purpose. Say whatever you want about people. Like from World War II, World War I, or whatever. But these people were made for those moments. They had a job to fulfill, and that's why I tell people, when they talk about the devil made me do it, this, that, and etc. and so on. Let me explain something to you. Whether it be the devil or any other demon you want to name, understand this and understand it well. Everything, every movement, every being, every creature is under the full domain of the Most High. Nothing happens unless He wills it to. Okay,
Oh yeah.
even Satan and the devil and all the rest of them, they think they win in this game. They think they doing what they want. No, they're not. They're doing what he deigns them to do. He allows them to do because he knows there's an end game. They're under the illusion of having power, and they have
Yeah,
none.
yeah, and even him, Sam Samael, that's his other name. He's lying to the elite. This is okay. In the Bible, the end game is what? That the chosen people will rule the world, and there will be world peace. There will be no more deaths, no more sickness, whatever, right?
Hmm.
And that the kingdom is coming on earth. But in their version, they're saying that Lucifer is basically gonna be able, when Christ returns, he's gonna beat him up, right? Take
Hmm.
over and fly back into heaven, kick quote unquote God off of his seat, take over heaven, right? And punish
Hmm.
all the angels, throw them in hell. And they say after he say if those people help him win that war, what he do is he's gonna bless them with was it intergalactic planets to rule and basically live forever. Basically, he's promising what the Most High given us, but everything is gonna be right here on earth. But he's giving them, I'm gonna give you to heaven. And
Hmm.
but guess what? Satan knows it's not gonna happen. But guess what? For him to fulfill it's gonna like he knows there is no way out, but it's in his nature to do it anyway. He can't fight. One of my friends was saying, he said, "Well, he's like fasting. Why in the hell are you talking about this esoteric knowledge and stuff like that?" He said, "If you know, most people won't hear you." He's like, "I think." He's like, "To me, that's like a waste of time." He said, Why you want to do this?" I say, "You want to hear the honest truth? Because it's in my nature.
Yeah, there
There's
you
nothing
go.
else I can do." I told him, I'm like, "There's nothing else I can do. It's like something in my body say do this. I just have to."
Hmm.
Like it's like even though I know it, like for example, looking at it, okay, it doesn't matter what fasting his life says. Nobody's gonna listen anyway. So why in the heck? Why are you still speaking or mentioning about this subject? You know why? I have no choice. I have to
Hmm.
do it. I don't
Yeah.
see people who are not spiritual. They won't understand what I'm saying. I'm like, it's like I I don't know. I just have to. That's it.
Yeah.
So Satan is the same thing. He's like, you know what? I know I'm gonna lose this war, but you know what? I have to rule the world. I gotta brainwash everybody to help me go back to heaven. Even though I know I want to do it, something in me, I just have to do it. I can't stop. I just have to do it. It's that it's what people call destiny. You can escape it. You have to do it. You have to.
Yeah, you have to. And like I said, there are people. That's why you got to know when you um, when you have those conversations with certain people when to let it go, because you have to have a certain level of discernment to realize that it's going to work one of two ways. They're either not going to get it because they're made not to get it, or they are going to get it, but it'll creep up on them later after you're
Yeah,
gone.
not yet. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what I mean? So, and again, going back to something he said in the Old Testament, and it applies even to this day. Look, knock the sand off your sandals and keep it moving. You've done your part, because see, that's our responsibility. Our
Right.
responsibility as righteous men is to let the others know that they're doing wrong, to let them know that this is not how it's supposed to be. But once we say that, that's it. We've fulfilled our obligation. The rest is on them, because now it comes back to what I said before. When judgment comes, you can't say you didn't know. Well, I didn't know. Well, sure you did, because Brother Fasting had met you 5 years prior and he told you blah, 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 and you didn't listen. Oh, right. Yeah, but I didn't. Yeah, there's no buts. You were told.
Hey, but Lawrence, check this out. You want to hear the beauty about the scriptures? It says what? Nobody in that they will be able to utter a word, so they won't be saying, "I didn't know," because everybody's gonna be silent. It's like
Exactly.
it's like what can you say? You see, it's like everything is gonna be called into your remembrance. So what can you say when they're reading your judgment? You can't. You can. How
There's
can you
no
not?
defense. Yeah.
And not only that, guess what? They said the glory of the Most High. Everybody trembles. So what? Picture this. When I'll take just regular human, right? When you go to court, what happens when people will start talking outside of protocol? What happens to them? You're in contempt, right? And that's just a man. Now imagine you standing in the glory of the Most High with all the angels in their power. What can you say? You think an atheist is going to be able to handle that presence? Hell no. Same thing with the just. You know, when we're getting a war, we won't be able to handle that glory. It even says in scriptures. But guess what? We can't prove it. Why? Because it's not here yet. But I always say, man, everybody who left this earth, they know true reality. Why? Because they left this place. They know. Because my philosophy is, I've come to the point where it's like, it doesn't matter what you tell people. They will know the truth of all things when they leave out of here. Until, unless the Messiah shows up now and stops everything. But all of us, if we were to die, guess what? In our death, we will know what was real and what is
Hmm.
not. When we leave, when we close our eyes, we will know.
Right.
Until then, we can we can only take it into faith, meaning I believe what I believe. Why? Because there's a conviction in my heart that what I know is
Yeah.
true.
Now, forgive me for the young guy rookie question, but during you guys' awakenings, at any point did you ask yourself, why me?
It's funny. I didn't ask myself, but I did ask other people.
Well, I'll say I won't say it wasn't like something in my mind, but I was like, what? It's like, maybe I think maybe I did. The feeling was more like, why did I know all this? And the thing is, when I try to tell others, I'm like, why nobody wants to listen to me? And through experience, I've come to find out that the information you discover is for you and you alone. And if somebody asks questions, then you can tell them. And the Most High will pull people who think like you. When it says, "I will gather the elect to the elect," it's happening right now. We don't need to
Yeah,
wait till Christ returns. That will be the final gathering. But He's already doing it. What, through the Spirit?
yeah,
Because
exactly.
Correct, yeah.
like a
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's like
yeah,
a Wi-Fi signal. All of us
yeah,
are pulling into each other. We're bouncing back. We're bouncing towards each other.
Yeah,
yeah.
and
Because when
it's
I,
also
when I, yeah, because when I was younger, just of my own volition, um, my faith was there. I just didn't know what to call it or how to execute it because everything I came across didn't sit right in my spirit. And for me, the awakening came, I think it was almost 4 years ago now. And I didn't know
Okay.
what to do. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who to talk to, yada yada. And my best friend is my cousin William. And I called him and I told him I wanted to talk to him about something. And I think we were on the phone for like 3 4 hours, man. And I just spilled it all out. And I was like, I know it sounds crazy and I know it's not going to matter, but what do you think? And his exact words to me, I kid you not, he said, "Well, it's about damn time." I was like, I was like, I was like, "What?" And he's like, "I was wondering when you was going to catch up." I said,
wow.
"For real?"
Okay.
I said, "For real?" He said, "Man, look, man, I've known it since you was a kid, bro. Since we were kids together, 14, 15 years old, man." He said, I just waiting on you." I was like, "Oh, okay." That's
Wow.
news. That's news to me. He said, "Well, sometimes you can't say nothing to somebody, man. You got to let them get there on their own.
Yeah.
It just took you a couple. It took you a decade or two, but man, who cares? You got here. That's all we got to be happy about." And I was like,
Yeah.
"Okay." I was like, "Okay, cool."
I, I guess I'm gonna save my story for my channel when I get things back up and running. But what I'm gonna say is, yeah, like Fastin said, it's a Wi-Fi signal, and when you need to get that touch, that knock on your head, that wake up call, whatever you want to call it, is gonna come, and it can be sometimes in the most unexpected circumstances or situations, because that's how it was for me. When I just in the last place you'd expect it to happen, it happened, and I'm like, wow. And I feel guilty almost for asking that question, because we see stories like Samuel in the Bible. Samuel gets called and Samuel is like, "Here am I, send me." But I'm gonna be frank, I'm gonna be honest. My first question was, why me?
No, that's a valid question. I mean, did not I mean Jonah asked the same question, and I gotta be honest with you. My moment came from watching a YouTube video.
Oh, wow.
That's when it happened to me. I was in the middle of watching a YouTube video, and it went from there.
Okay.
So no, look, man. I think at the end of the day, it'll never matter how it happens. It'll never matter asking yourself why me. What's going to matter is what you do with it when you get it.
Yeah, that's true.
So I mean that's what it's always going to come down to. At least to me, that's my opinion. You're like the saying goes, your mileage may vary. But 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 that's that's my particular take. And from that point forward, it's just like Fasting was saying a minute ago about a Wi-Fi signal. Look, man, a Wi-Fi signal, and here we are on YouTube, and we're all meeting each other one by one, slowly but surely. It's look, when you call, you got to answer. That's all. And he
Right.
said he would.
Yeah.
He said he would do that. He said he will call his people. He will call his people because he knows who they are, and the fact that that any of us heard the call and woke up to the call or whatever have you may, that's a blessing in and of itself.
Yeah.
You know. So now,
Um,
now we just got to do what we got to do, and we'll backslide sometimes. We'll have our moments, but you got to keep up the fight. You know.
Now I see brother Jonathan. He asked a question. He said, "What do you guys think of people who die, get resurrected, and then claim to have saw heaven?" Now the thing is, that's why touching. I mean, you think it's not part of this topic, but watch this. When we
It
say that,
is.
when you have a conviction, right? Guess what? People who see things at the end of the day, they can't prove it. Why? Because it was their perceptive, their perception, right? So me as a person who hears the testimony, I have to take it on faith that what they say is true, and that's why people like that they're not gonna believe them, right? Now I'll give an example. Somebody that we knew, right, in our church, he was in the hospital, right? You know, in the hospital where you have all the patients, you're chopping it up, right?
Right.
So
Hmm.
I guess something happened where he had a cardiac arrest. So while here in this dimension, he had cardiac arrest. In his spirit, he was at the airport, and at this airport, he saw people getting inside the plane. Right? You know how? Just imagine you being at the airport and they looking at your passport so before you can get in the airport. So in a dream, he was also with his quote unquote homie, the patient in his hospital. He said, "Hey, you here too?" He's like, "Yeah, man." He said, "Wow, we're about to board in a plane, right?" So as they're boarding a plane, that guy who was in the hospital gets in the airport. I mean, in a plane. But when he was about to get in, to the person who was at the gate, he said, "No, no." He's like, you're not coming in." He said, but he's like, "No, I want to go in." He said, "It's not your time." And as he tried to fight him, they pushed him back, right? As they pushed him back, he opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw the doctor, trying to, to do the little pumping, right? And then he said, "What's going on?" Right? And as he stood up, he said he looked on the other side where his homie was, and he saw people mourning him. He just died. And then when the whole thing calmed down, he basically told his family member what happened to him, what he saw. Now, like I say, he gave us what he saw, right? So it's up to us to take it by faith. But he said what he saw is he was in a dimension where they're going into a plane, right? And then the guy who was next to him at the hospital, he was also part of that quote unquote dream. And he went inside the plane. And then when he wanted to follow after him, they denied him entry. They say it's not your time yet. And they pushed him back. And then he woke up. And the guy who he saw going into the plane, when he woke up, that guy died. Now, the question is his story true or false? That's up to the person to decide. But to me, when I
Hmm.
heard that story, I believe it was real because I even had a dream like that. Uh, I'll say I won't call it purgatory, but I'll call it. I think it was a vision. Uh, so in a dream, I saw like people climbing up a step, right? So it seems like we were playing soccer in sand or something, and then this person, right? He was, oh, okay, let's go up, right? As he went up, as soon as he stepped over the step, he became like he became like a robot. Like he wasn't talking anymore, looking straight forward, following it like in a line that's climbing up a step. So me when I woke up and I'm looking, I'm like, hey, hey, I'm putting in his, like trying to get his attention. He's at attention, looking forward on the back of the other person. So I started climbing up. I'm like, why are all these people lining up, right? So as I went up, and then I saw, and in that dream, I saw people getting into a train, and then one person will get in it. Those. Okay, you guys have seen Indiana Jones. Remember those little train in mines where you can get inside? It's like a single.
Minecraft, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I saw where each person, and they all wore black, and then they will get inside, and then they'll go off, right? And then when they go off, it will seem like they're going into a fog where it's nothing. And then I saw another guy when he went, the track turned into fire, and then it went to like a place where it like went below, like underground, like into like a volcano. And I was observing, it was a dream, right? So, and then you know how in dreams escapes, they go to different location, and then afterwards, I went to a dream. It looks like it was like a gathering. They put those little plastic chairs, those plastic chairs that have the little stripes holes, right? And you
Oh
got
yeah,
the window.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
those plastic chairs. They set it up, right? Because I remember back home in Congo, most churches they will do that, right? So I saw it, and I saw bees flying around, and I'm like, oh my god, bees! But those bees were not stinging. And then amongst the people who were sitting down, I saw somebody I knew. This young man, he committed suicide like years ago, and I saw him in a dream sitting, right? So I come to him, hey Gerald, how you doing? I'm like, he's like, hey, I'm doing good. And I saw him lively. And I asked him I'm like, man, what are you doing here? I'm like, so in my dream, I knew he's been dead already, right? So this is what in my dream. Okay, let me test it. I ask him, I say, how long you been here? He said, yeah, man. He's like, I'm still waiting, man. I'm still waiting till I can cross over. So in my dream, I dreamt that he's still waiting in what they will call purgatory, waiting for his time to cross over. And then I woke up, and I knew it was a dream, but I saw them like, was what I saw, was it a vision, or was just because I was thinking about my old friend who passed away. So that's what I say. There are certain things that we can see that others cannot see. At the end of the day, you can't really prove it. Why? Because it's something that you saw with your own eye, but the other person can take it on faith. So sometimes when I hear stories that can seem too good to be true or beyond what we call normal, I'll analyze it. But at the end of the day, it's up to the person to decide if that person is telling the truth or not. But to just dismiss it like that, I mean, like, man, this world is stranger than fiction. That's all I can say right now.
Hmm. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, I know that's a lot, man. Like that's what I say. I have a lot of stories, man. Like some of the things I witnessed in my life, man. I remember one time because maybe I may have a stream talking about miracles, right? But the things that happen in your life where scientifically speaking, it's impossible to happen, right? I remember one time I'm supposed to go to school, right, to my room. Wait, is that you? I hear a loud noise. It sounds like you're like next to a machine or something. Is that you? I think
Hold on. That might. How's it now?
yeah. Now
Yeah,
it's gone.
yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
thought
There
I
you
was
go.
out. Is that a machine?
Nah, it was my. Sorry, it was my laptop fan. It
Oh,
was
okay.
getting hot, so the fan kind of activated. My bad.
Okay. Uh, I was getting ready for school, right? And I wanted to be. I was like on time, right? But something in my spirit is like, don't go to school yet. Just sit. So as I'm sitting there, I'm like, if I wait, I'm gonna be late for my class, right? But something like in my heart is like, just stay for a little bit, right? You had that feeling where you've done everything, right? And you're like, okay, I'm gonna leave out of here. I'm gonna be early, but something is like, no, 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 stay a little bit, like
Yep.
be late on purpose, right? So I'm like, man, why? But at that time, because of my growth, I started to realize I'm like, whenever it comes to spiritual, I have to hear that voice, right? Check this out. I go outside, get in my car, driving towards the street, right? I'm about to make a right, was it a yield turn, right? The right turn where you have to yield for the traffic coming from the left side. As I'm coming to turn on the yield, a car comes, boom, accident. Why? Because the other guy from the other lane was trying to do a U-turn. So the guy coming from the left smash right in front of me. So in a way, the more side stalled me because if any second I would have left the house, I would have been caught out with it. So as I'm coming towards that direction, about to make that U-turn, boom, the accident happened right there where I was about to jump into. And if I would have come any minutes or if any seconds before then, I would have been caught in the accident. So when it happened, you know what happens? I slow down, I call 911. I'm like, hey, and I'm like, hey, you okay? Okay. And then I drove off. And as I'm driving off, in my heart, I'm like, that was the most high. He spared me. And I told everybody in my class, I'm like, man, I was supposed to be early. And then this is what happened. But like I say, because I'm the one who experienced it, I know. But someone else who hears it, he's like, he might be just bullshitting or something. But that's what I say. You can't convince people miracles. The miracle, most of the time, when it happens to you, it's for you, the individual. Notice even to Messiah when he did a miracle, what did he say? He said, don't go tell anyone. Go and follow the law, do whatever you need based on whatever happened. But because those people are overjoyed, what did they do? They go spread the news. But even the Messiah, he understood human nature. He's like, hey, just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anybody, you know. So he's a great example. Some things it's like you can't really convince anybody. We've had even miracles where people actually died and they were resurrected because people were praying over them. But guess what? People, they be like, well, science can prove that maybe he wasn't really dead. He was just, they will come up with any excuses. But somebody who's dead is dead. He's not coming back. But they prayed over him. He came back. You know. But like I say, those are kind of things where you can't really convince anybody to believe. They have to make that choice to believe that story. But hey, but they'll believe America landed on the moon, though. America.
You see, the thing is, right? When it comes to believing things, what I can say is it's easier to believe certain things when, well, one, it's really easy to believe things you see with your own eyes, but it's also really easy to believe things when you've been taught that, hey, if this, whatever this person tells you is true and reliable. For instance, you put a 5, 10-year-old child anywhere in that age range to look at the news, right? You don't tell them anything about the news. You just put them, to look at the news. As far as they're concerned, what's being reported and told to them is what's happening, right? This is just information to them. And for most people, we grow up. I'm not just speaking about the news, but about information sources in general. We take in a lot of information and we expect, okay, this is what's being told to me. This is coming from maybe an authority figure, a teacher, or somebody like that. And you're saying, okay, I believe this. This is true. And it's much easier for you to say, okay, this is the story. I'm going to go with it. And now you live in a world where that story kind of envelops the whole world. So everybody else believes this story. All right, this story seems to be true. So that keeps the reality you have in your head intact. And you just go with it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But life is. I say life is very interesting. I'll tell you, man. Like being alive is the greatest gift that the Most High can give you. Like another reason why I guess maybe I have death on my mind because just yesterday I was just on Facebook. I got a notification. One of my homie I know, he's a white guy. Like we went to college together. He was older than me, but he always looked so young. So one of our inside joke I used to make tease him. I'm like, you look like a young boy. I look like your father. I used to tease him like that. He had a baby face.
Yeah.
I just by me seeing the was it the feedback. He's been dead since 2019, March 2019. And
Okay.
I was like, well, did I know? I'm like, I was surprised. I was like, how come I didn't know about this? And I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, did I know he died? I'm like, no. And I see his picture, like it's like I'm like, man, like life is he's just gone. It's like, wow. Like that, that's what I say people you only think about death is when you witness a death in, either family or friends. But I'm sitting here,
I
you
think
know,
about it all the time.
I was like, wait a minute. And I was like, okay, did I talk to him? And then I checked on my message that I had with him. My last message with him, we were talking about Trump, and it was like in 2017, like fall to 2017. And I'll say the last time I actually commented on his post, it was after New Year's of 2019, where he said Happy New Year, and you know when people say Happy New Year and you reply, and
Yeah.
I'm like, but he died in March, and I didn't even know, and I was like, wow. But when I saw it, I was like, the reality, it's like I know, but it's like it hit me. I'm like, look, he was young, lively, but he dead. He's
Mhm.
gone. He meaning this whole pandemic, maybe in my mind I was, oh, maybe I hope I think that feeling came to me when I saw the little history on Facebook. I'm like, oh, let me go there and see what's up, right? Because a lot of things are happening. So, but then I go there, he'd be dead for over a year, and I didn't even know about it. And then I was just sitting there. I'm like, man, sometimes, man, if you wake up, just thank the creator. I don't care if you just be thankful you're able to have one breath waking up, because this guy, he's been there for over a year and a half, and I had no idea. He's already dust right now, turned to,
Mhm.
he's decomposed. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, man, life is, you have no idea. It's like I'm thinking about it, I'm like, man, it's like how precious it is to be alive. And you have people wasting their life away on stupid stuff, arguing over nothing, and then you get to wake up and you're not even thankful. You take your life for granted, but you have no idea you could die in your sleep. You're afraid of a freaking virus. You could die in your sleep tonight and never wake
Mhm.
up.
Yep.
But it's like, how ungrateful are we as as mankind? It's like, man, that's what I say. I was sitting there, I was just thinking, I'm like, even looking back at my own mortality, I'm like, man, I can imagine myself like not waking up, and then people say, "Oh, fasting is." I'm like, I start thinking, I was a man. I'm like, people don't realize life. It's like, be thankful, man. You're alive. You can talk with family. It's like, that's why one thing I love about the script. It even says, people don't sit and think until they witness it for themselves. The only, there's a saying in Africa. They say the only time man thinks about death is when they see death. It's interesting. You
Remember, his favorite was Lazarus, and even when
Yeah.
Lazarus passed, he had made comment, "Let the dead worry about the dead,"
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
and that was his favorite. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean that pretty much sums it all up for you, to be honest.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. It's like, man. See, the whole thing is, by me understanding to my mortality. It's like sometimes in your conscious you have to be aware that, hey, I'm alive because the Most High have mercy on me.
Yeah, bottom line, yeah. But you won't get a lot of people to understand that. You really won't. You should, but you won't.
Yeah. And I'm like, man, like this brother, man, he had a bright future working in the medical field, and boom, he dead. Just like that. And then you over here complaining about nothing. I'm like, man, if you're alive, that's the greatest blessing you can have, especially in the time we're living in. Just being
Yep.
alive is the greatest gift you can have right now. Forget money, forget wealth, just having a life. That's the
Hmm.
greatest thing you can hold on to right now, because all that stuff that can come later. Your life matters more.
Yep. And you got to do your best with it.
Man, it's like that's why yeah, I see here. I'm like, man, I'm so thankful to the Most High that He has a mission for me. Because one of my inner prayer is, man, Most High, I wanna. I'm like, I'm living in the last days, right? The prophets of old, they didn't even get a chance to see, and they were living thousands of years. Why would you allow me living in this time and not see it? Have mercy on me so I can witness it. You see what I'm saying? It's like Jeremiah, thousands of years ago, to probably 3,000 years ago, wanting to live in our time. But the Most says, sorry, it's not your time. It's for those people then. And I'm living here and die before it happens. I'm like, hell no. I'm like, allow me to witness it. I want to see it. I want to be part of the group of people who be spared, who be left to see it, right? Because he even
Hmm.
say in the scripture that he say in this time, a lot of people gonna pass away because uh there like it says that because the most high, there are certain people the most high don't want them to witness, right? Like that brother, he wasn't here to witness the pandemic, he's gone. So some
Yeah.
people are being spared for certain things, but I'm like, allow me to be numbered among those who I want my two eyeball before I can get my transformation. I want this human, was it this mortal eye to witness the coming of the Lord with all the angels, with all the hosts of heaven, destroying all the armies of the fallen ones and coming down and just wreak havoc over evil. Like I want to see it. It's like I have an idea, but I want to see it with my own eyes and not need to read it in a book. I want to see it. That's my goal, my prayer. I'm like, I want to see it because we're living it. But I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but to me, I'm like, man, people don't know what time it is.
Nah, I definitely understand what you're saying. And let me say this, I'm not anxious. I'm not that anxious about death, actually, because I've almost died twice. Both circumstances were really crazy, but haven't been there. I don't know. Especially after the second time, I for some reason I just come to terms with the fact that life is something that's really fragile and something that you shouldn't take for granted. But it, it's so easy to take for granted, and we often guilty of that. But for me, where the anxiety is for me is actually in being alive, because as I'm here and I'm seeing everything that's happening, and I've mentioned this in the comments and sometimes too, when I'm up here on the panels, I'm like, damn, I'm seeing all of this is going on, and I'm like, oh shit, this is what's happening. Oh shit, this is next. And you're like, oh my goodness, this is all happening right now. And for me, I'm telling you, it's part amazement, it's part anxiety, it's part joy as well too, because like fasting, I want to see, but at the same time, knowing everything that comes with it is incredible.
Yeah, I call it the thrill of the hunt. It's like you want to hunt the animal, but also you could lose it. But that
And yeah,
excitement
the
overwhelms you.
danger.
Yeah, it's like you're having two feelings at the same time: anxiety, excitement, happiness, sadness. It's like it's a mixture of all things. But you
Yeah,
know,
that's what I go
it
through.
keeps you grounded. Like I tell you, man, like being alive in this time, it's the mercy of the Most High. Because
Hmm.
a lot of people are gonna be dying. Like I hate to sound negative, but it says so. It says more people are gonna die. Why? Because of the agenda, but because it's destined for them to die because they're not supposed to see what's coming. They're not supposed to. It's not for everybody. So
And,
I'm
and,
like,
and
Lawrence, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, go ahead.
But you also have to keep in mind that um, not just about being alive, but you got to understand there's a dual blessing. The first one is about being alive. The second one is that we get to bear witness, man, and that's no small thing.
Yeah, yeah. Like because even the scripture says it says after in the new kingdom, we're not gonna be talking about Moses in Egypt. We're gonna be talking about how the Most High delivered the children of Israel from the four corners of the world. That
Hmm.
deliverance from the hands of the gods and the fallen angels. That's the greatest deliverance because God's people are scattered. They have no idea who they are. So when the Messiah comes, just being able to witness all the 12 tribes of Israel, right, being gathered by the Messiah, being given the power as rulers over the world, and every nation witnesses. That's what the Bible, the scripture says. It says the Gentiles, they'll come before Christ begging for mercy. They'll be like, look, we kept you people. Look, they're going to be bringing their yachts, whatever, chariot, planes. They're going to be coming. It says they're going to be coming to plead for mercy. Why? Because they're going to realize they're like, oh, hey, guess what? At that time, those people who are gonna be doing that. That will be like their quote unquote grace. Why? Because some of those people they probably didn't know or they were against it, but they realized that we gotta change camp. So their way to receive the quote unquote forgiveness will be to bring in the lost sheep to the Messiah, right? They said they're going to be bringing the golds and everything for submission to submit. That's why he said, whosoever shall now bow down will be what will be bring him thither and slay them before me. So you're gonna have some people who are gonna be saying, "Oh hell no, I ain't buying." No, no, you're gonna be taken out before then. The angels are no, not the angels, the saints with their new
Hmm.
body. They're gonna. That's what it says to trouble Judah, right? It says when they will receive the new body, to trouble Judah will be climbing walls, going through mountains. It's talk about where the Nephilims are gonna be hiding in those days. That's why I say in Revelation it says mountains fall on us, hide us from the face of the guy who's coming from the sky. So it even tells you that there are many caves. That's where the quote unquote the elites and the gods are hiding because they know he's coming and they're scared. I'm telling you, we think we're scared. They're scared. They're
Yeah.
scared. That's what the Bible says. They say they're trembling. They have trembling. Look, think about it. A God saying, please, he's telling him, follow, let your rocks follow me. So to hide me from the guy who's coming. They have look, I'm telling you, man, like me, I get excited when I talk about this because it's like it brings joy in my heart. I'm like, my grandpa passed away, not seeing what I'm seeing, and I'm alive today. And he was a man of God. So it to me, I'm like, it's a blessing. The most high spare him to because we're gonna the things we're about to witness. I don't know. It's hard to put it into words because nothing will be able to express what we're about to see. But like I say, people will say, "Oh, it's all conspiracy, it's all bullshit." I'm telling you, people are not ready for what's about to happen. But for those who are spiritual, there's an excitement in spirit because you're like, man, I can't wait. It's like the next awesome movie that you've been looking for. You already know the end, but you want to witness it like live on the big screen. But and people don't understand. They say, why are you excited about this? Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know that, and that's why I say, in the months to come, in the days and years to come, people understand what I'm saying, man. Like this world, there's a change. There's something that's happening, and they're trying to hide it. They're trying to say to misdirect people. But guess what? You can't stop prophecy. It's over.
Exactly. Exactly. And
Yeah.
like I said, there's a little bit of excitement and fear of what's to come, but there's just as much for the joy of being able to bear witness and to come out on the other side of it into something far more beautiful than what we currently have. And that's what
Yeah.
I try to hold on to because he did tell us to be of stout heart. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stout heart and never fear. So
Yeah.
I try to do that as best I can. There are good days and there are bad days, but I try to do as best as I can where that's concerned. But
And Lawrence, think about this. Did you ever imagine that something like the pandemic would have happened where the whole world would be shut down? Was anybody expecting this?
I was.
No, I was expecting something to happen because I knew that. Well, how do I say this? Um, I had, I guess you could call it a premonition that being in the 21st century, year 2000, all the biblical years aren't the same as the years by the Gregorian calendar. I knew that, and based also on what I was seeing around me, that I knew that something was coming. I just didn't expect it to be in 2020. And I guess the reason for that is I had my own plans, and I'm like, all right, this is how my life is gonna go. I have all this planned out, and then boom, all of this stuff happens, and then is when I look around me and I realize, I should have expected this, but I got so caught up in my own way, and I guess that's something that tends to happen. You get caught up in your own way and forget, hey, there's a bigger plan. There's a much bigger scheme of things happening around you. So I didn't know what it was gonna be. I'm damn sure didn't expect it to be this, but as soon as it started, I'm like, oh, okay, I see where this is going.
Yeah. Me, I predicted the day after Kobe died, I was on the Rallo show and we were talking about SYSBN brothers traveling and all that, right? I gave a prediction. I said something is gonna happen between March and June, right? In summertime. I said there's gonna be something that's gonna basically restrict brothers from traveling. But when the whole COVID came, right? When it first happened, I was in Mexico on vacation in February, same month. And then when I came back, I was planning to go back to Mexico in March during the spring break. And then the whole COVID and all that shit happened. And then as I was thinking back, Raulo even had a stream where he mentions like fasting was right. He mentioned this, right? And he had like a recap. But it's like in my mind, I didn't think they were gonna quote unquote or it wasn't gonna be quote unquote a virus or a pandemic. But something my spirit was like because another reason why I was able to give that prediction because I knew 2020 was the year they will implement in November uh flying from state to state using either your passport or your real ID. Did you guys know that like in within America now, by November, once the that law is implemented in the books, it's gonna be effective, active basically this November. For you to fly from, let's say, if you want to leave Georgia going to New York, you gotta use either your real ID or your passport, or you won't fly.
Yes.
But what people don't understand, for you to literally use your passport to fly, that means what? They're considering another state as an independent country. It's like, how can you fly within your own country using your passport? It doesn't make any sense.
Hmm.
So, like, it's some of the things. It's like, man, I'm like, this is. It's
But
like,
that's
you know,
but that's been in the works for a while, for quite a
yeah,
while.
yeah. They passed
for,
it in 2 years ago. I
that's
remember it was,
that's that's their idea. That's their idea of Germany and having papers.
yeah,
I'm being honest. That's what that is, and it's going to be the same thing with this so-called vaccine, where you're going to have the vaccine, and there's going to be little things in it for tracking you, um, to make sure that you're legit having the vaccination. You don't take the vaccination, they're going to tell you you can't do business, you can't do trade, you can't have money, blah 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 blah. You know,
mm,
eh,
that,
yeah.
oh, I see Egon. He say he wanted to jump in.
Now here's what's funny about this, right? Now I see, you guys talking about this, and I'm like, um, that's also what makes things really interesting for me, being, my age, uh, fresh out of university, and I'm like, damn, if all of this goes down, what the hell am I gonna do?
What do you mean?
Now, like, I guess these are things that you kind of have to deal with like cross that bridge when it comes. But I'm like, damn, I'm just wandering into the future. Like, what would I do if this happens? Just trying to imagine what my reactions to certain things would be.
Oh, okay. No, I thought you was like, what are you gonna do, or how are you gonna survive, or something like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, no, I mean that's more of an afterthought, really, because like I said, that's something that's gonna be dealt with, that I have to deal with when it comes. But for me, I'm wondering what would my reactions to these things be, if you understand what I'm
Wait,
saying.
okay, but you do know that it's already been said, and it's already been spoken, that you don't have to worry, because in the moments when it counts, he's going to give you the words that need to
Right.
come out of your mouth.
Yeah.
And you don't have to worry about. Okay, bottom line is this: if he called you to be awakened and to come into the truth, then don't worry about that, because he wouldn't do that unless he was going to be there for you. Does that make
Right.
sense?
Yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense.
It's like a parent. You don't have a child. You don't have a child just so you can leave it in the garbage dump. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you have a child because you're looking to be a parent. You're looking to take care of it, and that's the same thing where he's concerned. He's not going to call you and then just leave you out there by yourself.
Yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
how that's not how that works. You see what I'm saying? So you so
Yeah.
you sitting so you sitting there worrying about what you're going to do, how you're going to do it. Don't do that. He's going to show you. He's going to tell you. He's going to send you every place you need to be.
The Holy Spirit is in you. It's gonna guide you. And that's what I tell people. When
Yeah.
that day come, right? It says what? You won't even need to, the spirit is gonna lead. That's why I say it doesn't matter the division we have. Guess what will happen? When shit hits the fan, those who have the spirit, the more is gonna connect them. You won't, guess what? You won't need to go out of your way to connect with them. He's gonna do everything. You just
Hmm.
gonna be a vessel to basically connect with others, but he's gonna do everything. He
Hmm.
will.
Yep. And I'm not saying it's easy, because like I said, the same thing applies to me. It's
Oh
hard wrapping my
yeah.
it's hard wrapping my brain around that when I've been so accustomed to doing everything on my own and plan for
Yep.
this, plan for that. But realistically speaking, when it's all said and done, nothing I plan means anything. He's still going to do what he wants to do, and I'm not mad
Exactly.
at it. And I'm not mad at it. So you know what I mean? That's just the way it's supposed to be. So
What's up, Egon? Welcome to the show.
Hey, good evening, brothers. Good evening, man. Just came into the
hey,
hear y'all
uh,
speak.
good evening, good sir. How are you?
Good, man. Good, man. Just trying to get some of this positivity from y'all. I just started my shift at work.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're at work. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, yeah. Night shift. I'm like you, fasting.
Yeah, but luckily on weekends I'm not working. So
Oh yeah.
that's why I'm at home right now using this mic.
Oh, you don't work on weekends? Wow. Okay.
Oh yeah, these days I'm only doing 5 days, man. I'm tired of doing 6 days. So
Okay. Okay.
yeah, I need a break, man. Like that.
So, what would your 6 day schedule look like, man? On like hourly, that kind of thing.
No, is that for Aegon or me?
No, for you.
I'm a truck driver. We work 14 hours a day.
Ooh.
Yeah, truck drivers. We work
So
14 hours.
that's what, like Sunday to Friday, 14 hours.
No, I start Monday to Friday.
Or Monday. No, well, I was talking like before, when it was 6 days.
Monday to Saturday.
Oh, okay.
I only had Sunday off.
Mm.
Yeah, the
Damn,
whole
that must have been rough, bro.
yeah. I mean, it's like extra money, but the same. That's what I say. At the end of the day, your health is your wealth. So it's like,
Yeah,
yeah, I can
facts.
work 6 days, but I'm like, I don't want to be used up all the time. So
Yeah,
5 days
yeah,
is good enough for me, and then have that
yeah,
2 days
yeah,
where I can rest.
yeah. Makes sense.
Is it like because um working 6 days, like at that length, like 14 hours, it's like it bleeds into your day off. You just really like not having a day off anyway.
Yeah, basically. Because
Yeah,
one day, what is one day? It's nothing.
it's nothing.
Just sleep and wash my clothes.
It's kind of like, yeah, because you sleep regularly when you get off of work. So it's like
Yeah.
as soon as you wake up, it's like back to work.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, you need that
I
day to
feel it, man.
recoup.
Like that's why I say, look, there's nothing wrong with working, but the way we work here in America is slavery, man.
Right. Especially if
Oh
you're not
yeah,
doing something that you like love to do. Yeah.
yeah, most definitely. Because it's too much. Because because the rule is we do 6 days and we have the Sabbath off. But here's the problem with that. Something's wrong when your work days, like you said a second ago, is 14, 15, 16 hours. That's unnatural. So that by the time you do your 6 days, you have that Shabbat.
Yeah.
You're burnt out. You could have three Shabbats back to back. You still wouldn't be recuperated enough. You know, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's unnatural the way the hours are done and the way the hours are kept, and then you change in daylight savings time here and there.
Yeah.
You're messing everybody's internal balance up across the board. You know what I mean?
And
Um,
that's why I'm hoping, to find something else besides trucking. That's why I'm like, if I can have something where I can work from home and I don't have to do all this stuff, I'll have peace of mind. I can just wake up, do everything else at home, go work out, relax, because trucking is stressful. Because even though people understand, I'm sitting, I'm driving was it thousands of ton? I mean, was it thousands of pounds machine? And anywho, one movement, I could destroy a four wheeler. Right, I have that
yeah,
power in my hands, and I gotta be careful, maneuver, driving at 60 miles per hour speed. So it's
yeah.
like a lot go on where your mind is always at work. So people never understood whether, well, why don't you want to hang up? I'm like, dude, by the time I'm done, my 10-hour reset is just gonna go to sleep
Hmm.
because your mind needs to rest. People don't understand. Your mind is a muscle. And if you overwork it, like any muscle, what happens? You get sore. You gotta let it rest.
Hmm.
So it's a sitting job, yeah, but I'm driving. I'm using like my mind to the maximum level. That's why sometimes I remember when sometimes I got tired of listening to music. You know what I started doing? I just wanted silence.
Same here. Yo, that's very true. I love music too. That silence, man, is beautiful.
Hmm. Yep.
Like one time, I got so tired of music because my work schedule was so mundane and long. I started listening to like classical music,
That's me. That's me. You're calling my name.
like a lot of Beethoven and those cats, man. I
Yeah.
just like on my rides home, I just be listening to it, and just thinking. And
Me, the kind of music I listen, it's one of those sleeping music where they'll make it like it's like a regular 6 or 7 minute song, but they'll make it like 3 hours, 8 hour, or
yo,
10.
I love that stuff, yo.
Yeah, I
Mine is
got my favorite ones.
sorry, fast. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead. We're just
I just say
mentioning.
mine is Train Rain. Like, I love the sound. I love the sound of
Oh, the
raining with
sound of
trains in the
rain, yeah.
background.
It
Yeah.
actually works. Like because they say the rain sound makes you sleepy, right? If
Hmm.
you
That's
play
what I
those
use it
like
for.
a nice speaker, you'll fall asleep. Yeah,
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
works.
yeah. That's what I use it for. You know what? I got to get together my list of YouTube channels I got, because that's all they do. And what they do is they take the music and they set it to the proper frequencies you're supposed to be listening to it to.
Yeah. There's an artist. He's popular here. Maybe Lawrence, you might know him. His name is Gray Houston.
Yes, yes, I am familiar
Gray
with them. Yes,
Houston.
I am.
Oh man, I
Yep.
love.
Yep.
There's this one music. Oh man, you know what? I'll post it in the chat so maybe you guys you may know. Like man, I love his music. He's a great composer. I love him. I love
Yeah.
his music. Let's see if I
And
can.
Listen,
one of mine is was it Zen for Life, I think it is.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think I'm sub to them. Yeah, I know. I know
Yeah.
who you're talking about. Yeah.
And I mean they're going every time I go in there, man. They're constantly they're streaming 24 hours live every day. But Zen Life Relax is one of them.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm
yeah,
posting one
yeah,
of the song on the chat so you guys can. I know Lawrence. You're probably gonna recognize this one. That one.
the ultimate best sound is when you just out in nature, far away from anything like a highway, anything like that. And for
Hmm.
me, especially when you're like close to a river, for some reason, just being there, although it might be bright daylight, you don't necessarily want to fall asleep, but it feels like you're in a whole nother world.
Oh yeah, I got this one. Meditation, relax. Yeah, I got this one. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
I love
yeah,
that
yeah,
song.
yeah,
I
yeah.
love it, and the one it's
I'm
like.
I'm I'm su- I'm, su- I'm
Oh man,
subscribed to them. I use their Delta Wave stuff
yeah,
with thunderstorms for sleeping. Yeah,
man, like
Yeah.
yeah.
that
It's
music is
beautiful stuff, man.
very dreamy. Like the one I posted, uh, I even down like I went on his SoundCloud, right, where the song is short, but I get
Hmm.
to get it like what 8 hours. Man, like I remember, like I'm dreaming and I can hear it in the background. It's weird, man. It's weird. It puts
No,
you in a
no,
nice
it's it,
mood.
it's good stuff. As a matter of fact, I've gotten to the point that a lot of them I download the whole video straight off YouTube.
Yeah.
So sometimes, if I have those days where Frontier's not acting right and my internet goes out or whatever, I've got it downloaded to a nice little 1 terabyte hard drive, hook it up to the TV, and just let it play all through the house, man.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something else. I don't mean to change the subject, and we can go right back, but I just want to make a point. There is something about having that music playing in the background when you're in your home and your piece is not broken by a woman, and it's just you and the man. I, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. There's a beauty to that.
Was it the silence?
Well, most of the time I live alone, so I don't know. I don't know what that piece being broken is like. So
then
I
let
don't
me
know.
then let me say to you, you are far more blessed than you think you are. Because no, because and I say that because there are men and that have had those moments in their lives when they're just with the wrong broad, that you pull 14, 16 hours and you come home and you just want that moment of peace. And as soon as you walk in the door, she either wants to argue with you, give you a honey-do list, or she's having a bad day and want to take. Eh, there's something about men being alone that is so powerful, and to be around other men who understand that need to be alone in one's thoughts, one's space. I don't know if I don't know, I'm babbling. Never mind. I'm just saying.
No,
For me, it's a beautiful thing.
no, you're not. No, you're not. You telling the truth. I mean, like with let's say my situation is like having to like force a woman to clean, and because it's like because I got a house full of women, me, my wife, my two daughters, and they're like whirlwinds. So it's like,
Oh
and I
yeah,
can't and I can't think in an unclean house, man. It's like
I
even
yeah, I'm the same way.
like even
I'm
when
the
I put
same.
stuff on the ground, like I like it's like something. It's like somebody putting their hand on my shoulder as I constantly walk around the house. I mean, let me get back to this. Let me pick this shit up. So
It drives
sorry,
it
sorry for
drives you
cursing.
crazy.
Sorry for cursing fasting, but yeah, man. So like, um, that tranquility in your house, and also
Hmm.
wanted to say because I was going to ask fasting before I said anything, but you already hit it over the head, man. YouTube has too much information on it. I keep saying this, man. I don't believe this is going to be free for much longer, man. Because you better rip while you can, man. Rip
Yeah,
and
yeah.
download while you can. This is too much. Like you
I
can
do all
really,
day.
you can get 3 hours of '90s music, 3 hours of '80s rock, three
Yeah.
hours of tranquility music. Like, what reason would you have to buy anything if you have access to YouTube for free? So
Mhm.
Hmm.
eventually they're gonna have everything, and then when they get everything, they're gonna be like, okay, let's shut this down, $30 a month, and everybody gonna
Yep.
pay it because it's everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I rip
I've
so much.
I've learned
Mhm.
a lot, just being right here in this space. Different interviews, guys giving different tips, professional tips, finance tips, all kinds of stuff, and that's just for me floating around and listening. So yeah, listen, you're right. I can definitely see them doing that and saying, hey, you know what, you need to pay a subscription for this.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Well, because like I said, I rip everything, and as much as I can, and I also make it a point to keep a spreadsheet for those channels that I do have, what their email addresses are. So if that moment ever comes, I've got all the stuff that they've put on YouTube that I can go to, and if it comes to something new, I can always reach out to them by email. Yo, I used to be a fan. I used to watch your thing. Blah 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 blah. This is what I'm doing. But yeah, yeah. Like I tell people all the time when they ask me, "Well, why are you doing all that?" You know what? I'm a historian. Leave it at that.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just-
Florence, not only that, like they speaking about the music thing, there was a music. It's called was it Native Flute and Mountain Wind. I
oh,
had
I
like
have all that.
yeah,
Oh
but
yeah.
guess what? The channel that I was following because I had it saved on my playlist on YouTube so I can listen to it. It looks
Hmm.
like they said it got deleted or I guess it went on private. And I tried to look for the guy's channel. I couldn't find it. Guess what? As I was looking through it, it looks like somebody created like a new channel and they uploaded like a 1 hour version of that song. Man, I'm like, but I love it. It's like, dude, like the flute. Um, hold on, let me post it in a comment. Like I don't know, like when I saw, I'm like, man, I can't
Are
believe,
you?
it's
Are
back.
okay. Well, now for me, I'm part Cherokee. I've got family on the reservation. Um, so my question is this: are you talking about new meditation music YouTube
Yeah,
channel?
it's like if you, I'll play it so you can hear. Hold on.
No, I think I know. I think you're talking about new meditation music
Yeah,
because they do a lot of Native American stuff. Because other than that, it breaks down into different things like the Coyote Sioux, Studio AG stuff like that.
yeah.
So
Let me see. There it is. I'm gonna try it. Let me see if I can put it up and play it.
Can you put the
Yeah,
link in the chat?
yeah. I posted it in the chat.
Okay, because
Found it like,
I add stuff like that to my playlist to take off.
yeah, yeah.
mhm.
I was like, man, like I've been looking. I was like, what happened to it? Like it was a 10 hour stream. I mean, turn out, yeah, it turned out a video.
Yeah, that sounds like new meditation. Yeah, they usually
Yeah,
run 8 to 10 hour streams of the music.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds like them.
Let me see if I can share the screen and play it so you guys can hear. Hold on one second.
Well, I'm dropping one in the.
Oh, you're dropping another one? Okay, one second.
No, I'm just dropping it in the chat. See if that
Okay,
might be it that you're talking
okay,
about. But if nothing else, everybody else can at least see what it is.
okay. One second.
No, take your time. Take your time.
You guys hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah, I can hear it. Why am I echoing? Why am I echoing?
Uh,
Because you're stuck in a well.
no. The reason why you're echoing because I disabled the audio so I could play the like whenever I want if I want to play
Oh,
music, like it's on StreamYard, I'll have to disable the audio processing so the
oh,
sound can play without being muffled. But that's why
oh,
you
okay.
probably heard her spoke. Yeah, that's probably why.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I
yeah,
play a
I
little bit.
would say something and then it would repeat. Yeah, okay, all right, I
Yeah,
got you. Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. Yeah. No, I'm saying like that's why I just wanted to play the little clip. That you hear that the little wind. Like,
Mhm.
man, I used to sleep on this song, man, all the time. Like I'll play it. It's like
Yeah.
with the flute. Oh man, so if you guys take time and listen to it, man, it's beautiful, man. Like I don't know how to put it, like that's why one thing I love about music. Music can give you a certain emotion
Hmm.
like this kind of music, and then if I'm listening to like heavy metal, like it's like you want to punch something, you want to turn super saiyan, but some music it
Oh,
just puts you in the happiness.
okay, I see. I see. Okay, so you're I just found it. So you're listening to a channel called Sleepscapes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's a new channel because the original where this music was on
Uh
had
huh.
like I think like 50 songs, but I
Oh,
guess
okay.
that channel probably got deleted or something. I don't know, but I guess I found the artist. You know,
Yeah,
I
I
noticed
know that. I know that one you just put up's got like 15,000, almost 16,000 views.
yeah, yeah. But the one that I had millions of views. The
Oh,
the one
okay.
that had
All
10 hours. So I'm wondering. I'm like maybe the artist because it says 2017, but I've been listening to that thing for a while now. So I'm like, I don't know. Maybe this was the original artist, and then I guess he probably flagged that channel because maybe the person who made that 10 hour wasn't the actual. I don't know what happened, but I'm kind of actually happy to find it. But I'm actually happy that you say you have that meditation. You know that the one I posted earlier that you follow.
Mhm.
It's interesting, man. See, this is one thing I love about this space is that, man. I thought I was the only one who listens to it, and I usually if you look at some of the music in the comments, I post like the one I posted, the one
Mhm.
meditation with the little blue thing. Look at the comments, like pick like the most recent comment. You must see my comment there. Fasting is like because
Well,
I'm like,
well, I'm the one you just showed, the native flute and mountain wind. I'm looking at the somebody who posted 3 weeks ago. They're
mm.
upset because they took the 8 hour ones and made them private. And she and she
Oh
and she
yeah, I
she
see. Yeah,
she
yeah,
yeah, she's like, I've listened to those since I was in high school every night. Even got my
yes,
boyfriend hooked
yeah,
on them. I said we are
yeah.
both devastated. I am not joking.
Yeah, I'm about
But
to
just
comment. Yeah, I
saying.
see it right now. Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, I cried. I was like, dang. I
Hey, man,
was
you gotta
like,
get your rip on.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. That's what I do, man. Those 3, 4, 8 hour ones, man. As soon as I see them, I
Yeah.
rip them.
Oh, I guess somebody uploaded the A hour, like on the same comment that you just read. Somebody
Yeah.
posted the A hour clip of the same song.
Oh,
Yeah.
is that link by Chris
Yeah,
Carpenter?
yeah. I just saw it. I'm adding it. I'm saving it. Somebody else off the list.
You,
Um,
you know what, Fasting and everybody here,
oh,
you know, it's some
Yeah,
it says something to basically how all people basically had their own rendition of music and how they used to sit around and sing and like play instruments and whatnot and what it did for them more than basically like you can say the same things with the radio, but it's kind of different because it doesn't tailor to like a certain people. It's
yeah,
kind of universal. And basically with those, it shows that we kind of need that in society, and it's kind of taken away because it's seen as like, barbaric or archaic to like, to sit around and do stuff like that. But basically they needed that type of alleviation, man. So
yeah,
it's that's why I love that type of stuff, man. Like,
yeah. You see, and the funny part is that like the Zen Relax that we talked about a minute ago, when they do their music, they make sure they set it to the frequencies of God. You see what I'm saying? Of the Most High. So
yeah,
430, 432, because 440 is what standard music is made from nowadays, and the vibrational frequency of it throws the body out of whack. It might as well be 5G for music. You feel me? Radiation and all that crap. But 432, 538, 7, etc. Those are vibrational frequencies that are natural to the planet and to the space itself. So it kind of brings you and your physical aspect back into check. The only bad part about that is you can bring yourself into check all you want to, but it's still a little hard because everything else is not in check. Does that make sense? So
Hmm.
I don't know if I'm saying
yeah.
that right, but
No, it makes, yeah, it makes sense.
Can you give me an example of bringing yourself back into check and you can't do it?
what do you mean?
Like what you just said, like it was like you, like the frequencies to bring you back in check, and then like I think were you saying like when you try not to use those frequencies you can't do it? Like
Oh no, no. I mean, I use them. I use them. Like I said, I use Zen Life Relax. That's what I'm subscribed to.
right.
So when they have their music, it's almost it's like a variety of it's the same way we were just listening to the Native American flute music and stuff like that. It's music built on orchestrational aspects, but it's set to instead of the standard 440 frequency they use in regular music that you hear on the radio, you buy CDs. They actually bring the frequencies to specific numbers that's supposed to enhance you
Hmm.
physically, emotionally, and spiritually. Because like right now, I'm on the main page. You've got instead of 440 hertz, it's recorded at 528. That helps deal with the negative emotions, unwanted thoughts. It's healing music. Then they got another one that's 396 that raises your positive vibrations. You know what I'm saying, and so on and so forth. So yeah, they've been good for that for a long time. I've been using them for about, I'd
Hmm.
say, about 5 years now. I've been using them.
Okay.
And you got to and you got to be real careful with stuff like that, because some people say they put subliminals in it, but
Yeah,
I don't listen to their stuff because you don't know what they're saying,
yeah. That's
because
what. Just
because
listen to the
because
music. Don't listen to the ones where they have words like they be like,
right.
"You're doing great." Nah, I
And
don't.
yeah, and they bury it in the music so you don't really hear it. So what I did is that, you know what, if I want to do that, I taught myself how to make my own.
Yeah, that and see, I make
So
music too,
Smart
so
man.
yeah,
Smart
yeah.
man.
yeah,
Yeah, I make my
so
own music too. I've made like some of them like because like there's a software called Omnisphere. It's like a Nexus. Oh man, like what was it? REF Nexus. Basically,
yeah.
it's electronic sounds or VST plugins where you can
Hmm.
basically create like melodies and stuff like that. That's what I say. Hey, if you have a music mind, you can make your own music. Yeah,
Like I said, I've got the full Adobe Creative Suite, Photoshop, all that crap, and there's a section in there for making movies and videos, as we all know. So between that and Audacity, and then I choose the words that I want, and then I I organize them in the pattern that I want, and then I'll drop my particular music that brings. I try to choose an instrumental that comes as close to making me feel comfortable with what I'm saying, and then I'll put that in, and then I'll layer the audio track that I make with my voice through Audacity into that
yeah.
Photoshop thing, and then I just record it as a whole and call it a
Nice,
day. Yeah.
nice.
Because no offense, and I'm not saying people are out there to do anything negative, which they are, but I'm not saying that in this case. I'm just saying that at the end of the day,
That's the safest
sub,
option.
so yeah, subliminals are great. That's great, but you don't know who you're getting from. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Try to control your supply as much as possible.
Well, it's not just that. It's just that if we're going to be honest about it, they could honestly be doing something positive, and that's great. But what words mean to them won't the words won't mean the exact same thing to me,
You
because we
right,
all have
correct.
we all have our own interpretations of defining words, defining concepts. So if I've got a white person telling me to be positive, I'm a black man. Your concept of positive is not going to be the same as my life experience of positive.
Right, right, right.
You know what I mean? I mean, because you talking positive, I've had far more negative than you have, so it's never gonna match. And I don't mean that to be mean. It's a fact of life. Well, you're just gonna have to get over it. Well, that's easy for you to say. You don't have to go through it. You know. So, but it's always far better and safer to just do it on your own. And there are some great, as usual, as we said a minute ago, there's some great tutorials on YouTube on how to do it. And in some cases, they'll give you there's some places that actually have free software for you that you can download, use, and get practice and get comfortable with it, and then start making your own.
Yeah. And you by doing that, you learn a skill
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
you're gonna be uncomfortable taking segments out of videos at first, but then the more you start to do it, it's like come third second nature and whatnot, and then
Yeah.
it starts to move your brain in other directions. Like, okay, so now how can I edit like the video with it or something like that? Then the pieces start coming together,
hmm
and then your brain thinks differently about music. And then now when you hear music, you can take things out of it. Like as soon as you hear it, and like, okay, I'll take that and then use that for my own. Not saying like you're gonna steal their work, but you know what I mean. You can
yeah,
just spot out what you can use to basically make compilations yourself.
yeah. Well, what I try to do is I try as best as possible to use as much stuff from public domain, because we've got thousands and thousands of hours of music in public domain. And generally I like to use classical music, because classical music has already been proven to train your brain to be better at focusing and concentrating. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So if
Yeah.
I have that music, it's already going to focus my mind automatically just because of the way the music is. So the only thing I have to do is if it's set at 440, which is the wrong frequency, it should be 432. So I have a converter. I drop it into the converter. It takes depending on how long it is, but it usually takes about 10-15 minutes, and I convert it from 440 to 430. Excuse me, to 432. Then after I convert it, I'll take that, I'll drop it into the Adobe Audio thing, and
Premiere.
then I'll
Is it
yeah,
Premiere?
thank you. Yeah, it's Premiere. Yeah, I'll drop it in Premiere, and I'll let it sit there. Then I'll use Audacity to do my vocal recordings. You know what I'm saying? And then after that's done, I'll drop that into Premiere as well. And then I just line them up, which one I want on top or below, depending on which one I want to hear the most of. And then just hit record, man, and it'll merge them together, and boom, I got a file. So
Does it whenever you change the frequency, does it change the tempo of the song, or it just changes the frequency
it
when
just
someone?
changes the frequency, and I've tested it on everything. I've tested it on classical music, I've tested it on country music, I've tested it on Prince, Whitney Houston, Michael
Yeah.
rock and roll. Yeah, you'd never know if I if I
Cool.
if I if I literally just sent you a file and told you to listen to it and didn't tell you which one it was. You'd never know.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna try that out then.
Hmm.
Oh, okay, like basically, I'm sure because I used to use a Fruity Loops, so I'm sure in Fruity Loops there's an option where you can convert the frequency, right? Like whenever you're exporting, it usually ask you, do you want to was it exported was it 192 whatever? But I think that's not frequency that it
It
usually
it
does
it,
440
it
automatically or
well,
something.
yeah, yeah. It used to have a larger spread where you have greater choices on the frequencies, but from what I'm seeing right now, unless you buy an add-ons or something like that, but
Okay.
it usually only gives you one or two choices for the most part.
Mm.
It has a tendency to offer you more about what you asked a second, what was asked a second ago, changing the tempo and the speed as opposed to changing the frequency.
Mm.
you know, and
I know that.
unless there's something in there that I'm not seeing, because like I said, the Premiere stuff, I'm great with InDesign and Photoshop, but the Premiere is something I just started learning a couple of months ago, so it might be there and I missed it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it could be there. I know for sure. Like there was a video on YouTube where they're showing you the sounds of each frequency, and it went like as they went up. I guess it got silent. So I
Mm,
guess I was saying they said that there's a frequency they call it the God frequency where you
hmm,
don't hear
hmm,
nothing, but there is a
hmm.
frequency, so they called it the God frequency. They say that's how God talks to people. It's that subtle voice, but then you hear the yeah, that like that frequency where it's very loud, and then it
Yeah.
goes ooh.
Well, because there's two types. There's two sets. The first set is the solfego frequencies, which are nine different frequencies. Then there are the ones that are called the God frequencies, which are six different frequencies. So, and you can Google all that. It'll break it down for you. But I have a tendency to use the God frequency. I've used the solfego frequencies too when I first started a couple of years ago. But as time's gone on, I've gotten more into the six God frequencies.
Yeah, I see. Like I went on YouTube, it says 20 hertz to 20,000
Yeah. Hmm.
was it hertz human
Hmm.
audio spectrum. It's like 2 minutes and 24 seconds, and it basically that's the one I was talking about where it goes like and it goes
Yeah,
after
yeah,
that silence.
and yeah, yeah, and you have to be careful with that too because sometimes those frequencies people get confused. At certain points, it might sound like Tibetan monks doing that
Yeah, yeah,
kind
yeah,
of thing.
yeah. Mm.
Um, but people get a little nervous about it. It's fine. The Tibetan monk thing and the you don't want to deal with that. That's that
Yeah,
that
that one is
that
yeah,
that
yeah.
that's a chant calling on something. You don't want to
Yeah,
deal with
yeah,
that.
yeah. Because the mumbly goes so I'm like, you even know what language they talk because they could be say, "Go in the house and stab him in the neck,"
Hmm. Hmm.
and then you sleep, and then something is like, "Why don't you get up and stab him in the neck?"
Yeah.
Yes. Dun,
Yeah,
dun,
and
dun.
yeah, 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 and that's the thing. It goes back to what you were saying earlier, man. You got to do your homework. You got to figure out what's what, man. You can't just
Yeah,
take it at face value.
yeah.
I know,
There's
I
a
know,
lot of
I
layers
know,
to it.
I know. It just sounds like you're humming, but you're not. You're actually using specific grunt sounds when you're
Mm,
doing Tibetan work. So, and if you don't even understand the language or what's behind those grunts, you're opening yourself
mm,
up to something you don't even realize. So yeah,
yeah.
nah, that's why I started learning to do my own for that
Yeah,
very
because
reason.
they mimic how because he talks about how some certain demons or the language of the Nephilim, and they were speaking to sound like not the language of man. Because remember, at that time there was only one language, so another
Hmm.
way the Nephilim would communicate was by sound. You know how even in freaking mythology they would say that it's not good for a man to hear the language of the gods because it would destroy their minds. They'll go crazy, the humming
Exactly.
noise and all that stuff, frequency, like. And then that's the same thing we talk about witchcraft, like how to cast a spell on people. That's what I tell people. What do you think rap music, uh, promoted as was a gangster rap began to be promoted? Guess what? Everybody wanted to be a gangster, and they don't understand that each master of music they have to take it to a temple,
Hmm.
right? In a temple, and then they got the altar and everything. That's why it's called a master. See, keyword master. That's how they think about this, right? We have a lot of talented musicians out here. Why they don't go mainstream? Why? Because they're not chosen. This particular one, I guess Lawrence, I bet you the whole mastering it thing is putting that frequency and basically setting all the spirits in that frequency. So when people will hear it, they basically will suck on that energy. They'll be like, "Yes, be a gangster, get that drug, man, do this, shoot it inside you, yeah, shoot that needle, yeah, yeah." And then you're, yeah, man, this beat is banging, yeah, yeah. You're shaking your head, and then you don't realize, but you banging your head, like shaking with it. You are agreeing with it, and then you start merging with the frequency, and then sooner or later, 3 years down the line, you go to jail. Why? Because you were going hard with that beat. you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah, and it's funny too because when I was younger, I was around when it started. I grew up in Brooklyn, and I was on Stuyvesant Avenue, and right around the corner was Madison Avenue. So, Curtis Blow and Force MDs and Fat Boys and all them. I I was in those circles, man. I mean, that was the neighborhood. We between that and Queens and riding the Staten Island ferry. Lisa from the Colt Jam lived in the apartment complex behind my high school. I mean, so the Furious Five. That's when rap music had something positive to say.
But you from
Or
New York?
yeah, originally, yeah,
Are
uh,
you from you said Staten Island,
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn? Okay, okay.
Yeah. but I had family in Staten Island, so on the weekends we would go visit and ride the ferry, and you'd always see Force MDs up there practicing their craft. You know what I'm saying? Fat Boys was from Queens. They would do Queens and then come into the village in Manhattan and do stuff. And so Dana Owens before she started calling herself Queen Latifah, all that good stuff. Um, Sean White, you know, God bless him. He's gone crazy, but okay.
Who's Sean
Um,
White?
Sean White's my cousin, actually.
Is he an artist?
Yeah, that's Jay Z.
Oh, I thought it was what? Hold on.
I mean, not
Uh,
White. I'm sorry, Carter. I'm sorry.
yes,
I
yeah,
don't know
Sean
why.
Carter.
Yeah, I don't know why I said White. Um, he's through marriage. The reason I got White is because his aunt Marilyn White is married to my uncle.
Okay.
That's how we're connected. And I used to hang out with him when we were kids. Um,
Wow, small world, man.
well, not really, because my other uncle is married to Bill Cosby's first cousin. So
Oh, we got a star in the building. I guess the viewership is gonna go up now. Everybody, oh,
Yeah.
we got a star. He knows Jay Z. Oh my god!
oh no, man, no, 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 no.
Slide you
Get your own
demo tape.
channel. Get
It's
your own
not even.
channel. Time
No,
to
it's
dox him. Time to dox.
no, no. It's not even like that. It's not. I can't even begin to tell you the last time I talked to him. He
Yeah.
did. He did what he was supposed to do. You know, he made it and then he cut everybody off. I'm not mad at him. No, hey, I'm being honest. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, you because what's the saying? Your own people are gonna hate on you, so you gotta separate. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the truth. Like
I
that's
mean,
the,
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, realistically speaking, I mean, the last time, I think the last time we hung out as kids, I don't know, maybe 13, 13 or something like that. So
Yeah.
what do I look like calling him up all of a sudden out of clear blue sky 20, 30 years later to talk about what's up, cuz? Come on,
Yeah.
man. I'm not mad at him. You're supposed to do that.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie. I'm not gonna lie. I've done it myself to family members. Once I
Well,
started doing real estate and getting rental properties and stuff like that, oh man, I couldn't pay my rent, and the landlord kicked me out.
oh,
Man,
the
I know
dis-
you
the
got,
dysfunction, the dysfunctional.
yeah,
So yeah.
I know you got real estate. Yeah, I do.
I know. Hey, I know you got a house, man. You got a mansion. Let me in. Let me in.
Yeah, nah,
They be like, you claim to you read the Bible, right? God said what? Open your doors to the poor. It-
yeah,
hey,
but
it's funny
yeah.
because those people they become they know the Bible, front to cover when they need it. They're like, man, come on, you're supposed to be Christian.
Mhm,
I'm like, yeah,
mhm,
you're right. You know what? When
mhm.
Noah built the ark, you know what happens? The doors were locked and people tried to get in. They couldn't get in. Sorry, too late.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, yeah. And like I said, it's just like I don't get mad at them. I don't get mad at any of them because I'm pulling the same card, so it doesn't matter to me. And like I said, it wasn't like we were close, and it's not like we're blood relation. It was through marriage for crying out loud.
But
Um,
basically, he knows who you are. If he never forgotten you, he probably, I mean,
well, I got to be honest with you. I don't know if he remembers me or not. I'm being straight up honest. I don't.
yeah. I mean, it's
I
possible because think about it. As you move on in life, you build a new relationship. There's gonna be some people who, if they had an impact in your life, they will stay in your mind, and those who didn't, they'll disappear. Man, you can forget people based
Well,
on
I
the
don't.
relationship.
Well, I got to be honest with you. I don't know if I had an impact. Like I said, we were kids, man. I mean, other
Yeah.
than running around the projects and acting a fool, that's all I got.
Were
You
you,
know
were
what I
you
mean?
like,
I don't-
were you like, man, shut up, you big lip?
oh no, 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 no. I
That's you crazy.
Hey, because you know how a family is. You always, you got that one cousin that have a big head, and you got that one that has like a crooked ear, like was it he got the leprechaun ear, and then you make fun of
Mhm.
him. You got that cousin who just big for no reason. He doesn't eat it, but he's just big. We all have that. Each
well,
person has their own.
it's like I said, it's weird. It was just that time in New York where you could go anywhere and see the people who were eventually going to become big. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like my high school, Malik Yoba showed up at my high school and stayed there for a year.
For what?
Uh, no, he went there. He went.
Oh, I
He
thought it
went
was
there.
like he was like studying or something for like New York
No,
undercover at your high school.
no. He was still a teenager. He showed up there. He stayed for 1 year, which I think was his junior year, and then he left. I don't know where he went after that. Then you got you got Victoria Dillard. That was my girlfriend in high school.
Oh, it's the girl off
Um,
YouTube.
Victoria Dillard.
Yeah,
She's not on YouTube,
Vicky Dillard.
is she?
She's like pro black and dark skin. She is dark skinned, but she's like pro black, and she's kind of. There's a girl named Vicky Dillard on YouTube, and she's like on
Hold
some
on.
like.
I don't think that's her. Hold on a second. Let me see. But no, Vicky. No, that's not her. Hold on a second.
She's like out of her mind. This
Hold
Vicky Dillard I'm talking about. She's out of her gourd.
no. That's not my Vicky. No, I'm looking at her. That's not my Vicky. No,
Listen,
my Vicky. we went to high school together. She performed for Alvin Ailey. She had one or two, three guest appearances on Star Trek: The Next Generation. She starred in Ricochet with Denzel Washington. She dated Lawrence Fishburne before he got married to Gina Torres.
That's
She
her
was in
name, his wife.
Gina Torres. His what? Lawrence Fishburne's?
Yeah, yeah. I'm like, I
Yeah,
didn't know that was
Gina.
her name. That's a beautiful woman.
Well, they divorced now.
Yeah, they
So
divorced now. But
yeah,
that's a beautiful woman, man.
yeah, she is. Yeah, she is, and from the Bronx.
Yo,
So
what's up with the that's my my flavor right there. Them Afro Latinas, them
yeah, I'm not
like
mad at you.
like
I'm not
Rosario
mad at
Dawson, like them
you.
darker
Yeah,
Hispanic girls. Like I don't
yeah.
like
She's from the Bronx too.
yeah, like the lighter Hispanic girls. They are all right, but they get old at like 22.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they do. They do.
They
They
look,
do.
but like the
They
brown
do.
ones, man. God, man, that's my
bro.
flavor right there.
If yeah, when they age or like if they get overweight, bro, it's over. It's over.
Yeah, it's a wrap, man. They look so
Mhm.
good when they're like 18, 17. Like they're pretty girls, like at young ages, and then
But
as soon as they have a
if
kid,
you
it's a wrap.
yeah, do you remember that TV show called Spin City with Michael J. Fox?
Yeah, I used to watch that before he had
Remember
Parkinson's. I had to leave.
remember that tall, slim black sister who ended up dating the mayor?
On Spin City, who's dating
Yeah.
who?
There was only one sister on the show.
Hold
There was
on,
only
Spin
one black woman on the show.
City.
But that's Vicky. That's my Vicky.
Wow. Okay.
As a
Yeah, I'm
matter of
looking her up
fact,
now.
I thought you were talking about Wolf Vicky. You know Wolf Vicky, the little online star, that white girl who says she's black. That's her. You guys
oh
remember
gee.
Wolf Vicky? That's what is that? How's
Yo,
Wolf Vicky?
yo, Vicky Diller kind of like that girl off of what's it called? Saved by the Bell a little bit.
Oh no, my Vicky's better than that. Sorry.
Yeah,
But yeah, but that's her.
she's a cute girl. I had a girl like this in my she's like my god sister.
Mhm.
Way older than me though.
Yeah. But yeah. And she left in like the first half of our senior year to go dance with Alvin Ailey. Because she trained as a ballet dancer, and then she went from that into film and TV and all that good stuff.
The only thing about them Afro Latinas, man.
Well, Vicky's
God,
not Afro Latina.
no, no,
She's
no. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. They are
oh.
very dominating. Because they had to fight growing up. Because they had to fight the ugly girls. They
I
are
mean, you're not
very
lying, but still.
like you can just tell by their. They got them like lion eyes.
Yeah,
Or
they
like
feisty.
yeah, like it's a lot of Caribbean girls that look like them too. Man, well
Well,
they are
yeah, I'm
Well, they're
I'm
from
I'm in the
Caribbean.
Caribbean, so listen, I know what you're talking about, bro.
Very beautiful, but like you get a like and they're like nice, and you get them one on one, man. You get a relationship with them, man. They're like, man, my wife is that shit, man. Like very fucking
Listen,
overbearing at times.
yes, 100%. But what I can say is this: um, if you're, how do I say? Um, Listen, let me just put it this way: you have to be really strong. You have to be. There's no second guessing yourself. Um, there's no stuttering, no stammering. Listen, everything that I guess modern feminism calls toxic masculinity and evil, that you have to be the embodiment of that. And I'm not saying you're not gonna have problems, but for the most part, they're gonna stay in check.
Man, yeah, I agree
But
with you.
But the
And then
frustration is, and I understand why a lot of men have the frustration, is that you don't want to be that guy all the time. Sometimes you just want to relax and have peace and just be cool.
Oh, you gotta have
So
your sword in your hand.
yeah, yeah.
and then you got yeah, and it's not that much different with Haitians either, for real. Because One of my high school friends is Mona Scott Young as well. I don't know if you know who that is, but she was the manager for Missy Elliott, Fantasia, 50 Cent. And as a matter of fact, she's the creator of the Love and Hip Hop TV show.
Yeah, yeah. I heard that name. Yeah, yeah. They're still talking about
Yeah,
basically.
Mona Scott,
that name sounds familiar.
yeah, Mona Scott Young. Yeah, that was she. We had two cliques, her clique and my clique. Her
Oh
clique was
yeah, Monami
it was
Productions. Yeah, yeah, I know who
yeah,
she
that's
is.
her. It was Mona Scott Young, Jackie Filligan, Joyce Williams, and Myra Santiago. I've known Myra since we were 7 years old. As a matter of fact, she lives about 15, 20 minutes from me. She's an attorney down here. So yeah, yeah. Like I said, at the time I was living in New York, man, everybody who became somebody, yeah, we knew him. We
Wow.
knew him. So
I seen her places before. Yeah,
yeah, she
Mona
pops.
Scott.
Yeah, she pops up a lot. Her and Myra are best friends. So
Yeah, she's
every
directly
night.
from Haiti. It says. Yeah.
Yeah, her and Jackie came from Haiti to the states, and then grew up here and ended up with us at Park West High School in Manhattan. That was like right in the middle of Hell's Kitchen on 53rd, 52nd, 53rd Street between 10th and 11th Avenue. That was our
Yeah.
thing. Because Park West, yes, the way Park West High School was, Park West was one of the first schools in the city that was specifically geared to you could only get in if you took a test to prove that you were a genius. You couldn't get into it if you didn't.
Wait, so Hell's Kitchen is actually a real location and not a mall for location. So
Yo,
Nah,
you
yeah,
fans,
bro, it's a real place,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah,
Daredevil.
yeah, fans.
yeah,
I
yeah,
thought the same thing. The same
yeah,
thing
yeah,
about growing up. I'm like, yo, that's where
yeah,
Daredevil's from.
yeah. No, that's it. Yeah, that's exactly what they're
Daredevil, Luke
talking about.
Cage, and them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Alicia Keys is
Yeah.
from there too, right? Hell's Kitchen.
I'm sorry. Who?
Alicia Keys. She's from Hell's Kitchen, I
Um,
think.
is she? I don't remember because I don't know nothing about Neat. I mean,
No,
she was after us, so I don't know. I couldn't
the
tell you.
way I feel it for
Yo,
you.
But
why
but
does New York have the prettiest tough women in the world, yo? They want to be
Because it's
so.
New York.
Yeah, right.
It's New
Yeah.
York.
because
Listen,
That's
because because that's how we roll in Gotham.
Gotham, yeah, Gotham City.
listen. When I visited New York, I was really young. But the moment I saw the city, the moment I smelled the city, the moment I felt the aura of the city, everything made sense.
Mhm. Yeah, it does.
Everything
Yeah,
made sense.
yeah. There's no other city like it in the world, man. It just isn't.
Yeah, yeah, it's a big city for a reason, and it's not far from Washington D.C. So there you have it.
Hmm. Yep.
I
And then
really.
you then
Sorry,
you throw
sorry.
in then you throw in consideration as part of the tri-state area, so that puts it in conjunction with New Jersey and Connecticut. So you
Yeah.
know,
All right.
Yeah. And I'm sure if I go to Chicago, I'm gonna come to the same revelation as well. I'm gonna go to
Oh,
Chicago and
like
be like, oh yeah, it makes sense why
here's
Chicago
the thing.
produces people like this.
No,
hmm
here's the thing. I've delivered I've done some trucking job within Chicago and around Chicago. It's they've been doing a lot of construction lately. So when we hear in the news, this is what I tell people. It's it's probably one of the neighborhoods where it's a recurring theme, but pretty much all around Chicago when I was there, especially even in the downtown area, they were doing a lot of reconstruction, like fixing road, expanding to like one lane road into two laners. Like they were doing a lot of stuff. So I'm like, I think it's the whole thing about the news. It's probably a cover up, like fear tactics to basically convince people to move out of this area so they can take it over and fix it. Because that's the same thing we did in Detroit. When I went to Detroit, man, like I remember one time I went there, I saw all the trash homes, those abandoned home. And then a few months later, when I went back there to deliver sheet rods, I'm like, this is Detroit. They fixed that whole thing up like crazy. They even got a new theater at this one spot I was. So what I'm saying is, there's always propaganda in everything. There are certain places where they don't want people to be there, so they create a scenario where they're gonna basically, because people, yeah, be like, man, violence here. Okay, let's move out of here, right? even if something does happen, but they're gonna hype it up on the news to just make you be like, "Hey, we gotta leave this neighborhood," and then people start selling their homes, whatever, in drove, and that's how that's how gentrification comes in. Gentrification comes in because of propaganda. That's one thing I learned as a truck driver because you see to be like, well, this doesn't make any sense. And I was like, if Detroit was quote unquote a black city, why I'm seeing more ethnicity outside of them is why because of, like I said, it's an agenda. They got people scared and they move out. You know that's how it is, man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It is what it is, man.
Yeah,
It is, all I know is when it's all said and done, there's real estate to be had, and I'll be there. That's
yeah.
all.
Get your money,
That's
man. Get your money.
Hey,
that's all I can
just
tell you.
just to touch quick on that real estate thing, and man, I can tell you after COVID, these real estate prices, a lot of people coming in hard times and they selling their house and land sometimes for I guess pennies on the dollars, what you can call it. It's ridiculous. Land selling for one third the price. It's crazy what's happening right now.
But you want to know something though? All kidding aside, people with single family residence homes and people with land for sale is not what you need to watch. You need to watch the commercial
Okay.
because as time goes on, if you follow what's going on, more and more businesses are considering having their people work from home for three reasons. One, because of the COVID situation, they don't want to be in a situation where somebody gets sick at their office,
Right.
which opens them up for liability. The second thing is it's more cost effective to have people work from home. It's always easier to get people rented or temporary laptops than it is to pay $10,000 for 1,000 square feet of space.
Office, right, right.
And number three, once those commercial buildings are empty, something has to be done with them. And I guarantee you, people are going to do what they started doing in New York in the late 90s, all the way up until now. They'll
And
take those
convert it to
warehouses.
residential.
Exactly. They'll take those warehouses and those commercial buildings and turn them into multi-unit apartments. And because people are losing their homes, they got to have some place to go, don't they?
Mm, right.
Hey, listen, I'm just gonna tell you thanks because an associate of mine and myself, we're looking at some. We're looking to take advantage of the current situation.
Mhm.
And for me, coming right out of university, this is the kind of opportunity that's once in a lifetime. So now that you mentioned that, I'm going to definitely look at my options a bit differently now. So, hey,
Yeah,
thanks for that information.
yeah, and keep in mind too, if you do want to go into buying single family residence homes and then renting them out, I'm not saying you can't, but you have to keep something in mind. Right now, as it currently stands, there's a permanent moratorium on rent. So you technically are going to have a single family residence where people are living in there and don't have to pay you,
Well,
don't
I'm
have
not in the States, so I
to.
don't have to worry about that.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, that's
But
perfect. Right.
I get what you mean though. But nah, I'm not in the States, so I don't
Well,
have to worry about that moratorium.
well,
As for
actually,
everything else though, it applies.
you might because keep in mind because you're in England, yes.
No, I'm not. I'm actually I'm in Guyana currently.
Oh, okay. Then never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah.
All right, because if you were in England, I was going to tell you don't be surprised. It wouldn't be too far off because England and America and Canada have a tendency to copy each other a lot.
Nah, from what I've heard, yes, in the UK, they're actually looks. It appears as if something like that is coming. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's coming,
yeah,
and Canada is definitely going to do it because right now
it's kind of the
Canada,
socialism. It's kind of the
yeah, that's what I was going to say. Canada's about as close as you're going to get to actual communism right now, or socialism, or whatever the hell they're calling it. Yeah. But
from
is that Canada and America, what a lot of people don't understand is that the foundation of law is based on common law, and that common law comes from England.
yep, yep,
So,
yep.
if one of those three are going to do it, the other two eventually will as well.
Yeah, man, yeah, a lot of people don't realize that you're a lot closer to the UK than you think. Similar for
Hmm.
US, you're a lot closer to Canada than you think.
Hmm.
Even when you look at the laws on the books and so on, it's eerily similar.
Well, I mean, let's be honest with you. Nobody, I mean, anybody who study history knows all of it comes from the Magna Carta. I mean, you can't
Yeah,
deny that.
yeah,
You can't
yeah,
deny that. So, it is what it is. But again, that goes back to what we said before: people not doing their homework.
yeah. On that not doing your homework thing, what I can tell you is that sometimes, I don't know, life kind of does your homework for you. What has happened to me a lot is that I've stumbled across information without looking for it. Like it just came in front of me, and for some
Hmm.
reason I didn't reject it. Usually sometimes when it happens that way, you tend to reject the information.
Yeah.
But for some reason, a lot of the times I didn't reject the information. I'm like, okay, and for some reason I took it in.
Yeah. And now if you guys decide to pull the trigger on that with the whole real estate thing, let me just let you know, don't buy into the gurus who tell you you have to pay this to get mentorship or anything like that. The greatest weapon I have ever owned in my entire life is not a gun. It's not a college diploma. None. The greatest weapon I have ever had is the one thing my grandfather gave me when I was 6 years old, and that's a library card.
Oh yeah, facts. I can tell you, man.
Hmm.
um, I
You can
mean,
go in. You can go in, pull out all the books you want to, study them as long as you want to, etc., and so on, and then
yeah,
and learn it. You know,
yeah.
real estate is not rocket science. They try to make you think it is, but it's not.
Nope. Nope. Yeah, that's true. A lot of things people seek mentorship for. While it's good because getting a personal, a teacher is is usually good. But for certain things, yeah, the information is right there, readily available.
Yeah, but see, even with the mentorship and getting a teacher, it still don't have to cost the money that a lot of them are charging. If you join a local real estate club, you'll find a whole bunch of people in there looking to have
True.
protege, and
True.
for free. You can join them for free, and you can do the relationship and network, and yeah, you'll have more than one by the time it's said and done. So
True.
that's why I keep trying to tell people all the time. The only time money should come into play is if you work in a state that requires you to have a real estate license. That's it. That's the only money other than business cards and your normal stuff, website or whatever you're gonna do. But you should not be paying somebody $10,000, $12,000 for a 3 day seminar and then another $1,000 a month for them to be a guide. Man, just look, man, just get your library card. It's free.
You
Go to
getting
the
hustled.
library. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Just
That's
just just
extra.
just yeah, just get your library card. It's free. Go in and take out all the books. You know what I'm saying? You research the books. Then after you research the books, you cross-reference with, other real estate people who are on YouTube who give free tutorials and classes and stuff like that. Then when you get the basics down, you join something like Meetup or the local real estate club. You walk in there, you be straight up honest with them. Look, I'm new to this. I'm thinking I want to do virtual wholesaling because I don't have that much money to get into anything else. All right. Well, if you're doing wholesaling, what are you doing? Are you doing commercial or are you doing residential? And you just choose whichever you want. If you say residential, then it's going to be, hey, okay, so I'll be out there looking for people who want to sell a house real quick. I'll sign a contract with them, and usually you can get them like, look, I'll represent you. I'll pay you $20 to have a 90-day contract with me. And if I don't sell it, you get to keep the $20. If I do sell it, then I get my cut of it. Well, am I going to pay the cut? No, not you. You're the seller. The buyer's going to pay the cut because I'm bringing it to them, and you're done. If it's commercial, it's a little trickier because you got to figure out whether or not you're just doing standard commercial, which is warehousing, industrial buildings, office complexes, retail centers, yada, or you're doing triple net. And triple net is generally the stuff you see like one building that only has one company in it, like a Burger King or a McDonald's or something like that. That's triple net. That's trickier to do because it has a higher profit potential, but it takes longer and it's more difficult to do because you have to do calculations for ARV, insurance, building measurements, traffic for that particular
Yeah, yeah.
area, if it's viable for them to be there, that kind of stuff. But it pays bigger. Because I mean, there are some man, there are some triple net deals. Whoo, like $146,000 is your cut. they,
Wow.
they
Okay.
they are beautiful. They are beautiful. Like I said, commercial has the higher profit, but it takes a lot more work. Lawrence Guy, could you break down what's going to go down in Canada? Could any of it happen here? Could it happen here? It's already happening here. It's already happening. I mean, just not on as large a scale, but it's happening.
Yeah, that I mean that I know you asked about was that man. I'm like, it's an obvious question with an obvious answer. Nothing is gonna escape this new agenda. Not no nation.
Nothing.
But
Nope.
they're
No
starting
nation.
in the first world country. Why? Because they're the most influential, especially America. So
Yeah,
before they
and
take it anywhere, they have to start it here.
yeah, and those are the countries too with most of the infrastructure already in place as well,
Mhm.
and the quote unquote propaganda already has been like totally pushed to the masses there. So yeah, definitely those are the places where it has to start.
That's it. That's why the Most
Yeah,
High said, come out of their cities, go into the mountains if you have to,
yeah.
but come out of those cities."
There's an exodus already happening. Even here's another sign. The scripture says when you see the Gentiles starting to leave Babylon, that's a sign too. They've
Hmm.
been leaving already, but now you're gonna see them leaving more. It says a voice will come and they say, "Let us go back to the land of our fathers." That's your
Oh
sign for
yeah.
captivity. Yeah,
It's like
Hmm.
when the Romans start leaving Rome and going to the Byzantine Empire. It's like
Hmm.
something's about to
Yep.
go down.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
You
yeah,
come on,
Facts.
man. Look, man. When those Visigoths started coming in, they started running real fast, boy.
yeah, yeah,
I'm not lying. When those Visigoths and those Vandals came in, man, Rome was man. They started running, and
yeah,
you see
Bounce
how
one
you.
time, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you see how they started giving up their gods to go pick up somebody else's gods as long as it provided safety. They was not playing. But again,
Yeah, yeah.
at the same time, if you looked at what happened with Rome, you could see a huge part of that had to do with gynocentrism and feminism.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
Yeah.
it was Rome and
Nothing new
Egypt.
under the sun.
Yeah, Rome
Nothing new
and
under the sun.
yeah, Rome and Egypt. Because as soon as the women started coming into power and running everything, straight to hell, man,
mm,
Yeah.
straight to hell.
Um
I mean, there's more examples, but those are the two big ones.
yeah.
there are a few references in the gospels, I believe, or is it the epistles of woman worship occurring in,
Yeah,
you know,
Diane, they
very
work for Diane. Yeah,
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Athena was a female deity too. Yeah,
Goddess of wisdom. Yeah,
yeah, and think,
goddess of
yeah,
goddess of wisdom and war. And just to prove the level of stupidity with the gynocentrism, they had her be the only person who could ever defeat Ares.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, her brother. Yeah.
yeah. Her
Mhm.
younger brother. Yeah,
Yeah. So this skinny little broad who popped out of her dad's head can just like that defeat the god of war. Okay, sure, you're right.
and
Yeah, yeah. That's
they
funny.
made her smart too. Notice she's also the god of wisdom. Ares was
Hmm.
just a brute force, but she was the wit, the one with the
Hmm.
wits.
No,
Yeah,
but
I mean that was pure Earth Mother nonsense. That's what that was.
And
Yeah,
even
yeah,
people, she never. I don't think she had any kids either, did she?
no,
No, she didn't. She's the only god that didn't.
yeah,
That was pretty weird. That was
she was
pretty
meant
weird.
she was
Everybody had children
celibate.
but her.
She was a
Hmm.
celibate. But
but but
okay, but here's another twist. What
uh
if what if she was a he? Ah, see, making our yeah, because I made a stream about the Statue of Liberty, right? They call her Lady Liberty, but it's
yeah,
not.
but it's an
It's
androgynous
Apollo.
statue, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Hmm.
Apollo. It's
Yeah.
Apollo. It's a
Yes, it is.
man.
Yeah, it is.
But hey, fast and I hope you're not turning into one of those brothers you see on YouTube. Everybody's a tranny.
He yo dog. He's up there. He used to be
Oh,
up.
you
He used
talk
to be
about
worse.
man. The
He used to be
actually
worse.
no, the YouTube keeps deleting his channel. Mag be the truth. Yeah, YouTube
Hey
Man,
keeps
guy,
deleting his,
it's
yeah.
a
hey, hey,
man.
hey
Bomba
guys,
clot. Huh?
hey guys. I'm keep going. I'm gonna stop again. I want to make a cup of tea. I'll be right back.
All
All
right,
right.
cool, cool,
Cool.
cool.
All
Yeah.
right. Thank you, brothers. I
Oh,
appreciate
you're
it. Be right
welcome.
back.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man. Learning like a mug.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah,
probably
right.
when he comes back now, I'll probably wrap it up. You know, I know we've been here for what 6 hours now. Wow, that's a
Yeah,
long
yeah.
time. I thought I was gonna be here for probably maybe 2 hours, but hey, whenever I have a stream, it never, it's never short.
I'm digging. I kind of want to ask him about Lisa and Colt Jam because the group that produced them, Final Force, not Final
Uh,
Force, Full Force, the group of brothers, like the guys that were the Husky guys that were on House Party, the security guards, or
yeah.
they they wrote their music, and they wrote a lot of people's music. Like they still eat to this day for writing for people, and it's like
Y-
five of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of money to be made writing.
Oh yeah, oh
Yeah,
yeah, hell
many
yeah.
musicians like that's why I tell people none of the musician that write their stuff. It's always written by someone else. They don't let them.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Most of them it's just they just have the talent to perform.
Yeah,
Most of them are literally performers, not bona
yeah,
fide
yeah,
artists.
yeah, yeah. Even Beyonce doesn't write her
Yeah, she's
songs.
a performer.
Yeah,
She's a performer.
you it's a lot of rappers like that too.
Yeah, man. Listen, I can tell you this. Not for rappers, but even so-called authors and all that stuff.
mhm,
Ghostwriting is very
Yeah.
lucrative.
Oh yeah.
That's
Oh
all I'm
yeah.
going to, that's all I'm going to tell you guys.
I
Ghostwriting is
mean,
very
you just got to think about it. The simplest way to think about it is like this: have you ever turned in a paper that you didn't write, and the English teacher said, looked at the paper and looked at you and was like, "You didn't write this."
nah.
yeah, yeah. There you
I
go.
I never had people write for me, but I have written for other people. So yeah, I
Right,
can
right,
tell you.
You
and then
already think 50 Cents can publish a book like oh a book written by 50 Cent? You really think he wrote it?
well,
Come on.
I think they probably might have had a big contributor because he used to write music. That was his thing. So I could agree with you on that fast because he actually was a songwriter before he got into to being an artist for himself like that because that's the reason why his hooks are so good.
Yeah,
Like
because he was the guy writing for a lot of guys. Yeah, that's
right,
true.
right. So I know what you mean, Fast. And there's a lot of guys like that. You like, do you think he wrote the book? Like, no.
Yeah. I
Nah,
mean,
he most
thinking,
definitely had
For him,
like an
yeah.
editor, a copy editor, and
yeah.
a lot of persons handling the actual production of the book. But I'm sure he had a hand in how it was done.
Mm.
But like a guy like I get a lot of pushback on this, but Lil Wayne, I've noticed that his style changed a lot throughout his career, and I was
Yeah.
like, oh, that speaks high for ghostwriting be available because he came first out as like this down south rapper with very simple lyrics, and
Mm-hmm.
then like right, and then like in the around 2000 like 2004 he started becoming lyrical, and then I'm like nobody becomes lyrical after they become like dumbed
And
down. It's like you will be
kissing
lyrical from the jump because
Birdman.
your brain won't be able to slow down like that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And kissing Birdman.
Now,
Yeah.
what I can tell you too is, as somebody who writes, right,
Hmm.
it's very hard it's almost like disrespecting your own art to dumb it down.
Right. You basically like that's why when you write like a bad paper and you got potential, like your English teacher busts your ass.
Yeah.
He's like, yo, what is this? And you're like,
Mm-hmm.
what do you mean? I try. Like, no, you didn't, because I can tell by the way you put these sentences together that I can tell what your potential is, but you got lazy because you didn't want to take a longer time to write this because you rushed it.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly it.
But then when somebody can't really like speak all that well, and when they can't write all that well, you be like, oh, okay, that's where you at. I'm gonna try to make you better, but this is how your brain functions. Like, the best thing for you is to be simplistic and go straight for the gut. Like you in detail. I mean, you in a whole bunch of descriptors and metaphors not gonna really work. So you might as
Mm-hmm.
well just be straight to the point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it's like in order for you to write too, you gotta know a lot of vocabularies because some words may mean the same thing, but it's like how you that's the one thing I hated about writing essays because the teacher will be like, "Oh, do this." So, but over time, I kind of understand. Like, okay, I understand why they were doing that because if you think about it, how we speak and how we write, it's totally different things. Like the way
Yes,
we're
it
talking
is.
right now is it's different than actually writing it down. So
Right.
with art, I guess it's the rule of the art that if you're gonna write, this is how you're gonna write because you're gonna have different people reading it, and you don't want to have multiple interpretation to the specific detail you want to speak. So you gotta be definite on what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, we see it here too. Like somebody will say something, and then somebody don't understand, and then another person breaks it down. It's like, oh, okay, I got it. It's the same thing, you know. That's another reason why people have a lot of confusion with the Bible, because the language, sometimes, or the idiom, or the way of things is saying, they don't understand it. But if you actually do it, you check the background of why it was written, right? Like for an example, one of the most confusing verse when it says that it's harder for a rich man to enter what was it heaven, like a camel going through the eye of the needle.
Yeah, but it's actually supposed to be a thick rope, right?
It's talk about the door, because a camel has to get on its knees to crawl under that needle. So that door was called a needle. So they're basically saying that it's because getting on your knees is humbling. So
Right.
it was the analogy saying that rich people, it's hard for them to enter the kingdom. Why? Because it's hard for them to get on their knees and humble to cross over the door. That was the whole point. So if because people didn't understand that language, people think needle as that little needle that you use to sew your clothes. That's what people have think. That's why. So the nurse was say, "Man, that is impossible," you know. So when I was growing up, I used to think, I'm like, man, you know,
I mean, in that sense, though, the sentiment of the expression is preserved, but the true meaning is a bit muddied. So
yes,
it's not a total loss, in my opinion.
yeah, yeah. But it's like the imagination. I mean, think about it. There's no way you can have a camel, a big animal, go through the eye of a needle that you used to sew clothes. No way. See, it's like it don't make no sense. But like I understand, a lot of people got confused over the years, about that verse. But once I understood the idiom that they said no, it was referring to this. I'm like, okay, that makes sense, because the camel usually have heavy stuff on its back. So when you come to that door, the camel, like the load on the back is too high. So
Yeah.
they have to literally make the camel crawl down, like get on its knees to basically go under the needle. That's why Christ mentioned that. I'm like, oh, okay, it makes sense now. Oh man, that's why they say words get lost in translation. Well, I
Hmm.
mean, we'll wait for brother Maurice to come in. Maybe we'll have a few last words before I end.
Yeah, yeah. That's no
Way
problem.
too long.
Man,
Yeah.
I can
I'm
definitely say,
I'm sorry,
yeah.
gentlemen. I'm back.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, welcome back, welcome back.
yeah.
See ya fast, and I was saying, I can definitely say, man, the conversations that I've had here so far on your channel, crazy, man, really good, really good.
Thanks, thanks. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know.
Same here. Same here, man.
Yeah, I
Really
mean,
enjoy
it's very
my time
chill.
over here.
Mm.
And I don't know if you've noticed, but we've held over 10 people the whole way through.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Oh,
noticed. I
really?
noticed.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. I'm
So,
like, hey, as long as I can hold 8 to 10 people, that's fine. That's good enough.
and I'm sure there's a lot of them that may never actually comment in the chat, but the fact that they've been here the whole time, that's really commendable.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yes, it is.
six hours.
It actually is.
Yeah, I'd rather have like personally, like on my channel, I'd rather have like a small audience that sticks with me than have like a whole bunch of people and like be able to like and having to make them happy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
just be myself and stuff like that, and you can just let it flow. You really don't gotta like I could like I saw myself one time looking at the numbers and like that I could really see how this could be in transit of like you you be like talking about one subject, go check the numbers, then new subject start, you check the numbers, like oh it's not like I lost like 20 people, time to get back to it. It's like that's not
Hmm.
really how
yeah,
natural conversations
Yeah,
flow, you know.
true.
Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
I've learned from performing is that you actually don't perform for the crowd. Let me explain. So yes, you stand up on stage, you're trying to entertain the crowd before you, but to truly represent the art that you're trying to portray, you actually perform for those 5-10 people in the crowd that are actually there for you, that Same thing, like when you're writing a book, you write a book. That's why you see a lot of authors say they dedicate this book to their sister, their mother, whoever, because that's the only way you actually get to put out something authentic. Many times, you get lost in the sauce trying to impress the people in front of you, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, you
Well, yeah,
bastardize your stuff.
well, yeah, because fasting and I are both authors, and if there's, and I'm pretty sure you'll agree with this. It took me a while to learn it, but one of the first things I had to learn is when I write, I have to write for myself. If they
Yeah,
like it,
yeah,
if they like it, they'll come for it.
Yeah,
They'll come for it.
yeah,
But once you start,
you're
but
right.
once you start writing for everyone else, you compromise your vision.
Mm, mm. And what Lawrence just said is so perfect because think about if you're trying to write for other people, you know what happens? Now you have to be like, okay, maybe they won't like this. So it's like you're just putting yourself. All this when I wanted to write my children's book. This was my vision. I'm like, I want to write a book because I of children's book. Why? Because I know children they don't really care about words; they care about the image. So I made the pictures very appealing and catchy, right? With Bible
Hmm.
characters, right? But then the paragraphs that are under the picture, I made it for the parents because I'm assuming that somebody's gonna be reading it to the children, right? So I wrote it in a way where it's straight to the point, simple language, nothing, no big words, but at the same time, it's like I'm hitting two birds with one stone. Kids, they don't really care. They're just gonna be looking at pictures. But the parents,
Hmm.
when I read it, and in the bottom of the book, I have verses where they can use as a reference. So in a way, it's kind of like they're reading a children's book, but at the same time, the parent is getting knowledge of a higher level compared to a child because the child don't care about going into the Bible and trying to verify if this story is true. They don't care. But for the parent, it's gonna be like, okay, you saying that Esau is the father of the Caucasian. Okay, where can I find that to to prove it? So, well, okay, there you go. You know, I put it right there at the bottom. Go to Genesis 36. It tells you everything. Who went to
yeah.
the mountains?
Hmm.
So it, I'll say, yeah, it's like write it as if you're writing to yourself. How would you enjoy yourself reading it? You know?
You want to know something crazy?
Hmm.
Uh, since coming into the knowledge of certain things, uh, m- it has actually significantly helped my ability to write fiction because now that I understand that stories have so many levels and layers to them, it
Hmm.
actually helps me to layer my own stories,
Hmm.
and it's ridiculous. Now I pay so much attention to detail when writing. I'm not just trying to write just a regular plain old story, point A to point B, and man, I don't even know how to explain this. Like when I first understood how they plotted out things in the various mythologies, and even some of the more modern stories we see today, I just started to take a deep dive into how stories are constructed, and then from there it significantly helped me moving forward. So
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. What you're talking about is you're learning how to world build. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, how to world build, right? Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing. Because if you look at the narrative of the narrative style of story writing today, like movies, comics, etc., and so on, you'll notice that it doesn't garner the same love and passion that it used to be when we were younger, because what they did is they gave up telling structured stories, solid storytelling, and a good narrative for the sake of ideology and politics.
Yup.
Yep,
Yep. Yep.
that
Yep.
is true. And that is true.
And
Pushing a
that's and
message.
exactly, and that's why the next phase of the Marvel universe is not going to work.
At
Yeah,
That's
it's
all.
not gonna
that,
work, no. Mm-mm.
that's why when I was growing up, a single issue of Batman will sell 100,000 copies, but a single issue of Batman today barely sells 30.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the
And
medium
and
change.
Exactly, and it's just destroying it, and it takes away from the overall function because, like for young men, for instance, regardless of what race you are, using comic books as an example, you once you put an ideology into something as simple as comic books, what you're now doing is you're trying to control the minds of young people. There's no
Right.
question to that. You're trying to direct them in a path that is not natural. That's first. The second thing is that you have to understand for comic books that is America's version of mythology.
It is, yeah.
Okay, and the entire concept of mythology is that regardless of the spectacular feats of the people inside those stories, that is secondary to the fact of the moral implications that those stories are supposed to bring about. They are moral tales.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you go like as some as simple as Grimm's fairy tales, there's a reason those they all have moral implications for the actions of the characters in them. Once you start taking that away, you develop a group of men who do not understand the heroic concept.
Yep.
And without the heroic concept, you lose the moral standing that men generally carry within themselves through those tales.
Yeah, they got that. Why does it matter mentality? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Or as fasting
Oh,
likes to say, nihilism. Hmm.
yeah. Yeah. Why should I do anything?
yeah, nothing's gonna change.
Yeah.
It
Nothing's gonna
will.
change.
That's
No,
why I'm like I see it more often now,
no, no,
especially.
no. Sorry,
Um,
fast. I'm gonna correct them. What I was saying is that they'll have that mentality of like, why should I fight for this? Nothing's gonna change. It's always going.
yeah,
It's always been like this.
yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah. That's nihilistic.
Hmm.
Nihilistic is basically what's the point of doing anything?
Exactly.
Life is the way it is, so just don't do anything.
Right.
You know, I
And
always
that's
thought it was weird that Dave Chappelle went away like right before Obama got in office. You know what I'm saying?
it was a hey, look,
Well,
man,
when it comes to
it was a
Hollywood,
smart
remember
move.
he's an actor. He all those people they act. They never stop acting. You wanna know when they stop acting? When they're dead. But how do you know they're dead? They tell you they're dead. But at the end
Hmm.
of the day, they're actors. You don't know.
You know,
well,
Whether they're real or they're not. They are actors. All of them.
well, I
Yeah.
understand what you mean, fasting, but what I believe is that a lot of the breakdowns and manic episodes and all the other things we see from them, those happen for real.
No, no.
Yeah.
This is I'll put it this way, right? Watch this. When you watch the movie John Rainbow went to Vietnam and he was killing all those Vietnamese people in the movie and
hmm
saving POWs, right? But is that real life? No. POWs were dying in Vietnam. Some of them they never even went to free them.
Right?
None of them became Vietnamese. They stay over there. But they gave you a movie about this fictional character that went to Vietnam to save POWs. That never happened in real life, but it happened in a movie, right? So it's the same
Right.
thing in Hollywood. They come up with drama and everything. You think it's real? No. Remember, most of their names is not even the real name. It's the quote unquote what did they call
Stage
alien?
name, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the reason they do that is because they figured out that from a mental point of view, you can assuage the guilt of an entire nation by simply giving them a story that makes them feel good. Oh, so we weren't the bad guys, they were, and
Yeah, yeah.
here's John Rambo to make it right for us. You know what I mean? And it gives a false sense
Of a
of
victory. Because
of, vi-
America lost the war.
of victory and not having to accept responsibility.
Mm.
Two words: Captain
Mm.
America.
Oh yeah, that's another big one, man. Like
Yeah.
but I guess check this out. The concept of Captain America, it's us.
Yeah, I was gonna
That's
say
what I
that
mentioned.
because yeah.
Hitler was very like he got pissed off America. He said, "Why are you releasing those bears?" He called black soldiers bears. Why? Uh, because of your melanin. And all America was used because remember black people were still quote unquote second class citizen. They
Hmm.
were considered soldiers, right? So what America was doing is they were using them for black ops. So they'll be running in a field with big machine guns. It's like because a bear is heavy, right? So imagine a soldier that got all this stuff on him, but he's able to run like a cheetah on a battlefield like so to the German they say, who are these people? Who are these bears? Right? They got all these heavy munition and all that stuff, but they're able to run. So
Um,
in a war, Hitler was saying he was calling black soldiers. He would say, why are you releasing the bear on us? So
you know a video I always like to go back to, and I find it's really funny, is the 100-meter finals at the Olympics that occurred in Nazi Germany. Seeing those two black guys just cook everybody in that race, it's always funny because at the end of the race, and it's just 100 meters, but three of the guys that they beat collapse, and the two of them continue running on and like pointing at the crowd and all that stuff. And I'm like, how funny it must be to see all these people that had preconceived notions about master race and all that stuff, and then they sit there in the stands and they watch that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well,
But
I mean, I even have talking about you said master race. I have that book called The Nazis. It was a documentary, right? Even in that book, they knew who were. They say they look more like Nubians and Ethiopians. They said those guys, they're not the ones. This, but like I say, people they oh that book, but it was a documentary. And you know what YouTube has been doing? That documentary, they're deleting it. You can find
Mhm,
clips now. So
mhm,
there's a omitting of history, even online or freaking Google. Like certain books, if I go look for it, you can find it no more. Like either they'll push the link, like you have to go and search. Go in the bottom, like far ahead, like probably
Yeah.
2 pages. There,
What you'll also find on Amazon is that a lot of books pertaining to more so slavery, but also some pertaining to stuff that happened pre and post World War II. You'll see that books that contain what I would like to consider precious information, they're really expensive. Like I saw one for going for over 200 and something US, and I was like, how the
Mhm,
hell?
mhm.
Why is that book so expensive?
Because they're not printing it. There's not enough copies available for sale, and that's why I always tell people: if you want to get rare books, always go to one of those was it used books or half price books and stuff like that. You'll
Yeah,
be
yeah,
mhm,
surprised of
yeah.
because remember, some people they have information that's no longer valuable. Like think about example: if someone is facing bankruptcy, do you really think he cares about all the books that he spent money on? He just
No.
want to get rid of it.
Mhm.
So in a moment of desperation, whatever he has is becomes trash. He wants to get rid of it. But to somebody like me who's looking knowledge for at this stage, to me it's gonna be treasure. Like I'll say all the books that I have right now, right? Those rare books that you can find anymore. Like I have one book that gives you the bloodline of the royal was it the monarchies that were in Europe during the Dark Ages. Most of them were black or what you call Negroes, right? And
Russia too.
yeah, but the British family basically tells you in the book that the British families they are not the legitimate rulers of the UK. It was King James and his ancestors because they were all Moors.
mhm,
You've heard of Othello and all that. So the Queen of England, all of them, they're bastards, meaning they're not like they have no rights to the throne because they took it over. They killed King James, they killed his son, they killed his wife. King James had what 9 sons, so they come from Germany. See what's going?
mhm.
And they
Yep.
were called the Wittin family, Wittin. And guess what? The information was on Wikipedia, right? But some of the information they started omitting it. Like I remember
Yep.
one time I went and looked it up. I was like, "Wait, I remember seeing more details." I'm telling you, there's a book burning. There's and from a retraction. They're retracting certain information that they don't want people to have. But like I say, if I were to sell my books now, I'll probably sell it to probably close to $15,000. All my collection that I have because some books right now, if you stay online, it's like $1,000, $2,000. I'm like, wow, amazing.
Mhm.
What's
Yep.
that, Gabe? Gabe is coming in at the last moment when we're about to wrap up in a minute. What's that, Gabe? Yeah, I know we've been here
Gabe,
longer, man.
Gabe,
It's been a long
Gabe.
stream.
Fasting, you busy?
I think
No,
Kud is
I'm
about
getting
to
sleepy.
to spark up. You know.
No, actually, he changed it. I just went to look. It was supposed to start at 2:30. He reset it to 3:35.
Oh,
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
you changed the schedule again?
yeah, yeah. Because
cause
when I first looked at it earlier, it said 2:30. Now I'm looking at it now. It says 3:35.
Yeah, I think yeah, he changed the schedule. Probably he's not ready.
like the
Probably.
main reason, like the main reason I came here was because I was about to go in Kudas and argue this game thing, but then I thought I'm like, yo, I'm not gonna get nowhere with that. Like my brain's not gonna expand.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
And like,
here's what's
and
funny about that. Here's what's funny about that. If you don't mind me saying this real quick, I don't want to talk about game when it comes to women. I just don't.
right,
Because here's the math. First of all, if you gotta use game, then it's a waste of time from Jump Street. The second thing is that we, the second thing is as I've said before to somebody, I can't remember what stream I was in. When you start using game and you have to go through all that to get a woman, you miss the point. Pussy should never have currency in your kingdom. Period.
right.
Period.
You
Right.
Like I tell people all the time, pussy has no currency in my kingdom. It can't buy me anything. It can't cook me anything. It can't do anything for me except give me about 10 to 15 minutes of pleasure. And I've got the rest of my life to live. Like fasting was saying earlier today, in God's eyes, okay, 1,000 years is a day. Adam missed 1,000 years by Adam missed 1,000 years by 7 years. Okay. So, for all intents and purposes, like you said earlier, fasting, Adam died in a day. Think about that. The first man on earth missed a full day by 7 hours. We barely make it a tenth of that amount of time on this planet. So, for all
If that
intents and
much.
exactly. So, for all intents and purposes, our lifespan is from sun up until about brunch. You feel what I'm saying? When
Yeah.
you, I mean, when you know what I'm saying, and when you look at it from that perspective, why would you waste what little amount of time you have on game and chasing ass? Especially when it's already been stated to you in prophecy, there will be 7 women coming for every man on this planet. So why waste time with that?
yeah. Like I was
Why
like,
why waste time for that? I mean, literally in comparison to the father of us all, at least in the flesh. Okay, he missed living an entire day by 7 years. Like I said, based on that calculation and how long we live right now, we're only living from sun up to brunch.
Yeah.
right.
And considering I'm in my 50s, I don't have that much longer to go. So technically, I'm within the last hour and a half of that. so so
Yeah.
so you'll have to forgive me if ass is not on the top list of
Yeah.
things for me to do. You know what I'm
Nah,
saying?
I get that. No, that's the other thing. I'm still young and uh, I have a lot happening around me, especially at this age. But trust me, I definitely understand what you're saying, and to achieve certain things, I realized, hey, I had to put that whole you know game thing all down the back burner because it really wasn't helping me be productive. Um,
Because it's not productive. It just isn't. And I've said this in other streams before too. If we're going to keep it 100, why would you need game? Why do you need to chase women? Just your success alone, they're going to come looking for you on their own. It's built-in radar for them.
yeah. Um, how do I? No, I guess popularity is not a good way to explain it, but yeah, what you see often is they seek out, you know, basically, let's say you have a kingdom, using that term loosely, they're
Mhm.
gonna want to be a part of it. They're gonna come knocking on your door, kind of like the wise and foolish virgin story. It's like,
Yeah,
you set up what you have set up, and some of those are gonna come knocking. The foolish versions in this case are gonna be the ones that are past 30, but we know in 2020 they ain't virgins for sure.
Mhm.
exactly. exactly. And like I said, I don't deal with them anymore. But the last time that I had to deal with any of them, I made it abundantly clear. Don't take it personal. You want to get all up in your feelings about, oh, you think you're too good for this. It's not about being too good for that. It comes down to the simplest concept, period. You do not have the skill set required to deal with me. You just don't.
Mm.
And accept it,
Yeah.
and accept it for the fact and the truth of it.
And this also goes off Aegon, is it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. This goes off what Aegon was saying earlier that you know, it's women from the Caribbean, Afro Latinas, Haitians, they have this really combustible spirit about them, and you see, I mean, I'm young. I still have a lot of things to experience in life, but I've realized that I honestly don't necessarily have the time to firefight. If you understand
Exactly.
what I mean.
Exactly. Exactly.
Um,
Exactly.
so if you're not coming in a spirit of peace and a spirit of just an overall positive spirit, because listen, we're all gonna have our down moments. Nothing is gonna be perfect all the way throughout. There's gonna be ups and downs, but it can be a forest fire from jump if you understand what I'm saying. So yeah, you're definitely right. We, especially as men in 2020, we're spending too much time learning how to go in the forest and fight fires when we shouldn't even be there in the first place.
Hmm. Hmm.
Right,
And
hustling
like,
backwards.
yeah, and like I said one time on a channel I used to follow, women up there, they're getting all irate talking about men this, men that, and like it was, what was it again? I'm trying to remember it. Something about men only want submissive women, yada yada yada. And I had told him, I said, see, then you missed the whole point, because I'm gonna tell you right now, having a woman that's submissive is not what's most important to a man. And she's like,
Nope.
well, then what is? I said, having a woman who can give him peace, that's what's most important to a man.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, you want to be strong and independent, knock yourself out. But if your goal plan is to come into my house and drive me crazy every day, then you're gonna lose. Because that's what matters most to men. The submission and the cooking and the cleaning, yeah, okay, that's great. That's bonus, that's gravy, icing on the cake. But peace, and the scripture even talks about that. It's a blessing to have a woman who brings you peace.
Yep.
And
I
it all
believe it's
and it also tells you that if you don't have one that brings you peace, don't argue with her. Just walk out the house.
Just walk
yeah.
away.
I'm not sure if it's in one of the proverbs or Ecclesiasticus, but there's a verse where um it's better for you to be in the up in the rooftop in the corner of your house than to be with a contentious woman. So
That's the
yeah,
one. That's the
that's
one. That's the one right there. That's the one I was trying to remember. Yeah. Yeah, and it's true. So you want to sit here and talk about domination and men trying to make you submissive, man? Look, that's what you're supposed to do anyway. I don't need to explain that to you. What I need to explain to
yeah.
you is that if you want to be part of my world, you got to give me peace. If you can't give me that, you got to go. And then you can't, and you can't get mad at me, or I'm a woman. You can't say that. If I'm telling it to grown ass men, you best believe I'm going to tell it to you.
You want to know what's the irony of all the movement and activism that's happening right now? It spawned a wave of women who, in my estimation, I can't remember who first referred to it as fake femininity, but that's what it spawned a wave of. And a lot of women, you see them on
I
YouTube,
think it
they're
was Game
saying,
Changer. I think it was Game Changer. It might have been.
it might have been, but you see a wave of women now who are saying they want things to go back the way they were because women back then,
Yeah,
quote unquote, had it
strong and
easier
strong and
because
independent is a disrespectful term now.
yeah,
Eh,
because men were taking care of everything and all they had to do was like take care of all the basic stuff,
Hmm.
right? And what's so funny about it is that in the earlys, you can actually look this up, especially in the publications, because we didn't have Facebook and all that back then. So we're talking first and second wave feminism. the counter movements and push back to those things. You look at a lot of the articles and so on that were written. A lot of the men at that time who were pushing back were saying simply, listen, if you want these rights, you have to understand that these are the responsibilities that will come with it, and you're going to regret this. And these are men saying this 50, 60, 70 years ago.
No,
Here we
I've seen
are.
those articles. Yeah, I've seen those articles.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Here we are today, right? Seeing what was mentioned, and this is not rocket science, this is not prophecy, this is simple logic. Here we are now in 2020, and we're seeing all of that come to pass. Society is in a tough spot right now. We see, really good example is what's happening right now in California. There's a whole movement right now on social media talking about all these women, I think in California, that are going to be evicted or homeless because they can't afford to stay. There's a lot of them on these dating apps and so on, literally saying, they're going to get with guys just for a place to stay and all that stuff. And the funny thing about it is, if you want to get on the battlefield and compete with men, you will get beaten like a man will compete with you as if you were a man, right? So it's utterly ridiculous, and we're seeing it now. The delusion happen not only in the workforce per se, but also in just in normal physical space. We're seeing. I don't know if you guys saw the video of that gang of women attacking somebody at the airport, at one of the security guard guys at the airport.
I saw that.
We talking about two different ones. I saw one where there was it was a group of black women attacking this white girl and her dude.
Yeah.
Well, really,
there was another video like that too. Yeah.
Another?
Yeah. There was three actually. There were two. There were two with black women attacking in groups, and there was one with a white woman who got up in the face of an officer, and he cold cocked her.
Yeah. I saw the officer one. Yeah, that one. Man, listen. How the hell you like Mr. Fantastic likes to say, but it's not a little fella federation, it's a little lady federation, right? You about 5'2", nothing better than 110, 120 pounds, right? Why the hell are you running up in a guy that's the better part of 6 feet, probably more than double your weight? He's also armed. You're running up in his face, trying to fight.
Because they protect it.
They're a protected class. But I'll tell you this, and I'll tell you this right now in this stream, and I've said it in every other stream I've ever been in when this subject has come up, and I'm gonna give it to you straight, and I'm not gonna bullshit it. Let them burn
like a mug.
Let them burn. Because and let me tell you why. Because number one, there's two reasons. The first reason is, number one, you're going to learn what consequences are. You've been ducking it for almost a century now. You're going to learn what consequences are. Okay, that's number one. Number two, plain and simple. How can I put this without being overly
without getting fast and flagged?
I don't owe you shit.
That's true.
You will not continue your life and my life by constantly tearing me apart, putting me down, stepping on my neck, and then immediately expect me to turn around and protect you. It's not going to happen. And the
correct.
reason and the problem they're going to have more than anything else is they thinking, like you said earlier, I'm going to hook up with a man, to get protection, have a place to stay, etc., and so on. But see, here's the problem they fail to understand. Once it hits the fan, that pussy has no value.
It does not.
Because every woman out there will be trying to do the same thing you do. There will be dudes who will be saying, I can get 3-4 women. Why I got to deal with you?
Yeah.
It's kind of a beautiful story at that.
And that's real. I'm not making. We've seen it. Like I said, Egypt, Rome, Greece, you name it. We have seen it. That is how it always works. That pussy is going to go to zero value because she's going to have to realize that if she's living with a man, if she steps out of line one time, get the fuck out of my house. There's five more outside looking to get in here.
Yeah, and you kind of see examples of that in what we could call third world countries or less developed countries, where
Hmm.
y- y- if you choose a man that ain't worth shit, your life is gonna be horrible. It's gonna be miserable, and then not just that, but you're gonna end up in a situation where if you don't choose and you say, "Oh, I'm gonna play strong and independent," you're gonna
Hmm.
be what Eastern cultures call a leftover woman. You and everybody gonna be calling you auntie, auntie this, auntie that.
Well, when I was on Zero Stream a couple of days ago, I'll tell you the same thing I told everybody in the stream and in the chat to prove my point on how bad this is gonna get, and it's already started. I've got female cousins trying to hook up with me in that kind of relationship so they can have some place to stay.
Hold on. Go back that up a little bit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hit a U-turn, man. We going back to the house. We've got our keys. What did you just say?
To show you how bad and how desperate it's starting to get and how bad it's going to continue to get. I literally have female cousins who are talking about hooking up with me in those type of relationships for protection, resources, and some place to be.
So,
Now, now think about what I'm telling you.
children,
Blood
man.
blood relatives who are talking about getting together as my woman, and that means everything that it encompasses. Okay, and
Wow,
those are
man.
my now, and those are my cousins. Now imagine what it's going to be like with women you don't know,
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
and that's why I keep saying we don't need to talk about game anymore
Yes, yes, yes.
because this is going to happen naturally. They're going to do this. We don't need to talk about game because by the time you finish talking about game, everything's going to hit the fan. That game ain't even going to matter no more because women are going to be coming to you because they need you.
And the funny, and I think BGS talked about this probably years ago, where he said uh BWs. I don't like to just like circumvent just to them, but as a black man, it happens.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
said,
Listen, at the end of the day, there are our problems. So yeah,
Mhm.
right, 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 because they basically
And
they're the opposite of us. So of course we're gonna address them
yeah,
first. They
because I know when I had a conversation about it, my boys were like, "Yo, man, for real? They talking about incest?" I said, "Why does that surprise you?" My dude, they family. Really? Do you not remember what Lot's daughters did to him? Are you serious?
yeah, got him drunk and then
This is
you know
this doesn't surprise me. But what and that's why I keep trying to explain to brothers, we don't need to talk about game because by the time all this happened, game is not gonna matter.
right,
It's
right.
not gonna matter at all. And like I said, Isaiah, Elijah, they all said it. Revelations, yo, there will be seven women coming to a man's house. Hey, we'll bring our own bread. We just ask you to take us in and give us your name so we can be above reproach.
reproach.
You
Hmm.
feel me? You ain't got to worry about game. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Like,
All you got to do is be on your purpose. Get your stuff straight, and just be patient. It's gonna happen.
Hmm.
like
You were saying, Aegon?
BGS was saying how BWs can't compete with other groups of women, and like in a country where basically, or like in a Western society where they basically dumb men down, they effeminize them. The pickings for a righteous stand up man whose word means something is very slim. So when the time comes for them to play that game, as Mr. Guy is saying,
Mm.
as Mr. Guy is saying, there's going to
Oh,
be
don't do
other
that.
women. There's there's going to be other women hopping in front of that because they know how,
Yeah.
because they can actually be feminine. Because I'm not saying those women are better as people. What I'm saying is, you like as I learn in these spaces, women can't fake being feminine. Like they
Nope.
really can't. Like
Nope.
like if they could, they would. but you could tell the
Hmm.
ones who were like raised around it and can do it and can't do it, and then
Hmm.
most of them can't because they don't like they know how to be like guys and be aggressive, but they can't be feminine. Like it's really a rare
Hmm.
trait.
You,
Like in women, like
Yeah,
and it can't be faked. Like it
yeah,
really is like most guys will perceive it as a woman smiling at you and being nice for a second, but it's like when you see like when you hear like a real feminine woman, it's like they can't do it. A lot of
yeah.
these American women or
No, they
westernized women, they can't do it
no,
at all.
they can't.
listen,
And
I'm
I'll go you one better. It won't just be about the women. It'll be about the men too. Because trust me when I tell you, all those beta males who are effeminate and let their women get away with stuff, those women are going to leave them because those women know they don't have what it takes to protect them and provide resources. They're going to come looking for us.
Yeah, you want to know something funny? And I remember listening to this on the third shift of time. Kudo was making a joke about she can't even bake a pie or she can't even fix you like a herbal concoction or any of that stuff, right? And a
Hmm.
lot of guys were laughing. They're like, I don't need that shit, all right? But let me tell you something. Growing up in the Caribbean, I can say I've seen a lot of this. Um, Women, their husbands would come home, he'd be, I don't know, upset or sick or something, and after he gets out of the shower and after work and all that stuff, he comes out to a hot cup of tea and
Hmm.
something freshly cooked or freshly baked.
Uh-huh.
And man, listen, for instance, I've spent some time with one of my uncles. Especially on weekends, she'd do a whole spread for him. Um, he, the same stuff Kudo was talking about, like if he wasn't too well, a whole herbal concoction, some sort of punch, some sort of tea, all,
Hmm.
all that
But you
stuff taken
but you know
care
what
of.
but you know what that is, right? That goes
What?
back to that goes back to what I said earlier. She brought him peace.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
You see what I'm saying? And that's the thing women the thing women miss. It's the tiniest of things, my dude. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah.
They make it sound like we're trying to turn them into submissive animals that we can throw in a room or slam up against the
Beat
wall
around, yeah,
or beat up whenever we're having a bad day. That's not even close to what we're talking about. What we're talking about is that after we've been outside for 12, 14, 15, 16 hours doing what's necessary for our family, for her and our children, the last thing we need is to come in and fight with her when we just finished fighting with the world.
yeah, yeah.
Nobody
Especially in the
wants
case
that.
of black men, yeah,
You know who
Yeah,
said
nobody.
that? You know who also said that? Reginald Lewis, the first black billionaire, or one of them, the
Hmm.
guy
yeah,
from
yeah.
Baltimore. Who I read his book. Amazing guy that they haven't created a movie about this guy yet. Like he went to Harvard Law without taking the
Drop the
Exam.
book in the back chat. Drop the name of the book in the back chat or in the
okay
chat, wherever you wanna.
yeah, it's called White Guys Can't Have All the Fun.
Okay. White guys can't have all the fun. I'm gonna add that to the book list.
Okay, I'm about to do that. But what happened was he passed away at 50
Wow.
because he had like a brain tumor. I think he did. And what happened was his wife is from the Philippines, and she was also a lawyer too. So she graduated from law school in the Philippines, and then was traveling the world. And she met him, and she saw that he was a great man. So and she liked him a lot. So she ended up marrying him. So when they first got married, um, he they had a lot of problems in their marriage, like going back and forth. Like he was a hot headed dude. Like they didn't make no mistakes about because that's how he was in business. He was hot headed as shit. At the same time, he was a good dude, but hot headed a lot of times. And him and his wife used to argue. So his wife was explaining how they would just go back and forth. Because she's an educated woman from the
Right. Yeah.
Philippines. Like her dad was like a had bread. Her dad went to like own like a construction company, like a really known one in the Philippines. So she was up there, and her hopping out of law school and then hopping into a marriage is like to it's like a black American man. Like that was some like that's some liberal ass shit. So she running her fucking mouth. So they going back and forth, and then one day she was like, "Yo, I'm just gonna shut up." When we start arguing, so she starts shutting up, and he was like, "Yo," he's like, "Yo, what's wrong with you?" He was like, She's like, I'm not gonna argue with you. She's like, I'm not gonna argue with you. And he was like, is this some type of game? And she was like, things went better after that. And the lady was like, yo, why did you stop arguing with your husband? And she was like, well, the thing is that I had to take a step back, and I was like, yo, um, I'm a Filipino woman, and he's a black man, a successful black man at that. I don't know what it's like to be in his shoes, and he has to fight the world when he's outside and fight things I don't even know about. So when he comes home, why would I bring that to him? So as my husband, I'm like, okay, we're not getting along, so why don't I just let him have an argument? He could have it. So because why would I argue with him? Because he lives a life that I know nothing of. And I was like, damn, yo.
Yep.
Like, God damn, like
It can be that simple. Yeah.
yeah. But it's like our counterparts, like they look at us like, oh, you should be able to take this. And like we go through stuff too.
You gotta know how to handle me.
Yeah, that type of stuff.
You ain't no real man if you can't handle a strong black woman.
And like right. And I'm past all that stuff too in my life, like dealing with it. But it's like I know other guys are dealing with it, and I think it's like it's a lot of money in that, and it's just that that story hasn't been told yet. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like we need that type of propaganda out there, like the offensive black male side of like showing that, like, because there's some little boys out there that's gonna have to grow into teenagers, into men, that's gonna be like, damn, yo, like,
you know what's funny though?
I have an option to walk away.
Yeah, but you know what's funny though? At one point in time, we had a strong female proponent for us, and they shut her down. And that was
Shahrazad Ali.
Yo,
Yes,
I ordered
sir.
her book, man. It still didn't come yet.
I gotta get her books, man. I gotta get her books.
I think I got a digital copy.
She got
if I remember
digital?
correct.
Oh man, I played myself. Hold on, let me
Well,
check.
I don't know if she has digital. I'm just saying I have a digital.
Oh, it's going
Drop your
down.
email in the back chat, sir. Drop your email in the back chat.
It's going down, yo. Yo, man, yo, yeah. I paid a Game Changer to make some videos on her interviews that were like on Donahue, Sally Jesse Raphael, and Geraldo.
Mhm.
Like the way she was like knocking out the questions out the ballpark was like amazing, man.
Well, see, when she put her first book out, I think I was maybe about 16. The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman. I think I was about 16, somewhere between 14 and 16. It was somewhere around there. And I remember watching her do a speech somewhere, and she was breaking it down. When I say breaking it down, she was beating it up. She was body slamming everybody. She had made a comment where she was talking to the women in the audience, where she said, I don't understand what this thing is about signing up for the white woman situation, about fighting the patriarch.
Yeah, white woman's cause. Yeah.
And she said, because I don't understand, because I got to be honest with you. You talk about the black man and patriarchy and keeping us down. She said, a black man hasn't had any authority over black women in over 400 years. So exactly what are you fighting against? I was like, go ahead, girl.
And then they look left, and then they look right, and they act like she ain't say nothing.
Mm-hmm. She was breaking it down. And then she was like, and she said, and that us as a people trying to follow other cultures, white culture, etc., and so on, about how to get along. She said, white people don't even know how to get along. They haven't gotten along with anybody on this planet. And I was like, okay, then. And she said, prime example, when I was younger and we had a child out of wedlock, it was called a bastard child out of wedlock. But if it's a white person who had a child and it's a single parent, I was like, yo, she's killing me. She's killing me. She was killing me. Oh man. But yeah, they shut her down real quick. Well, not real quick. It took them a minute to do it. But yeah, she was strong for us. I give her that. She was strong, not just as the men, but as a people as a whole. She was strong for us. And it was sad to see when they started slowly but surely shutting her down. And as always, there were black women trying to tear her apart. But that was only because she was giving receipts. That's all that was.
Yeah, she always came with those receipts, man.
You see the same thing on YouTube, man. See the same thing. You come with the right answer, people look left, they look right, and then they
Mhm.
go right back to the F stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. One interview with a sister doing a talk show, talking to her about questioning her about a section in the book about
hitting.
black.
Yeah, I
No,
remember that.
well, I was going to talk about black men having more than one woman,
Right.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
and she was getting, well, why would I want to do that and all this against. She said, look, that's the natural state of a black man. They were never built to just be one woman. She said, now, am I thrilled about having to live with another woman? No, not at all. But at the end of the day, if he loves her the way he loves me, then I have a responsibility to keep him happy and prepared and to share in that love. And I was like, oh, sookie, sookie. I'm like, yo, Shahrazad Ali was no joke, man. She was no joke.
Nah, yeah,
No joke.
she had that fire in her mouth, man.
Hmm.
The funny thing about that is like it's like they got always a candid same response. Like these chicks, like I remember that interview you're talking about, and they all have this like a kind of like they start like waving they start rotating their neck around and getting like head start cocking sideways and like come on now, you know what you talk like when she starts hitting them with them facts and it's like dang yo y'all really are against the truth even if like just because y'all don't like it like it's like
No, it's not because they don't like it. It's because they'll lose power.
Yeah.
right.
Listen, on just exactly following that to add to that, this is a perfect example. I can't remember who said it, but so essentially there was a woman. She has, I guess, by all overt metrics, we can say a really good man. He's providing well, stable job. They have a house, family, everything intact. And a woman, just like Shahrazad Ali, told that woman that she was in the most privileged position of all her peers, of women in this generation, maybe even generations past. And the woman couldn't understand. She was like, what do you mean? The woman said, you have a really good man and you have him all to yourself. There was no proper response from her on that part. And a lot of women today don't realize that guys you could call not necessarily masters of the universe, but guys that have a lot going on, have a strong pedigree of achievement, guys that are leaders in their own right. The fact that women, for the most part, especially when in places where monogamy is legally enforced, you have that guy to yourself. That's a privilege.
Hmm. It is. It absolutely is.
Yeah.
But they,
Now,
but
some guys,
yeah, I'm sorry.
and I
Go
was
ahead.
just gonna say some guys are cool with it that way, like because I don't think I could handle more than one headache. I'm sorry, but you know, for some guys are cool with it that way, but other guys, you can see it.
Because I'm with you. I don't think I can deal with all that. Well, at least under the current circumstances and the way they act, I don't think. I mean, I can't do one. I don't see how I could do more than one. Just being honest about it, it would drive me up the wall. And like I said, there has to come a point in time as a man where you have to realize you need peace more than you need pussy.
Bro, that needs to be on a t-shirt.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, at a certain point in our lives as men, we have to come to that realization. What's more important, peace or pussy? And
I can see Morgan Freeman saying that line at the end of a movie.
yeah, right.
Yo,
There comes a
but
time.
but Lawrence, I want to ask you a question. Two
Yeah.
really. So you know about you know Colt Jam and Lisa or like do you know the group?
Well, I don't know her personally. I just know I used to see her all the time because the apartment complex behind my high school, she lived there. So we would see her all the time walking the block or whatever.
Okay, yeah, she had a body, yo, like crazy.
Yeah, she
Um,
did. She did.
yeah,
And
yeah.
she still does.
What to say was, did you ever know Full Force?
Seen them, but again, it's one of those situations. It's not a question of that I knew them. I just was in the immediate vicinity. I would see them all the time, that kind of stuff.
Right, right. Okay, question like okay, next question. It seems like we got all similar thoughts, and I'm probably not the only one that thinks like this, so I'm gonna ask y'all this. And especially you coming from New York, because I'm from Philly. At a young age, I knew I wasn't gonna marry a woman from Philly. I knew I wasn't. Because I was like, these girls are too much like dudes. No matter how, and the prettier they are, the worse they are.
Hmm.
Because I know their past. Because I went to high school with these chicks. I met New York women later, very tough, very pretty, and like they have a quasi feminine thing to them, but it's still they're still very brash. What made you not step into that fire? Coming
I'm
from a
not. I'm,
place with all them pretty ass girls.
oh well, like I said, I mean, there was Vicky in high school, but I got to be honest with you. My problem, and as a matter of fact, a lot of the women that I know from high school who I kept in touch with for a while used to tell me the same thing. I had no interest in it, even as a young man. I had no interest in it. I wasn't interested in dating. I wasn't interested in having sex. Look, I was a virgin till I was 19.
Same here.
I honestly did not care about sex. I did not care about girls. I loved my science. I loved my comic books. I loved my cartoons, etc., and so on. And somewhere inside my mind, watching all the dudes who did have girlfriends, they always seemed to be stressed to me.
Yep. Even in middle
Yep.
school.
At
Even in middle
university, I saw
school.
that.
The first week it
They
was all good, and then after that, it's downhill from after that first
yeah,
week.
yeah, I mean, even at that young age, they were stressed, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. And like I said, the women nowadays, now that we grown up, the women's like, well, couldn't you tell I was flirting with you and yada yada yada. Oh no, I just didn't care. I just didn't care. I still don't care, you know but that was my thing. I didn't really start paying attention until I went into the military. um yeah, which is where I met my first wife. We were both soldiers. um so but yeah, and like I said in another stream too, I have no shame about it. I'm an open book. I'm 53. I can honestly tell you almost half of that was me being celibate by choice. I
Mm.
just, I mean, not to go all Star Trek Ferengi on you, but I didn't see any profit in it. I just didn't.
Like, like it's funny, man, because like I'm married right now, and this thing don't work out with my wife and whatnot. I'm really not hyped to be with another chick for like a long time. Like, because whenever I look at a girl, I go like this: she's pretty. What am I gonna do? We're gonna go on a date. We're gonna have sex. Then it's gonna be downhill. And then I don't talk to her. I just walk away because I'm like, it was a waste of time.
Well, it's not. Well, it's not just that. It's just that. I mean, okay, what you said makes sense, but that's the way it used to be. That's not the way it is now. The way it is now is that there's too much danger of losing your freedom
Right, right,
because
right.
because you hook up with a girl and you sleep with her, and then you decide, after a week or two, look, babe, this ain't working out, yada yada yada. You go your way, I go my way. She's gonna immediately turn around and go to the cops and talk about, yo, he raped me, and they're
Facts.
and they're gonna believe her.
And he
They're,
got
they're-
properties.
yeah, they're gonna believe her. Or my personal favorite, you know, you having sex with her, she pushes you off, she snatches the condom off and makes you have sex with her so she can get pregnant. By all definitions, to me, that's rape. But no, with them, it's all good to go. It's gotten to the point now that you hook up with a girl, you have sex, you wear a condom, you got to take that condom off, wet and everything, and put it in your pocket. Because if you drop it in the trash can and walk out, she got a turkey based already. Just saying.
Yo, I was Marco Grande.
Hmm.
I was messing with him, and I was like, yo, because he lives that life, and he uses a condom, and I was like, yo, I was bringing up all these wild ass scenarios. I was like, so what if, okay, you messing with a girl, yeah, I get busy, and then you use the condom, and then you walk into the bathroom with the condom in the hand. As soon as you like turn the corner, she snatches out your hand and runs. and like he was like, he was like, so what am I going? He said he had a guy like basically who monitors like his mountain homes, like where he lives like a
Mhm.
mountain area. And he has like a shotgun. And he's like, and we got a river next to the next to the house, like because he showed a video. I was like, oh shit, that's funny as shit. Like we was cracking jokes. Like Mike Shinnery was like, Siri, lock the door. Like, because just to think like on some real, when you think about you like when you got to think about stuff like that because you a rare type dude in itself. You discipline, you hitting shorties, man. Like your net values goes up. Like everybody's doing dumb shit. They know you to be consistent. Like women don't respect it. Well, they respect it, but they don't respect it, but they still want to benefit from it. Like a dude that's on his P's and Q's, so they'll go sleep with the whole planet, but then they know you're gonna be there. But then if you like or like you're not going to be obtainable. It's gonna be some crazy chick out there that's going to play that role and then do some dumb stuff to get you caught up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's my primary reason why I don't interact with them at all. At all. I mean, like I said, whether it's a grocery store, whether it's walking down the block, I don't interact with them. I don't.
Yeah. The other thing is, and I think it's important for men to realize, is that when you having certain interactions, it's best to have those interactions on your terms, especially in today's society, because like you said, a week or two later, you got some sort of accusations or allegations coming your way. You also got to know to when to cut off certain interactions. I could give a personal example. A few weeks, well, over a month ago, actually, uh, I had, I can't remember what it was. Oh yeah, I had made a post about some food I had cooked, and this chick messaged me, um, all upset, like why I didn't share, whatever. And I just said, hey, fix your face, or like fix your attitude, or I just said that, fix your attitude. And then she was like, or what? I just left her on scene right there. And then a month later, it's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't mean to offend you, whatever. I'm like, listen,
I didn't know you want to be respected.
exactly. Exactly. I'm not trying to deal with nonsense. So, you either come correct or not at all.
Yep. I didn't know you liked respect. What do you mean? What do you mean? Like you're supposed to accept that.
And that's the thing. Girls are used to getting what they want from guys. So it's like, if it was another guy, he posted
Well,
whatever he did.
yeah, but they're used to it. They've
And
been practicing on their daddy and brothers forever.
yeah, and
So
she told him, "Oh, why you didn't share with me?" He'd be like, "Oh, I'm sorry. You could come over tomorrow night and get some, or you could come over tonight and get some, um, or you could just tell her no."
Yeah,
mhm.
yeah. It was funny what Lawrence said, man. I
What
dealt with
was
that
that?
stuff a lot, man. I was a people watcher when I was in high school and middle school. Like guys that like, I guess the chosen guys that got girls all the time. They were always stressed over the.
Stressed out, yeah,
It don't
yeah.
matter how pretty the girl was. The girl was ugly, pretty, whatever. They were always stressed. Like it was just like the first week it'd be like, yo, I'm hooking up with so and so. Next week, yo, man, she tripping, man. Like she want to hang out here, and I'm like, I'm thinking to myself,
Mhm.
like, and do you see this happen over and over again? Breaking up, making up, breaking up, making up, and it's like your time could have been so much better than just to say, it's all just to say, yo, I gotta go here because my girl want to go, or like I gotta talk to my shorty, and I was like, is it really worth that much?
I think you talk
Yeah.
about the relationship guys because the guys who were players they didn't do that.
No, that's not true. I saw some
Yeah,
players
yeah,
get
the
caught up
players
with
be
it.
getting stressed out because they have like
No,
multiple
I'm saying
Yeah.
girls,
no, I'm
and
saying the stress up. I'm saying like the players they didn't get into a relationship like the boyfriend girlfriend, but of course they were still stressed out, but they weren't.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it was just insane.
but
It
but
did.
the,
It
but
was
the
just
thing about
insane.
that fasting is that it was player dudes still having to fight chicks though too, because
Mhm.
girls didn't allow you access without certain investments.
requirements.
Yeah, investments. Because I get what you're saying. Like they hit any chick they want to, and they moving around. At the same time, they still got to put their bid in, and in doing that, they will basically have to give up part of themselves and their time, and they still
Yep.
was having them problems too.
Yeah, because
Yep.
blue pill, like just because someone is a player doesn't mean he's red pill. Remember, they're still in high school. They don't lead. They don't have any responsibility. They're under their parents' guidance. So they're still children. They're still
Yep.
teenagers. So
Yep.
they have
Listen,
to
I
look at
seen it
that.
at university too. Guys, they're no longer under their parents' guidance. They're full grown men, and I've seen them get ruined.
Mhm. That's what I say. Blue pill. They're still blue pill
Yeah,
because
girls that you
they
stressed
still
out, not want to
showing
do
it.
your homework, man. I hate that, yo. That was terrible. I was dating this one chick when I was in that was the first chick. That was when I was 19, man. I was in love, or what I thought was in love, and
Hey, gun, same story. Come on, gun.
si-
Let's go.
yeah, simping like a mug. So I thought I was in love and whatnot. First girlfriend, you be talking on the phone all the time, talking about some "I love you," don't know what that shit really means. That stuff really means. So she she didn't come to homecoming. She lived like not she didn't live, but basically like, she went to school in Pittsburgh, and I was in West Virginia.
Wait, hold on. He keeps whispering, "I love you." In the wait, because now I'm gonna be like Ash from Living Dead. Oh, come on, baby, that's just pillow talk.
Yeah.
But I was just,
Fasting, you crazy, man.
yeah, but I was like, hey, what were you saying, man? I'm
I just,
sorry.
I was my scent tail. Like I thought I was in love, so the girl didn't come down
Prom.
for homecoming, huh?
Oh, homecoming. I thought you said prom, but
Yeah, she prom. she br- she stood me up on prom day.
Mhm.
Okay, so she didn't come down for homecoming, and when I was my first year in college, and it was my second. She didn't come, and I was she went to school like 3 hours away from my school, and like I was bawling my eyes out, and I missed like the party, I missed all the events and shit, and I was like, damn, I thought back, I was like, man, I was a nut ass dude, like I didn't
Mm.
even know what love was. I just loved the fact of having a girl, just to have one, like it was an item or some shit, like yo, I got a
That Disney
girl,
programming done got to you, bro.
Mm.
yeah,
That's what,
yeah.
yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
Hey,
Disney
hey, gun.
programming.
How were you crying? Were you crying like, oh, you were? Which one you were you crying?
I was crying the first way, and it was like like the like the slow expanded cry, like you like you said. So you basically like it's like an all nighter thing. You just
You know,
walking back and forth to the bathroom,
no, no. You,
listening to R&B and stuff. Like
yeah,
why it got to be like this?
you be like, here and now, I promise to love you.
And it's the crime be it hit its peak after the curse out period after she finally answers the phone.
Mm.
You wasn't gonna come down? You crazy? I thought we was in love.
And what
Hold
did
on.
they say? Utah round.
Let me check the chat real quick. I gotta ensure there's no swirlers in the building, because what I'm about to say might piss a few off. But well, not swirlers, but those sisters that hate guys that date out. I've never had a so-called black girlfriend.
Mm.
Never. And it's not necessarily by choice, because
So
listen,
you're a coon,
my,
right?
my two biggest simp stories were for black girls, bro. My two biggest simp stories were for black girls, but they just didn't like me. Right? So the women that just happened to gravitate towards me in like late high school and university, none of them were black. I can't really identify a specific reason why. I guess maybe I didn't fit certain stereotypes, but that's just how it went, and I'm not too mad at it, because although in none of those cases things worked out, those girls were for the most part pretty good. Like I didn't really have any kind of problems or stress or anything. It was just cool, regular people.
Me, I've always been a bachelor. I never liked the idea. Well, my concept back then, being under the church, I was like, the only reason I'll have a girlfriend is if it's leading towards
To
marriage.
marriage, yeah, yeah.
At the same time, I was looking around, seeing what was going on. I'm like, wow. I'm like, why would you want to live the life of a married couple and you're not married, and then
Right,
once you
right, right.
finish, you jump to the next. So my logic was that I'm like, what's the point of dating all these women? It's like playing husband and wife and breaking your heart. And I'm like, it's like people love torture. You know, I never understood. So
And
when I
doing
was
it all over again.
in college, that's when I actually started to, chill with, was it going out on dates and everything. And I had that motto where I never either I'll bring them my house where I'll make something, but I never liked the whole thing about dinner thing. I used to do the back in the day. I used to listen to, you guys are gonna laugh, Steve Dean Williams, and he
Hmm.
gave a tip about taking a
Coach
girl.
Ruckus.
Yeah, Coach Rockets on.
So wait, Fasten, that means you've been around for a long time.
Yeah, since 2009. I'm telling you, since 2009.
You've
Steve
been
Dean.
around since the Genesis, man.
Steve Dean was on the Madden bus.
Hmm.
Methuselah's life.
Hmm. Yeah, he was doing some dating shows too, and basically, you take a girl out on a date. Why? Because the no no on the park. What you do is you bring bread so you can feed the ducks, and basically, uh, that mood because it's a park, right? So you're chilling. There's no pressure or sitting in front of a quote unquote desk and on a restaurant. That whole dating bullshit, right? So basically, the whole thing about the park is go there and see how well this woman is gonna feel comfortable around you, because you know how some women they don't want to be close, because I mean that's the whole reason men and women come together, right? So if you go in at the park date and there is no quote unquote progression or signs that she's interested in you, then you just end it like after the date is over. It's over because you didn't spend no money, right? You probably spend what probably the freaking bread that's been sitting in your kitchen for like a few days expire. You just go and feed the dogs. It probably costs you like $2 less. You probably get a fruit slice. You'll be like, oh, let's go to the park. Play a little bit. Do the little swing. I mean, basically just chill. And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
you can tell like I've never had any day that I took to a park complaint or say, "Oh, let's go somewhere." No, there it was chill. Sometimes like there's one place where in Dallas where if I go to the park, there's usually like some Mexican guy who will bring like ice cream or something. So will buy one and just enjoy yourself. But I'll say during my college time, I had to get out of my comfort zone because me it was English being not my first language. This is what I used to do. I didn't know anybody in Dallas. I'll literally just be walking in school. If I see a group of women, even though I'm nervous, I'll just go there and start talking to them. And I started doing that all over and over. And I was known in college because of that, because I was just walking random people and start having discussion. That's how I used to have discussion with atheist people and stuff like that. So I built like a reputation in my department because I had to get out of my shell. I had to go out and just talk to people. And I mean, think about it. It's a majority Caucasian school. There's barely any black people there, right? Minorities, quote unquote. So you gotta build a network,
Yeah.
and I made friends who knew programming. When it came to programming, I'm like I hated programming, so through that network, we had that one guy who loved programming. So guess what? He did everything for us. So it's like going through that experience. Now that I look back, I'm like everything happens for a reason. And going through that experience, the whole was when it comes to mating and dynamics. This is what I observed: the one girl that you actually want, she don't want you, and the one that you're not even paying attention, that's the one that wants you. And
Bro, that happened to me in high school, bro.
And then what I had to do is once I realized that I had to shift where if there's a girl I'm interested and she's not returning back, what I'll do is the girl who's actually giving me the attention, I'm the one. I'll focus on that one. And once I start doing that, that's when I discovered that a lot of the quote unquote nerdy girls, they are very beautiful, but I guess the reason why they don't look like they should be is because of insecurity or um, They don't have somebody because people don't realize men actually make women, meaning how a man sees his woman, that's how she will be. Meaning, if he compliments, they say, "Okay, you need to do this and that," because men actually have.
Yeah, a woman isn't beautiful until men co-sign it.
Yes, yes,
Exactly.
yes.
Yep.
So that is one thing. I'll say that I've experienced is the most of the time the girl that you actually want to, that you get excited over, that your heart beats fast, she's not really interested. That's why the whole saying, "You want what you can't have. Once you have it, you don't want it anymore." And I witnessed it in college. But at the same time, that's why I would say you don't know why a person is doing this way. That's why I was saying, just because a woman is chasing some guy doesn't mean she's really attracted. She might have a reason. Maybe this guy has money. Maybe this guy knows somebody. Maybe this guy sell weed. So that's why she's wanting to get close to him. And women, because of their femininity, she can easily use her wits to basically maneuver many guys to get what she wants. So you may see a girl who rejects you. It's not that she's not attracted to you. At that moment, she don't have any use for you because she's after something else. Whether it's money, fame, status, drugs, whatever. So you may be beating your chest, be like, man, I'm ugly. Nobody likes me. No, it's not that. It's just that at that moment, you like, like the penis in the closet. She only pulls you out, whenever she needs it. But right now, she don't want you because you're not necessary in her
Hmm.
stage in life. I had to learn a lot of stuff like this, and I'll say being a bachelor the way I've been, because I know I see myself getting, having a family and all that, but not here in America. The way I see things going, no, it's gonna happen. But I sit back and I wonder, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I had to go through all the experience to have this mindset that I have on, because one thing I discover is when you know too much, you get so much information. It's like, man, it's like, should I even do it? Because you
Right.
already know what could happen, you know? It's like, man, should I get married because I know what will happen? So it's like either I'll play it with the motion like everybody else, or actually make a decision, be like, okay, I'll wait and see. So that's I think there's a lot of guys out there, and you know what was interesting? Platinum, when he came here, he asked me if I could make a show about answers, and I told him answers are basically eunuchs, right? And it's not new because a lot of people who talk about, like, there's a community about answers online, right? They talk about that this is a new phenomenon about women, not wanting certain men, and creating this was it a dry out? And I was like, no, answers of what you call answers were called eunuchs. And when they say involuntary, meaning they were not getting what they wanted, because most eunuchs were not allowed to marry because they were basically servants. Either they were slaves or servants, or they were voluntary, meaning they took a vow to not deal with women.
Yo,
But
didn't they get their stuff chopped off too?
it depends on the culture. In some culture they nipped it, right? In some culture they chopped it off. I know for sure in Africa what will happen is they'll make them drink a portion, or basically a herb, or a herb juice that will basically make the man sterile. Yeah, there are
Hmm.
herbs where it can make you sterile. Like for example, men who already have children, and they want to do it raw, and they don't want to make a chance, because men still produce sperms, right? So if a man, instead of clipping it, you because of what vasectomy, right? Instead of doing vasectomy, what they do is they're just gonna take the herb, and the herb will basically make their sperm unfertile, and you can reverse it because it's a herb. You can reverse it, but the problem with the nipping is once they do that, you can't make it any. It's over. There's no. I mean, they say there's a reverse about why in the hell would you go with go to the knife and then go back in there? It's just dumb. Just take the herb, you know.
Yeah, because to get it reversed is extremely expensive.
Mm,
Um, and there's no guarantee of success. And I'm speaking that as somebody who had the V cut. So
mm, mm. It's like
I
once you do it, just it's over. Just
yeah,
forget about it. Yeah.
yeah, it is because I got mine done 18 years ago.
Man, so that means you're shooting blanks and taking that.
Hey man, look. Considering how these women are acting nowadays, I'm good with that.
Well, you can always adopt or get artificial insemination.
Well, I've already got 4 kids, so
Yeah. So
Oh, snap! I
yeah,
thought you didn't have no kids.
no,
no,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
I,
He's a parent. Yeah.
yeah, I my first marriage lasted 5 years. My second marriage, 26, and it'll be over come this October. So
Hmm. Yeah, we got
Wow.
that's what I said, we got a witness here. Like,
26 years, you got it in.
yeah, yeah.
Was she in the Navy too? Was she in the Army too?
no, she's from Trinidad Tobago.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh
them
damn,
islands.
bro! I was at university in Trinidad and Tobago. The Trini women or something else.
Hmm.
I don't know if you, yeah, I don't know if you mind sharing, but just general stereotypes or general things that you encountered, and I'll co-sign them if I've seen it in 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 reality.
Well, what do you mean?
Like I don't know,
Just say
attitude
no.
issues,
Well, just
stuff
say
like
it.
that.
I'll say yes or no to it or not.
Oh, all right, cool, perfect. All right, so feminist.
Didn't start that way, but it ended up being that way.
Okay.
Well, like your relationship or your
Yeah,
experience with was she, is she educated?
yeah. We met in college. Yeah.
Same thing here, man. Is it, do you think it's the education or do you think it's just
yeah,
the
yeah,
overall
yeah.
culture,
No,
man?
no,
A
no.
little bit of both. I think it's a little bit
It's
of both.
College. It's
it's
college.
yeah. It's both actually.
Because you
It's
think
both.
because they educated, you can have a logical conversation with them to show them that their views are wrong.
No, you
Because
can't. No,
you
you can't.
can't. It's like
No, you
it's,
can't because you got to understand. While in college, they're doing this stuff, but they're also being indoctrinated simultaneously.
Mm,
You see what I'm saying?
mm.
yeah,
Plus, they're free.
It's especially depending on what field they're studying, because you'll see it
Right.
more in
Yeah.
certain fields than you do in others. Like sociology, it's heavy.
oh yeah,
Psychiatry and psychology, it's heavy. You see what I'm saying? So and when I met her, she was studying in an advanced degree in behavioral psychology.
Mm.
Uh oh.
Yeah.
Uh oh. All right. So that's the first one of the weight. Second one is expected you to carry 99% of the weight.
No, I really didn't have that.
All right. Well, you see, this is different generation speaking, so I'm sure the things weren't
Well,
absolutely terrible.
you have to keep in mind she's almost 10 years younger than me.
Oh, okay. All
okay.
right. Okay.
I always marry younger.
Hmm.
That's the best. Like me, for example, if I were to marry when I'm 40, I'll prefer my wife to be in her, was it 18 or between 18 and 25? And some people,
Marco,
no, no,
the
because
grande rule.
it's
Hell yeah, yo.
not only that, it's biology. Like the younger the woman, the better, because you want her to have as many babies as possible. So let's say me, I want to have seven. So
And
that
you
means,
want and you want her to be a virgin so she can parabond properly.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I know.
That's why
I
you get
get
them
that,
young.
but
Yeah, that's why you get them young. So
You
Yeah,
you
because
also
18,
when
18 is illegal. Yeah, in
well
Congo.
when when we met, she was 18 and a virgin. So
Mm.
in the indoctrination still got her. What the god damn?
Yeah,
So
listen, you
anybody
guys don't
can get married.
understand how serious this message is, man. It's everywhere. It's
uh
literally everywhere.
well that's why in one of the streams I was in last week, I told them it's not going to matter. It doesn't matter if
Yeah,
she's a
it's
slut or
where you
she's a
get them.
virgin.
It doesn't.
It doesn't matter if she's a slut or a virgin. It doesn't matter if she's from America or from another country. They're all
Yeah.
just like that. It's not going to
For
matter.
instance,
It's not going to matter.
a, a lot of SYSBM guys are like, hey, come to the Caribbean, go to wherever, all these different places, right?
It's not going to matter. It's not going to
I'm
matter.
listen, I'm here. I can tell you guys, are there beautiful, feminine, black women that are gonna do a lot of the stuff that you expect? 100%, yeah, they're here. However, the message and the culture is here as well too, and it's slowly growing. And ultimately, I give it about 5 to 7 years. It's gonna take over. It's gonna be the prevailing culture. So, like you said, it wouldn't matter if they're a slut or a virgin. It wouldn't matter at all.
Well, see, because, and that's what I try to get men to understand. You're not looking at the full picture. Because see, what happens here is that first of all, you're talking about a creature whose very nature is hypergamy and gynocentrism. Period. End of story. It's their very nature. Okay, but you also have to take in consideration that every country on this planet takes cues on how to act, how to dress, how to do things based on what they see in America when they watch TV. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So that when they leave one country to come to America, they expect it all to be like what they saw on TV and in the movies. They were indoctrinated before they even got here.
Hmm.
You see what I'm
facts,
saying? They're over in the Philippines, Vietnam, Africa, Caribbean, whatever. They're watching the same things we watching here. They're watching Friends. They're watching Big Bang Theory. They're watching all the movies telling them women are strong, stunning, fierce, and brave. They were indoctrinated before you even got there. That's what I'm saying. You can travel all you want to. It's gonna be the same. It's gonna be the same. The only
yeah,
thing that stops them is that they're in their country, so there's certain rules that they have to follow. But if you get hooked up with them and then bring them here or take them with you or wherever it is you go, they're gonna flip. And Eddie Murphy told us that years ago
yep,
when he did that comedy show and he cracked jokes about bringing an African woman back to this country, and she started flipping on him when she started hanging out with American women. He told us that decades ago.
yeah. I've seen it a lot actually. Just being at university, I saw, for instance, a friend of mine, his girlfriend, they had a relationship dynamic, I guess that you could call more traditional. And when she was among other women in her peer group, ironically, all of the other women were single. She would talk about stuff that she would do for her boyfriend and so on, and the rest of them would be like, "Oh, girl, you do that?" You know how it goes. And
Mhm.
I'm not a part of the conversation. I'm kind of just a fly on the wall listening in. But I'm like, that's why you guys are single, and she has
Yeah,
someone willing to take care of her and maybe later on marry her.
yeah.
But
I just
she's gonna hearken to what they say,
yeah.
right? And potentially ruin her relationship.
Yeah. Now, give me 1 second because I saw Jonathan Johnson wrote something to me. He said, at Lawrence, I don't mean to probe. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but when did you notice the breakdown, for lack of a better word? How can a dude spot this? Oh, dude, it was simple. It's simple for all of us when she starts caring about everything else but you. It's just that simple. When
That
it's
makes a
more
lot of sense.
That
when
got me
when
thinking.
when it's when
Yeah,
it's
it got me
when it's
thinking too.
when it's more important for her to hang out with her friends than you, when it's more important to her career, her hobbies, whatever you call it, whatever you want to pick, it doesn't make a difference. But when a woman starts making you her secondary choice instead of primary, you're done. Now
Wow.
there's a,
Okay.
Th-
now there's other little things in there that have happened along the way, and I personally don't mind talking about it, but it is stuff that entails her too. So I don't. It's her private business. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes
yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Nah, but that first one is a big enough gem that's a 204
I'll be
card
right back.
gem
I'll be
right
right
there.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that
yeah.
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. But like I said, that's not hard to spot. It's not easy. It's not hard to figure out. It's simple. It's basic, and it's in your face. When she starts caring about everything else more than you can't miss that. You can't. If you do miss it, it's only because you made the decision to ignore it.
Yeah, and you see the thing is, and
And
I'm
I
guilty of this
well, I
as
am
a
too.
as
I
a
mean,
guy. You get kind of caught up in the ease and the comfort of things, and you
you
lose
well,
that edge, that vigilance.
well, you get caught up in the ease and you get caught up in the ease and comfortability of it. But what you also do, and this is the most important thing that we have to pay attention to, we start losing our manhood, and we start
Yeah,
losing our
yeah,
manhood
yeah,
because we start compromising.
yep.
we
That's
we
true.
know we know she's not supposed to do this, but we start compromising. We know we don't like it, but we hold our tongue because we don't want to upset the boat. Now we have to get to a mindset where we ask ourselves, well, why not? She doesn't give a damn about upsetting the boat, so why should I?
Right. Yeah, that's true.
And then
That's true.
when when the argument kicks in, it's like, no, boo 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 boo, no 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 no, you don't understand. These are the rules you set down. I'm just playing the game you started.
Right.
So yeah. So if you don't care, you can't expect me to care. You don't get it both ways. That's not how that works.
True. But yeah, that's something
Because
I saw
and that
all
and
throughout.
yeah, and that's a man thing, because it doesn't have to be a woman. It could be a woman. It could be where you work. It could be you interacting with other men. Once you start compromising who you are, you've lost. Period. Hands down. You can't come back from it.
I just got back. Can you repeat that last sentence you said?
Oh no, I was just saying that's a man thing. It doesn't make a difference if it's a woman, your job, hanging out with other men. Once you as a man, you start compromising yourself, you've already lost the game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Even if you are able to bounce back, it doesn't change because you've already shown the other people you're weak.
True.
And that's how they're going to look at you. That's why one of the first things my cousin William taught me when we were younger is always keep this in mind. Your perception of me will never be my reality.
Right.
You talking about William Clinton?
No, my cousin William.
Oh, because you know everybody else. You know Bill Clinton now, man.
Oh no 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 no
You grew up with Bill Clinton too?
no. That's a little bit older than me. That's past OG, as a matter of fact. But no. My cousin William owns a landscaping company in North Carolina. So yeah, just an average dude. Not all of us made it. So.
But
But
yeah,
yeah, but like I said, I mean, to answer your question, Jonathan, that's about as simple as I can give it to you, man. When she starts caring about everything else other than you, or they become more important than you. So
Did she ever try to get back with you?
well, we're not finished yet. We're still going through the process. It won't be
Oh,
complete.
sorry,
Yeah,
my bad.
yeah. It won't be complete until end of either the beginning of October or the beginning of November, one or the other. It'll be done by then.
Cause I asked that a lot of guys that already went through it, and they always say yes. It's like so.
Well, well, I will
It's,
say that. Well, I will say that I've noticed with everything that's been going on in this country in the last 6 months, there's been some slight conversations and changes of processes, But but my math is simple. Look, you told me you don't want me. I'm done.
and your mind is made up. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's really important. Being
Well, what,
steadfast.
well, one, you have to be steadfast, and number two, you also have to take in consideration. Think of it like this. Let's let's say I am gracious. Let's say I am gracious enough to say, okay, you know what? Let's give it another try. Why would I do that? Because if you did it now, what are you going to do? Wait 5, 10 more years and then spring it on me again? That's a waste of
yeah,
my
might
time.
as well end it now. That's how I be
Yeah,
feeling.
Yeah, yeah,
yeah. That's a waste of my time. Why would I do that?
yeah. No,
You
I'm
know.
I'm, I'm young, but I can say this, Egon. Listen, when they know they messed up and they ruined something that's good or really good, they inevitably they almost always come back. Or even if they don't come back,
Yeah.
they try to check in to see how you're doing in
Yeah.
relation to how they're doing.
And just
That always happens, bro.
yeah. And just to prove my point about a man has to reach that point where, look, when somebody tells you they don't love you no more, somebody tells you they don't want you anymore, you owe them nothing. You owe them nothing. And just to
Yeah.
prove my point, this entire conversation we've been having, she's right here next to me. I don't give a fuck.
Oh snap! You like me, yo? People be saying I'm about to get stabbed when I be doing that shit. I'm like, I don't care. I can't live with that shit inside me, man. I gotta say what I feel.
But see, but see,
Bruh.
but it's not
Yeah.
a question. It's not just about saying what you feel. What I'm saying is that you don't get to play that entitlement shit. You don't get to turn around and treat me like shit and then expect me to be nice to you. That's not how that works.
Not at all.
I'm gonna give you back exactly what the fuck you gave me.
All I'm gonna say is protect your neck, brother Lawrence.
Yeah, right.
I'm not worried about that.
He not eating no spaghetti in the house.
I'm not worried about that. Let
Don't
me tell
drink
you.
no tea in the mornings.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. The worst thing that could possibly happen is you take all my stuff. I don't care. This is my second divorce. I've done this before. I can get all my shit back on my own. A TV and a
Mhm.
microwave, couches, none of that shit mean nothing to me. I can go out and get more. So
Right.
so what? The worst you can do is scream you don't like what I'm saying. But again, you decided not to be my wife anymore. So why should I care about your opinion?
Point taken. Point taken indeed.
Right. It's for real. It's your life. That's how I be feeling like it was your life, man. Why not live the way you want to live? You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be holding back for other people that's not holding back for you.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a question of me trying to live my life the way I want to live it. I mean, I'm going to do that anyway. I think it's more like I said once before. You get sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Oh yeah, oh,
There's
yeah.
there's only but so much gaslighting you're going to take. There's only going to be so many times somebody's going to say something to you. You know what I'm saying? Before you just get fed the fuck up. And
Right.
then
Right.
my personal thing that I like to tell people all the time, it fascinates me how you can come at me so disrespectfully. And then when I come back at you, you want to challenge how I came at you.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like
That's the
it's like, well, you didn't have to say it like that, really, because you didn't have to say it the way you did. So
Right.
so so
Right.
how do you get to live with bad behavior, but I can't? You know what I'm saying? You started shit just to be mean. I'm just trying to defend myself. There's a difference.
Hmm.
yeah.
You know what I'm
Like,
saying?
you know what the funny thing about that is that like women know what they're doing. Is just
They
that
absolutely do.
is it
They absolutely do.
they just know that you can't like do anything about it but walk away or not take it. So because they play around with that type of stuff because
All the time.
they know it's disrespectful, but it's like it's entertainment to them.
Hmm.
That's
Because
why when
because I think deep down inside, just by watching how they all act and the way they do that, they want a man to beat them.
oh yeah when
They,
I used
when
to
you- I mean, the fact that they go so far as they do, they want a man to smack them, grab them by the hair, take them in the room, and have their way with them. At least that's how it comes across to me, because that's the only reason you would keep pushing it. You want
right,
somebody to do something to you.
like if you really didn't like somebody, you just walk away. They,
And I've said that before. I said that many a times. Well,
they want
if you don't
passion.
like,
They they
yeah,
want chaos.
yeah, if you don't like it, then what the fuck are you doing here?
You know, like the worst, not the worst thing to do. I say is like, yeah, I say it is the worst thing to do. Like try to make a girl leave an area. Like get out, get out, get out, get out, get out.
Hold
Like
on,
shoot.
hold on, hold on a second. Hold on one quick second. Jonathan Johnson. Yeah, she can. Yeah, she can. My answer's still the same. I don't give a fuck. You look, we're going our separate ways. Why do I need to care? Why?
Right.
If at the end of the day you had no issue whatsoever telling me all the negative crap and all the stuff that you want to do, then you're not going to deny me my moment. Because if you can do it, I can do it. I'm sorry. I just wanted to answer his question. I'm sorry.
No, you good, you
Nah,
good.
that's all good, man. That's all good.
Cause I got friends that are the opposite of what you are. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't conceptualize how they like how they really feel to their girls, and like it just builds up into a fight, and then they fuck and get back. Sorry, fasting. It builds to a fight, and then they have sex, and then they get back together, and then it happens all over again because they can't control their chicks, and they wonder why the relationship's going downhill. It's like because you won't leave. You know what I'm saying?
Well, not only are you not leaving, but you're teaching her that behavior is acceptable.
right.
Yeah. And you're
So
teaching
she's
also that sex is the opiate to deal with that.
you teaching her how you're teaching her how to play you with sex, and
Hmm.
you're allowing her bad behavior. So at
So
the
she,
end of the day, if you keep doing this, she's gonna think to herself, "Well, I can do this all day." He'll keep coming back, and that's all that is.
Yeah, yeah, that's definitely true.
That's no different than learning how to properly train a child, because that's really what that comes down to. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I told you not to eat the cookies. Okay, so no dinner. Yeah, but no, there's no but. You didn't listen to what I said.
Do you
Right?
guys listen to Chronicles of Judah?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm a big
Wait, say
fan
that
of
again.
him. Do you listen to Chronicles of Judah?
I don't
Do
know
you-
what that is.
he's a YouTuber. He
YouTuber.
mainly
Yeah,
talks about well, not mainly talk about. He talks about a lot of stuff, but he refers a lot of things back to scripture, like like the Bible, the King James version. And I'm not a Christian at all, but I don't turn away logic and reason and wisdom, and his enlightenment is pretty cool. Like he taught like I listened to over like 300 of his videos, and the consistency is with what he talks about and what like real life is. They are children, no doubt about it. They are children, and if you come at it at an angle where they're not, you always going to be playing catch up. You
yeah,
Yeah.
have to treat them like children. Period.
yeah.
If they
Well,
gonna
And
get
yeah, well, yeah, and that's why I was saying what I was about. Even I was in error because, like I said, I bought into the propaganda. We're equals. We do this. We do that. Yada
right
yada yada.
that
You
stuff.
know. Yeah, that stuff. Yeah, exactly. That stuff.
I do the
yeah,
same.
and
I'm in the same boat. Yeah, you couldn't tell me nothing different.
mhm.
Yeah,
Couldn't tell me nothing
and
different. We're
you know,
equals, man. Like that's my partner. It's like no,
yeah,
like, you got to there's a leader or it's not going to work. Period.
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, and then you take in consideration that there was also like my first wife uh was white from the south. So my assumption is that in my second marriage it would be better, it would be different because I have a woman of color. We have some shared interests, we have some shared histories as a people. But like I said before, it don't matter. They're all the same.
man.
I need to live my life.
My programming got broken in in a very how do I say uncomfortable way, because from well, especially in my generation, from early teens, you're hearing, yeah, you equals everything, this is your partner, all that good stuff. And one of the things that opened my eyes was how myself and this female at the time dealt with emotional issues differently. Like, for instance, what I would do, I would always try to sometimes maybe seclude myself, go into deep thought, think about the problem, and almost, I don't feel, yeah, I guess that's the best way to describe it. Reason my way out of the problems, realize, okay, what's the root? What's causing me to feel this way? How do I address it? And then, address it. Kind of like a problem solution method to dealing with it. Her, on the other hand, would focus on what's the problem, lament about it, and just like keep venting about it. And I'm like, okay, so here's how we're gonna solve this. She's like, no, 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 you don't understand, this is how I feel. I'm like, yeah, but you want to feel better, right? This is how we deal with it.
I want you to
And
see where I'm coming from. I want you to see where I'm coming from.
yeah,
I want
yeah,
you to
that,
see
that
where I'm coming from. Like what? Like yo,
bro,
why does it matter where you're
bro.
coming from when I got the answer right here?
Exactly. And
Hmm.
I couldn't understand why this was happening over and over and over again. And I kept thinking, this is my responsibility to ensure that that she gets out of this, that she figures this out. And after a time, I realized, one, she doesn't see these problems the way I do. She's never gonna approach or try to solve them the way I do. And then the third and probably the most important thing I had to realize was that it's really not my responsibility.
No, and it never was. It never was. And you got to also understand that you're talking to a creature that, like we said many a times before, is always emotional, but it's more than that. They're emotional, but their entire being works off circular logic. And once they get something in their head, they're in a feedback loop.
Hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Because
Oh, so that's what Aegon was talking about. Like, well, I don't. Why didn't you get what I'm seeing? Okay, okay.
Yeah, like
exactly.
my perspective, my perspective, my perspective. Why you not getting where I'm coming from? You like, yo,
What
the fact is
what
right here. No, you got
what's
to
not
see where
about
I'm coming from.
what see it's not about perspective. It's about them literally trying to gaslight you into simply saying they're right. That's it. Even because I guarantee you, she knew she was wrong doing all that. I promise you, she did. But it didn't matter to her because she needed the emotional validation, and the only way to get the emotional validation was for you to go, "I understand. You're 100% right."
Fuck
That
that.
that's it. That's it in a nutshell.
That makes sense. But you see, I didn't have that knowledge or wisdom at that stage or at that age, so I had to learn the hard way.
Well, no, I know that, but I'm just explaining just how her brain was working, and
Yeah,
it
yeah,
and it,
nah,
and
it
and
makes
trust me,
sense.
and trust me when I tell you, it doesn't make a difference what your age is. They're all going to be like that, no matter what age you
Were you
are.
Lawrence? Were you taught this information as a kid or like a teenager, or like by other men, or you had to like learn by trial and
Learn,
error?
like I said, the greatest teacher there ever will be is pain.
Yeah.
So I
Bro.
learned, I
Pain and
learned, I
suffering.
learned, I learned it through experience. The funny part is that my cousin William, he always knew, even as a young man. But I didn't hang out with him like that to observe and watch. Does
Okay.
that make sense?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in a house full of women. My brother,
Hmm.
my little brother didn't come along until I was already like 12, 13. So I had already been indoctrinated. And I never understood why my mother would never let me hang out with William. Never. And as we got older and we talked about it and I started going out on my own, I came to the realization because she knew he was going to teach me the truth. You feel me?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, you feel me? So because I remember, because I mean, I was 16, 17. I remember he literally came in the house, walked up the stairs, and cursed my mother out. Now, mind you, he's a year older than I am.
Hold on. You said you were 16, 17?
Yeah, I was about 16, 17.
So he
And
was like
he
18.
seven yeah, 17, 18. It was somewhere in between that space. But she would never let me leave the house. She would never let me leave the house. Have me on lockdown for as long as I can remember. And his
She
mom,
she ain't
his
want you
mom
on them streets. You,
no, it hadn't. But you would think that, but that's not what it was. Um, what it was is that, like I said, as we got older and we look back on it now, she kept me isolated from all men, even my uncles,
mm.
because
Yeah.
as far as she was concerned, I was gonna be her new husband. You feel what I'm saying?
Oh, so
Yeah.
like you be in the living room with your uncles and all you see is your
I'm
mom eyes peering at you, like,
Exactly,
like come
exactly.
Wow.
here.
It's
And like,
Yeah,
oh, here she go again. Like, why they acting like that?
it's like what you see nowadays when you got mothers with sons who and the mothers don't have men, so they're like, here's my boo. You know what I'm saying? That's
that's
not your
Right.
okay.
boo. That's
yeah.
not your boo. That's your son. Don't be hugging all up on him, taking pictures like that's your man. But so back then we didn't have a term for it like we do now, but that's what she was doing. And I remember I had wanted to go out to the movies and it was on 42nd Street. Now this is before 42nd Street was cleaned up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we're talking about Serpico, porn shops all over every street, the whole 9 yards. So,
Porn
but
chops.
oh yeah, 42nd Street, Times Square in New York back in the day. Yeah. I mean, practically every store going up and down the street was porn shops, or they had stores that would sell you martial arts stuff like shurikens, because Shaw Brothers martial arts movies was big back then. Um, but like Five Deadly Venoms and all those shows.
Yeah.
um,
Yeah, kung fu
um,
movies.
yeah. So yeah. So anyway, he wanted to take me to the movies with him and his best friend Jonathan, and she wouldn't let me go. She wouldn't let me go. And I was like, nah, man, she's not going to let me, yada, yada. Did you ask her? Yeah, I asked her, yada, yada. So his mom, my Aunt Yvonne, um, I don't know what she said to him, but all I know is he came in the house. He walked up them stairs. He slammed that door open. He said, "You must be out of your motherfucking mind. This man is damn near a grown ass 18-year-old fucking man. He's entitled to go outside and have some friends and hang out wherever the fuck you want to." And she's like, "Don't you come in here talking to me like that, bitch. I just did. Yo, get your shit and let's go, Larry." I was like, damn. I was like, damn. I was like, yo, for real? He said, yo, I'm dead serious. Either you pick your shit up and come with me, or I'm gonna knock you over the fucking head and we're gonna drag you out. But you getting the fuck out this house. And as a matter of fact, he took me with him. We went down there. We went to one of them busted ass theaters. We saw two movies. We saw a kung fu movie from the Shaw Brothers, and we saw the second Alien film with the Marines in it.
Yo, one of the greatest movies of all time.
Yep.
That was a good. That was a
Yep.
good day.
Oh, you
Yeah, it
talking
was.
about
Yeah,
the
that was a
one
good
where
day.
they were coming back on Earth, right? With the little
Yeah.
midget guy.
No,
Mhm.
no. That was when they were going
That was the one. That was
back-
after that.
they were
Yeah.
going
Oh, that
back
was
to the
the cloning.
asteroid with
Okay,
Yeah.
Ridley.
okay,
Yeah.
Rick.
Yeah.
The John
With the
his
little with the little girl in it, she was protecting.
Newt.
Yeah, Newt. Yeah.
And that
But
one of the best military guys of all time. All right, assholes and elbows, everybody.
oh, Bill Paxton.
See,
Yeah, yeah.
no.
But
Bill Paxton was in that. Bill Paxton was in that too. But
yeah.
he was giving him shit, and he was like,
Mhm.
"Can you fetch my slippers? Look at my eye." I
Yeah.
loved it.
But that's what he did, man. And whenever he wanted us to hang out or whatever, that's what he do. He just show up and my mom be just step out the way. I was like, damn. I was like, for real, for real. And and unlike me, because I was a nerd, they ran the streets and stuff, smoking weed, selling weed, getting
Yeah.
girls and stuff like that. And they had one friend named Chris, and Chris had a girlfriend named Wanda, and Wanda, she wasn't nothing to write home about. I'm being honest with you. She just wasn't. But for some reason, the girl liked me, and we would sit down and we would have conversations and so on and so forth. In other words, she made me her girlfriend. And
Right.
and Chris used to terrorize me on a regular, no lie. He terrorized me, always pushing me up, pushing me in the walls, telling me he's going to beat me up and all that good stuff. And I know when my cousin William had found out, he grabbed him and he slammed him so hard his head went through the door. And he said, let me. And then he pulled him out and his head's bleeding. And Chris is like, yo, what the fuck, what the? And he's like, let me explain something to you, man. Real is real, Cap. That's my little cousin. I said, and even if he wasn't my little cousin, he's a chill dude. He don't smoke dope. He don't bother with nobody's girls. He don't cause no trouble. You ain't got no reason to be terrorizing somebody who lives in peace, man. You touch him again, I will kill you. And then just dropped him off the steps. So it's like, and when I say dropped him off the steps, I'm talking about like 3-4 flights down steps. That's what I'm talking about. He just picked him up and threw him.
Yeah, your cousin William got stories. Yeah.
That's my that's my best man.
That's
That's my
CJ
man,
off
man.
Grand Theft Auto, if you know the
That's
reference.
No, I don't. I didn't recognize it.
It was a video game. The first black character was Carl Johnson. They call him CJ. It's like Grand Theft Auto. You do whatever you want on there
Oh, okay.
when they
All
on that
right.
game.
But that's my man. That's my man. That's my best man. I love him to death. Love him to death. But yeah, but overall, I mean, like I said, I learned it through pain. And then like with this one I'm going through right now, the process started about 2 years ago in pain, and I just tried to wrap my brain around it, and then I called William and he had told me about some of the channels he was watching, so I would watch them. And then I started getting into my own stuff in the manosphere and all that good stuff, and it just went from there.
Yeah, you can't beat this type of information. It's too many heads, man. Too many
Well,
heads,
he
too
well,
many stories, perspectives, and like
well, 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 William was upset with me because William, what did he tell me one time? He said I'm not disappointed in you. He said, but I'm hurt. And I was like, why? He said, because you know better than this. I was like, nah, he's not. You do. He said, because you've always been an upright dude. He said, you've always tried to live honorable and try to do the right thing, even when nobody's looking. and to see women treat you like this, man, it just hurts my heart. But he said, but deep inside, you knew. It's just that you got caught up in the game because that's what they teach us: get married, have kids, build a
So,
house, let your woman walk all over you. He said, but deep down inside, you knew it was wrong, dude.
yeah, he
And I
was
was
above
like,
the
yeah,
game. I mean, it's
yeah,
easy to fall into. It's easy to fall into it, man. Like
yeah.
working and doing
Hmm.
your own thing as like a 25-year-old man. You feel empty, but you really not.
Exactly.
You just need to
Because you don't
fill it
know
with
no
more
better.
stuff that basically pushes you forward. But you think you need to fill it with a bitch.
Well, it's not just that, but you got to take in consideration, and this is for every man. If you've got women in your family, they constantly pushing you at that. And
Yeah,
because your father and your brothers and uncles or whatever who are married don't want to upset the boat, they co-sign that instead of telling you the truth.
right.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying? So you've got you got the women in your family beating you. You got the men co-signing it. You got Disney bombarding you every day on TV. You got the rest of the world telling you, well, you need to make an honest woman of her. You just get beat down, and suddenly your brain just starts going into that logic that they're telling you, and then you end up signing up for something you never wanted, and it
It's
always
the
ends bad.
programming. It's the programming.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you end
well, I
up signing
guess
up for something you never wanted, and always ends bad. It's just that's
Yep.
just
Yep.
what it is.
I guess I can say I'm fortunate then because two of my uncles they they're not married. Only I only have a single uncle that's married, and then well my father, but that's about it. And growing up, my uncles gave me a lot of information and stuff like this, but the perspective they were coming from, especially in their time, I guess the social environment was a lot different. So some of the stuff they said, it wasn't ready for what's happening right now.
Yeah, and I didn't have the experience like William, because you got to remember, like I told you, I paid no attention to girls. You know what I'm saying? I did my own thing, so I didn't have the experience to be able to read them properly, understand what they're doing, the difference between them, and stuff like that. So the first one that I had any real feelings for, I ended up marrying. That didn't go well. You know, I mean, I'm being honest. And
Yeah,
that's one of the things when the men come into streams and groups and stuff to talk, to other men who are listening. You got to be honest. You got to lay it on the table. Don't sit here and talk like you knew the game from Jump Street. Don't sit
Yeah,
here and
like
talk like
Black
you.
Ram.
Yeah, don't sit here and talk like you figured it all out and all that other good stuff, because that's not how it is. None of us are
No
born
line
with
in
this
therapy.
information. Yeah, none
yeah,
of us are born
yep.
with
No
this.
line of therapy.
Yeah, we got yeah, Black Ram, yeah. No line in therapy. You got to be honest about it. You know what I'm saying? That's why when people ask me questions, I don't have a problem with questions. I have no problem with it. The fact that you ask the question makes me happy because it means that you're trying to figure it out, and that's always a good thing. Be a thinking man. That's what we're supposed to be.
That's why I feel weird about this space becoming a business because it's very profitable to throw like black men under the bus. So what happens when it becomes unprofitable to basically tell black men the real what they're gonna go through because it upsets basically new people that's gonna come to this space because you could make a lot of money off new people, preferably women, if they come into this space, and then guys could be doing really well. But then as soon as you have one cat saying, "Yo, do not get married at all, do not get married at all," and then that goes against the bottom line, then the space becomes compromised fully.
Yeah, you can look at certain channels. Listen, when women
Well,
come out, they come out in full force, and
mm-hmm,
they are willing to super chat and spend a lot of money on channels that they support.
mm-hmm. Yeah, because one of my main channels, like, okay, in the beginning, my well, I have four main channels. One was Sandman, the other one was Black Ram, and then Black Ram started hooking up with Male Enlightenment TV.
Yeah, I like Ohim, yo.
Yeah, right. And then after that, and I believe Mohim is still in New York, if I remember correctly. And then there was Mediocre Tutorials and
MTR,
Reviews,
yeah,
MTR. And I was with MTR in the very beginning because I found him through Black Ram. They did a live
yeah.
stream
That's how I
together.
found him too. Yeah,
Right. So I started following
You
him,
you like CMT?
and everything was fine I'm sorry. What did you say?
Do you like TMT, Thinking Man's Templar?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I'm
But
a Patreon of him. I like his stuff a lot.
yeah. So I was like one of the ones in the very beginning with MTR, but then I started to notice women started to come in the chat. And then I noticed that when we interacted with those women started to do shaming tactics and language on us. Then they started being
Yep.
outright. Then they started being outright
Disrespectful.
disrespectful. They
Yep.
tell a lot
I
of us
saw that.
talking about we're you're not a good father. What are you? I'm like, are you serious, man?
Right.
So that's where my beginning started to kick in about not interacting with them at all.
Yeah.
You know that's really what
As
started that, and
as
then and
MTR
then
got bigger too.
and then I
I just
started
want
to
to put this in.
yeah, yeah, and
Yeah,
then I
as
started.
MTR. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were trying to
Who's
say something?
MTR?
Now, oh, mediocre
He,
tourism reviews. I was
Oh
just
yeah.
yeah,
saying,
yeah, yeah. Light
as
skinned
he
dude.
got
Yeah.
bigger, it got harder to moderate what was going on.
Well, it wasn't just that. I started to notice he started doing things against men that didn't sit well with me. So
Oh
like
snap.
like I'm
Okay.
sitting I'm like sitting there, and he's always said, look, we're open to every topic, and we're open to looking at it from every view because we're trying to figure out how to make this work. That was my first sign, because he said this was red pill. Now he's all of a sudden he's talking about trying to make it work with women. That was my first sign.
I love it.
Compromise, red
I love
flag.
it. I love
Hold
it,
on,
man. It's
hold on.
always the stages.
Yeah, then the second phase came when I came up on the show, and we were having a conversation about the differences between men and women, and I started to talk about stuff from scripture. And then he's like, "Oh, no, 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 I don't like to bring religion into anything. You know what I'm saying? I
Oh
don't want to
shit,
touch base on
yo.
that, yeah."
That's
And
the
I was
first
like, "Oh,"
place I heard you.
and I was like, "Okay, cool." And then not less than 48 hours later, he had a female up on the show who's talking about sex magic, mythology, and everything else. And I was like, "Are you
Oh,
serious?" I
yo,
was
I'm
like,
out of here,
man.
"Okay."
yo.
And then the next phase was my boy Savage. At the time, he was in there as Kyle, white guy.
Yeah.
And the women would just be outright disrespectful to him in the
Him,
chat
yeah, yeah,
and on the show
yeah.
while he was streaming. Oh, so you've seen all this?
Yeah, no, not no. That's what I'm saying. Hold on. That's why I said that's the first place I heard you. When I heard you the first time over here and also over on Asian, I'm like, this voice is familiar, right? Because you have a distinct, I don't know, like a dark coffee tone to your voice, right? So
Okay.
I was like, I've heard this guy somewhere. That's where I heard you. And yes, that's actually I hardly watch his stuff now. I still tune into some streams because they've been some good streams, especially lately. But yeah, that kind of turned me off. Like I saw that, that whole compromise and that switch, and I'm like,
Yep.
uh, I'm
Yep.
not too sure about that, bro.
And I know there was a time in the chats. I was talking to a couple of the guys in there. Azen was in there, Minzy was in there, and a couple of others. And
Asian, my
Diego,
boy Asian.
yeah, Diego Magellan, and we were just saying stuff back and forth to each other. And this chick just jumped into the chat and said, "All right, Lawrence, calm down, relax, LOL." And my response was like, "Okay, I'm sorry. Who is this bitch?"
Exactly.
Did I not make it abundantly clear I don't interact with women up in here? Yo, Minzy, who's this? And he's like, "Oh, well, that's so and so and so and so, yada yada yada." And he said something, and before he could finish up the next part of the text he was typing, she jumped in and wrote, "Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, yada yada yada," and then she never said nothing to me again. And I know after the stream, I had talked to a couple of people. They was like, "Damn, dude, for real?" I said, "No, bitches need to know their place. When
It's
men
like
are
a
talking,
motherfucker. This is a guy's
w-
space, man.
Nah, but
it's not even about a guy's space. We had three of us having a conversation. Bitch, you ain't nobody to just jump in because nobody was talking to you.
Right.
what
Know
what
your
what
place."
what really got me, I'm not sure. I don't think it got me all the way upset, but it definitely unsettled me. Was when Kyle got on one of the shows and he was very open about his past, his history, what happened to him, and how he got to where he is. And I just saw a stream of comments. It was mainly about three or four females in the comments, just attacking him, like saying, "Oh, you no good, you a bum, you this, you that. No wonder you hate women because you." And I'm like, this
Mhm.
guy just poured out his heart
And,
to
and,
everybody.
and guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Not to cut you off, but check this out. 4 women, right? The first one was Pip Pip. The second one was Massage by LLC.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
sec-
yeah, yeah.
the second one was Alicia somebody, and the last one
I
was
don't
a new
remember that
one.
name.
And the last one was a new one, a white female who had just signed up, and he had her on the stream. She was in the Navy or something like that. It
Yeah,
was the
yeah,
four. It
yeah,
was the four. It was the four. See, and that's what I'm saying. Those four lead the pack for all the other women in there. I can name them. I can name them.
bro.
And that's
And
on
they were
Mediocre
just
Tutorials Review channel.
yeah,
Hmm.
they were just going in on the guy, and I'm like, as a man, I at one, I felt I had a certain level of respect for Kyle because I'm like, it takes guts one to admit all this, shit that you had in your past, and then two, not just to do it before a bunch of other men, but just to do it live on YouTube, and then to own up to your mistakes. Like he didn't call and say, it's a system fault or anything like that. He's like, nah, I messed up, and now I'm fixing that. All
Yeah,
right.
you're talking about
And
Kyle. You're talking about Kyle, the
yeah,
white guy. The white guy. Yeah,
yeah,
you're talking
yeah,
about Kyle. Let me tell you
yeah,
something. It got so bad that day. Kyle doxed himself, put his address in the chat, and told people to show up when they ready. That's how bad it got.
Now we
yeah.
talking about
I
the
was
same.
there.
Hold on, real fast. We talking about the same guy. Talking about the light skinned dude with the glasses, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because I used to watch his channel a little bit, and I kind of noticed that okay, what I'm gonna say, I kind of noticed it was certain things about him that kind of got me just thinking that he is kind of effeminate. And I try to listen to the brother's message before I do it, and I look at like similarities. He was basically trying to do this Tommy Sotomayor thing. The problem with that is that you really got to be on your shit
Yeah, he
because
wasn't as steadfast as Tommy. Yeah,
you got to really be on your shit because you got to really be on your job because um you basically have these girls like with you, like he'll be sitting right next to feminist chicks, and I'm thinking to myself, either you going steadfast in what you're talking about, or you gonna compromise because it's like
yeah,
why would they feel that comfortable to be around you unless they friends with you, and then if they're friends with you, what type of dude are you? You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
yeah,
And
yeah,
because I love his titles and I love the fact that he asks questions, but I'm looking at the way he looks at these chicks, and I'm like, it don't that don't seem like a dude that like likes women. Like he seems like he's a friend dude. Like he's like he's a friend guy. Like he's like
Oh
he's that dude that
no, he likes women. As a matter of fact, the vast majority of the female guests he brings on the show in his house are chicks he used to be involved with. He said that.
yeah, but he seemed too pillow talky, man. Is I don't know. I get pillow talk vibes from
listen,
homie. Like I'm
I'm not
like
gonna make that pronouncement.
yeah.
But
This is a wild assessment. That's why I'm saying that on my own.
Yeah.
I'm just saying like I could just. So he was in relationships with these girls.
Some of them, not all of them.
Yeah, with some of them, and it's like it just seemed like sometimes he doesn't ask the cut and dry question with him. Sometimes like he kind of lets them skate on. And it's like
Yeah, he does do that sometimes. Yeah, he does do that
because
sometimes.
I like what I like the thought of what he's doing. You know, he's doing his thing.
yeah,
He's a
me
black
too.
man.
That's what got me at first.
Yeah, that's what
But
got
I
me.
could see the turn in the tide because it's like he's on his own. He's doing his own thing because he's not a part of Manosphere, so he's going to make bread. Another thing he
Mhm.
likes that's what it is. He likes to make women feel comfortable. And when guys like to make women feel comfortable, it's going to be a time when he's going to not have to make.
Compromise.
He's going to have to
Mhm.
compromise because the thing is, like, as a radio host, you got to have you got to make your guests feel comfortable in the sense of like them being human. But then when the time to put the facts on the table, you just do it. But with him, I could see it kind of like he ain't ready for that war. His face is out there. He not ready for that war. He not ready to lose half of his
Well, like I,
family because
well, like I,
basically, if you're a dude
well,
that's going through that type of stuff like Tommy, like you basically got to go to war with your family. You got to cut off a lot of people because your face is out there
yeah,
talking about this stuff.
that's what
Yeah.
I had to do. That's what I had to do.
Um,
I haven't talked to my mother female relate in 10 years, my dude. You got to do it. And he and I had talked um offline, and I told him my concerns. And then I immediately followed it up. But with me saying that, let me make it abundantly clear: it's your house. You do what you want to, but I don't have to be there. So, and then I was gone.
Hey,
No
yeah,
advance.
and
the
And then
conversation is
and then and then something happened like 2 3 weeks ago, and like I said, I wasn't there because I left it like in April, I think, or something, like maybe a little bit before. But something happened in like the last 2 3 weeks with Kyle. Yo, he's done. He cut him off. He called him, told him what the deal was, yada yada yada. And you figure, as a man to another man, especially to a man who's been there to support you from the beginning,
Yeah,
you
super chatting every show, man.
yeah,
He should
yeah,
have carte
Kyle.
blanche. He should have carte blanche for being.
Well, I don't know about carte blanche, but at the end of the day, you got to give him a little bit of space. You got to give him a little bit of love, a little bit of leeway. But for him, it was like, okay, well, whatever you got to do, man. I was like, wow. And the reason for that is because his channel grew because of the pandemic, because people are looking
Yeah,
for stuff to do at home. That's how he
yeah,
suddenly started getting all those people, especially the women. But like I've said many a times before to people, look, if you want to build a platform on the use of having women in it, you're more than welcome to. But don't fool yourself into not understanding that women are fickle beasts. You love today, you hate it tomorrow.
right. Yeah, and for me, that was one of the things. Like, at the end of the day, yes, you're a show. You run it how you wanna. But for one, uh, especially when one of the messages you at least claim to champion, is masculinity and so on. How could you let a certain level of disrespect, to as we say, one of your most consistent guys. And for instance, I remember one time too, I think Menzies came in and was actually trying to defend Kyle. And there was, people getting timed out and whatever in the chat.
Yeah.
And he was like, whoa, slow down. Don't just like
But but
time them
but
out or whatever.
but Menzie flipped too. There was one day in the thing, and all of a sudden he just came out of nowhere calling all of us. Well, if you don't understand female nature, you're not a real man, and you need to learn to deal with it. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Where'd that come from?
It always
Yeah,
happens.
yeah, yeah.
I'm like, wow. And Menzie's the head moderator.
Yeah, yeah, and Manzi for the most part, as far as I know, is like as far as as I see online, he's a very level-headed, logical guy. So, when
Absolutely.
I'm like, come on, man, you got to be
Yeah.
more reasonable than that.
Hey
Mhm.
man, yo,
Hey guys, I know the conversation is getting too good, man, but I'm falling asleep out here.
my
Oh,
bad, fast. My
I'm
bad,
sorry.
fast. No,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you,
My
yo.
bad.
You went past the
It's
time
all
that
good.
I asked. Fast, you went past the time that I asked you, and thank you for letting me come on, man. I dig it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
if
this
I
was
Thank
was
very
you.
good, man.
if I
They
was
they
doing
they.
a
Uh,
24-hour stream, I would have let it run on
no.
forever.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm
Yo,
sorry. I didn't
Uh,
realize we were
no,
yo,
no,
going
no.
specialist,
that.
specialist, put your email in the private chat so I can email
But
you.
but at the end of the day, fast man, thank you for allowing us to have this therapy session. I appreciate
Yeah, I
it.
mean, it's needed, and that's why I was like, if I were to, let's say, have it like an open panel like I did, some of the days, and I'll just leave people to talk about whatever they want. I don't mind. We've been on for almost what 6 7 hours just
Eight
talking.
hours,
No,
bro.
no, it's 8 hours and 17 minutes.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice. Whoa, that's a whole shift.
yeah. The first
Mhm.
hour was basically just me talking. So was answering the question.
Who
What fruit?
planted yeah.
That
Mhm.
Yeah,
was
fasting. You a star now.
Hmm?
You a
Yeah.
star. You a star now, fasting.
Oh well, that's nice. I
This is
guess
the unofficial third shift.
I guess my voice is being heard now. So and it seems like I guess could I cancel the show because I didn't see it anymore.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
canceled. He did.
yeah,
He did.
yeah. I
I
went to
think
look at it. It was
I think
gone.
Game
Yeah.
Changers on. I think that's what Marco told me at like 12, but I was over here, so I was
Yeah,
No, I
like,
the
think
only two people
Jessica
I think on right
Jessica is
now
on.
is Jessica and Game
She got
Changer.
the
Yeah,
show.
Jessica. You talking about Jessica X?
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
she had like
I'm
yo,
going,
yo,
man.
yo. I on some real. Jessica's not a bad. Well, from what I see, she's not a bad chick. But I just can't do her channel thing because I didn't come here for that. Now
Yeah,
she
I'm
came
not
to my
subbing,
channel.
bro.
She came to my channel. I'm respectful to her. I like the stuff she talks about right now, but I'm not here for that. You know what I'm saying? Like I could be cordial to her and all that stuff, but I'm not here for that. And I can't do it. I can't do it. Respect to her, but I cannot do it. I'm here for
Listen,
for male progress and have fun.
Look,
that's
when a woman wakes up in the morning and decides that she's upset because a guy no longer wants her and she cuts her body up to get enhancement because she got a plan to get him back, she's just like every other chick. I don't care what she talks about. I don't care how much she tries to make it sound like she's on our side. There's some level of insecurities there, and there's some level of game and manipulation in the story.
well for me. At the end, the one of the things, I just look at the message first. But for me, just like Aegon, my main thing here for me is male improvement. Guys coming together, having these kind of talks, these kind of discussions, and that's what I hope to do with my channel once I get it back up and running. So for me, yeah, I can't sub. I might pop over, might listen to a stream, might support, but yeah, I definitely can't sub, and I definitely
Yeah.
can't make that my part of my main course.
No, sir. No,
Yeah, because
sir.
it's too easy.
I,
It's too easy for her to flip. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and for
it's
you
not.
to get caught up in all the
And,
bullshit too.
yeah. And it's not just about flipping. Look, at the end of the day, yo, no woman gets my time. My time is valuable. It's valuable, and I'm not giving it to any woman just cause. Nope. Nope.
You, you
Not gonna
know,
happen.
I would subscribe to Jessica X if she went to war with feminism for about 5 years.
All out war.
Like if she
Yeah.
interviewed Sharzad Ali, if she basically was like an instrument of like of men trying to push forward, and she showed her track record, I wouldn't have nothing to talk about. But right now she's just talking on the internet, and I can't invest in that. I can't.
Hmm.
I give all respect to her for being cordial and being like be contributing to the conversation, but I'm
Yeah,
not here
yeah,
for that, man. I can't.
yeah, yeah.
No, like I said, for me, it's simple. I don't engage with women. I don't. I mean, I'm just keeping it real. It's just that simple for me. I don't engage with them. But with
Yeah,
that said, we need to let Fast get some sleep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
thanks,
Sleeping
guys.
is life. Sleeping is life.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
I just I
Thanks for
just want
sharing
to
out, guys.
I
Oh,
just want to say I just want to say one last thing. And I'll men first.
Facts.
Okay,
uh,
for real. Anybody who's listening, watching, whatever, men first. That's
Mm,
all I got.
I
mm,
agree.
yeah.
okay, I
Thank you very
see.
much, guys. I know the conversation was getting interesting. I'm like, man, I know how it is. When the conversation is too good, just keep going. But my sleeping pattern is kind of messed up, so it's always messed up. So usually, at this hour, I'm usually up because of work. But I guess because I woke up in the afternoon and the rain and just storm and all that stuff, so it's making me very, very sleepy. I mean, I've been up since noon. Was it yesterday? So
Yeah,
uh,
same.
it's not bad. So basically, it's been what 15 hours since I've been up. So
Yo, Faster, can I have
Yeah.
your email?
my email.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, I'll probably. I don't know if I'll have a stream tomorrow. I mean, I have a title schedule. Was it? Why is the Bible heading 2020? Uh, let's see. And I
We'll definitely meet up again on another stream, another panel. Most definitely on this channel. The accent sphere always brings people back together. So
Mhm.
we're gonna get to chop it up again, fellas.
Oh
oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Oh
yeah, no
yeah.
doubt. No doubt. No doubt whatsoever.
And yeah, thank you guys for showing up. Let me shout out to everybody who's listening. Looks like we got 13 people watching. I want to say thank you guys for showing up. Please like, subscribe, share.
Hit
Check
that
out
like
the.
button.
Oh yeah, check out the first hour where I basically answered the question on the screen. Who planted the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and I basically use was it passages of the Bible to basically answer an extra biblical text they took out. And then we just had the brothers on the panel and we talk about everything else. It was like first the topic of the day, and then it was like an open panel. So that's the thing. You know what I could do next is if I make a video with a topic, and we're gonna have like a long stream. What I'll probably do is do the topic, end the stream, and then start the open was it open panel.
Yeah,
That
that
way,
works.
I could separate the stream where I can just leave uh, the topic at hand, within that 1 hour or 2 hour frame. So it won't be
Yeah.
too long. You know how people are, when they see 8 hours, like, oh god damn, it's like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's how people are. But I'm
And,
surprised some people are watching.
Yeah,
and
not.
it's amazing just having a conversation. You suddenly look up and you realize it's 8 hours. It don't feel like it.
It doesn't
Not
feel
at all.
like, yeah.
It's
Me,
like
my
me.
vision is I'm like I guess because I've developed, I'm getting some good feedback. I'm getting like private messages. My vision is I'm like, hey, if I can make this full time where I'm making money, whether doing this or some of the stuff I have online, and I'm making what I make being a truck driver, then I'll stop being a truck driver. But until then, I'm just growing slowly. I still have some of my stuff on Amazon, but slowly but surely we'll see how it goes. But I'm like, yeah, it would be nice to actually be a broadcaster doing this kind of shows. Like, and I mean, I have a lot of stuff I want to do, but I just don't have time. Like, I want to make videos about the herbs that I have, right? The herbs that I purchased, the supplements, the oil, the fish oil that I have. Like, basically talk about it. But to do all those nice production, you need time. I tell people making content is not easy. It's
No,
not.
it's not.
Yeah, it's time consuming. But live, the good thing about live is I can just fire up a stream and then just talk. So that doesn't require much per se. But if you want to have like a upload where you have a video production, you showing certain products, you want to look professional and also have a good camera. So all that it requires time. So I'm like, hey, my subs, you guys are gonna be my support. Hey, if you like this and you want me to grow and basically focus on this, because I could make this my full-time job like other YouTuber. I could do it, but I can do it by myself. I'll need my subs support. So until we reach there, that would be
Mhm.
nice.
Yeah.
So if you guys have any last words before I end the stream, or you guys are good?
I'm good. Like I said, men first.
All right. Hey, Gon, you got any last words?
Nah, man. Thanks for letting me come on, man. I'm glad I got to talk to y'all.
Yeah, and thank you, man, for the cash app.
Always, man.
Yeah.
Always. Let's get rich.
Hey, yeah. And the specialist, thank you also for showing up, man.
Yeah, man. Anytime, anytime.
Oh yeah, and
I
shout
gotta
out to
support the accent sphere, man.
yeah, you got to
You said the accent spear?
yeah.
Yes, sir. The accent sphere.
I see the Vision just showed up. Shout out to Vision, and guys, thank you very much. Please,
Somebody asked Aegon. I'm sorry. Somebody asked
oh, hey,
Aegon,
Gon.
is he doing an after stream?
Oh no, I'm at work. I'm streaming up at 2 p.m. with
So
Soul
provider.
Provider. We talk
Okay. All
about
right.
is should black men still push their sons to play basketball or sports?
Okay. All right. Cool. All right.
Yeah, it's
Fast.
2 p.m. tomorrow.
I'm
Oh,
sorry about that. Fast. Go ahead and close
no,
it
that's
out.
okay. Yeah, yeah, that's okay. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, we still have 13 people. I guess they're still hungry, but hey, I gotta get some sleep, man. That way I can wake up and have a courage to start another stream. So, thank you guys. Stay tuned for some more. Y'all have a blessed night. Be safe. Don't go outside. What is it? Stay home. Wear your mask and shut up. All right. Peace, guys.